Futures back in negative territory here, pretty volatile though, coming off that ADP private employment change report out there at 8:15. That comes in much lower than expected this morning, 100,000 plus versus 200,000 plus expected. That all ahead of what is to come this afternoon. Obviously, it's Fed Day. Welcome to February 1st. We'll get the next, hopefully maybe the last, quarter point hike coming up this afternoon. All eyes, all ears going to be on what Fed Chair Powell says in the press conference that follows the hike at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you are with us. We'll be on early this afternoon, 1:45, to get you set and ready for the 2 p.m. announcement. A ton to get through otherwise as far as earnings are concerned. Peloton moving this morning. AMD, of course, moving this morning. Pretty good report right across the board. Forecast looking good as well for AMD. So we'll jump right into a few things here. Sharif beside me as always. Actually, before we get to Sharif, I'll show you this number just to catch everyone up as people are coming in. 106,000 there versus 180,000 for the ADP employment change. Again, that's private payrolls. That number always comes out a couple of days before the non-farm number, which is going to be Friday morning at 8:30. So keep that in mind. And then coming up a little bit later, we're going to get both the S&P and the ISM manufacturing PMI numbers. These are also both closely watched by the market as well. More so the ISM one than the S&P, but we'll bring those to you both live, 9:45 and 10 a.m. this morning. There's Sharif. Good morning.
Good morning.
Fed Day is here. Obviously, everyone's well aware of what's going to happen at 2 o'clock. But as we're mentioning, it's going to be all about what is said after that at 2:30.
I'm looking at this PMI number, too. I want to see what the input costs look like for some of these manufacturers to see if we can continue to get deflation in some of these goods and these goods products, actually, not services. But, yeah, it's going to be a big day. Meta reporting as well, Brendo.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Meta coming after the close tonight. So within this ISM number, there is a prices paid portion to that. That's the one that, this one here, that's the one that people are going to be focusing on the most. But again, we'll bring that to you coming up at 10 o'clock. Hey guys, welcome to Fed Day. It's February. What's up? It's Tom Brady retirement celebration day as well. Again.
Wow.
Wait, again?
I wasn't expecting.
Before?
He said he's quitting before, but now I guess it's for real. We'll see if that's actually true. I'm a little bit surprised that Brennan actually mentioned that because that's not really his thing. He's not into the sports. If it is,
Sharif must have told him.
If it's the end for Tom Brady, then I'm not going to be crying any tears over it. The guy is the GOAT, but I've never been a fan, and hopefully he enjoys his retirement. I have no idea. I think Tampa Bay is going to be in trouble anyways. But this is going to be. We always look forward to Fed days. Let's get that one out of the way. We got a bunch of earnings to get to. We'll talk about Snapchat's moving, Peloton's moving, AMD, the chips, Meta, and then on top of that, we get the quarter point that we're expecting and another big Fed move. And the Chinese ADRs are going. This should be one of the more exciting days that you're ever going to be able to see for day trading and for the markets live. Did you hit that?
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking we needed?
Back-to-back jacks.
All of these cameras need to be constantly recording so that you can get moments like that.
That was over in between everything because the pen is I'm trying to write the sticky note.
And they can't see the. Do you have that? You guys have that shot? No, we don't. Okay, sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry. So basically, what over our rig, there's garbages that are like hidden over there, and it's like you got to shoot it over. So every now and then,
that's a good one. Too bad.
We're making those shots. There it is. So you have to go over the screens, and then it's completely out of our view to throw something in the garbage. So that's what we do in our spare time.
That was pay homage to Tom Brady there with that shot. So we'll see if he's retired or not. I think it opens up. We were just talking about. I think it opens up for Aaron Rodgers. But okay, so let's go, man. It's going to be a good one. We've got Snapchat on our mind. We've got AMD on the mind here. We've got Nvidia. We've got Apple. We've got the market. Watch out for the TQQs today. We're going to be back at 1:45 to get that number for you live. So we're here now. We're going to run over the watch list. Big earnings day last night and this morning. And Tesla's moving up 2% right now as well. That MGAM and MGMS and all these different crazy names today going absolutely insane. Congratulations Some of you there were talking about holding shares overnight, and it's just been a fantastic move. So let's just keep going here. Splunk just cuts 4% of workforce as well. We saw PayPal do that yesterday. Should be a great day here today, and we're excited, and we're all jacked up. I'm not as excited because it's Fed Day. I mean, I am excited for Fed Day. I think that's going to be great, and we love putting on that show. It's our largest show of the quarter every time. But I just want to see the movements again here, man. Lucid's going to be in play. AMD's already moving around, like we said. Snapchat's back and forth through $10 now. I think there's a lot of opportunity today, and we're ready to go.
And the old school mover as well, Marin Software, MRIN, back to the upside this morning on a Yahoo deal as well. I just saw this one, Versus VS, just popping up here. I'll check what that's all about coming up in a second, but a huge volume spike there for VS. First segment of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code bottom of the screen. TTV will get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. We were talking a little bit late in the day yesterday about Silvergate, and Silvergate popped up on news that BlackRock had disclosed a stake. I think it was around 6 or 7% of SI. Here's BlackRock increasing now their stake in Baidu. I didn't even know they're in it to begin with, but apparently they go up to 7.7% of BlackRock. So not only Baidu, as Neil was mentioning, they're all of the Chinese ADRs back to the upside today.
Yeah, we've seen some good tailwinds for these Chinese ADRs lately, but here's what I'm thinking about, Brendo. Is it now safe for American big money to start taking bigger stakes in some of these Chinese ADRs? Kind of a statement here by BlackRock. Let's see what happens the rest of this year.
Yeah, there was CSIQ for all you Canadians out there. Canadian Solar also being purchased by, or a portion being purchased by BlackRock as well. That was disclosed in that SEC filing. Lee, XPeng, NIO, all with kind of wishy-washy delivery numbers though for January.
So Lee was the best, but I got distracted by when Sean was taking that shot. I'm going to go over Snapchat because this is being blocked here. Here's the afternoon, overnight support at 10:20. So I've been sort of shorting, scalping into the bottoms as it might break that 10:20 level. So I've been reloading above that number. And every chance I get, I just picked up some at 10. But if it breaks 20, I'm out. I'm scalping into the low. I'll hold a core position if it can resist that 10:20. But sometimes, even as bad as it is, once it crosses that 10% mark, if it doesn't break the bottom, there's only one place it can go. If we break 10:20, I'm out of this and looking for a different trade. You mentioned, I'm going to be looking at two of the EV names, specifically XPeng and Li Auto. They were ho-hum earnings, but not earnings, delivery numbers. It was NIO that actually had the most ho-hum than anything else. XPeng, kind of in the middle of the pack. Li Auto, I think they had 15,000, so that was a pretty solid number for Li, and they're up nicely. But XPeng's got this. It's going to look good. Okay, yeah, got this nice 11-10. It's like 11-10, 11-11, where you've had a lot of resistance. And then there's a clean dollar. You can kind of see it up there on the 15-minute chart there. Then there's a clean dollar of upside till you get to the next level. So I like this one for a potential breakout. I would have favored Li Auto, and I think this morning when I looked at it, I'm like, we're above 25 on Li Auto. That's kind of like that breakout zone. But it's almost like it's too far above. Like it's hanging out 26.5. I don't necessarily want to chase along up there on that particular name. So I might be sitting Li Auto out unless it maybe pulls back a little tighter to 25 even, which is always possible on those delivery numbers. Then the last one you mentioned, I'm probably not looking at Baidu. I did trade Baidu the other day on a similar note and just wasn't a big fan of it. But Alibaba could break out if it gets through 113 quarter here. And it's got a lot of room to that 120. If Baba sees 120, it's just like that area is a short till it's not. You know, I tried messing around with the longs off that break, and it's, you know, every time it gets up there, it just starts to sell off, even when it breaks 120. So if I see some kind of a crazy day in Alibaba, as good as any longs can ever get, that 120 area has got to be a short for me. And I'm looking to punch long through 113 and a quarter. We'll see if we actually get that. Baidu itself, probably going to stay away.
Yeah, so what's up? I'm just putting out the sticky note as we speak right now. I have Snapchat going as a long. I know Neil's is short, but this is just playing around in the pre-market. I think a 10-20 break right here. I like that for the long, so I'm waiting for that to come through, and a 950 dip buy. And then the other name I have, which I'm just putting out right now, on the sticky note here, it's not too many names today, is going to be Alibaba. So right now, I do like that name breaking through 113 here. Get rid of this. We don't need this up right now. Here's this 113 level. So I really like that coming into play again here today on this is a 20-minute chart. So I like this 113 break long level here on Alibaba today as well. I think, Sharif, you hit the nail right on the head there with that analysis of maybe now that BlackRock, obviously big U.S. money management there, taking a stake in Baidu. They've done their due diligence, let's assume. I mean, they were probably also an FTX, so let's not, talk about due diligence too much. But, they're back in there. I think it does open up the sky here for Alibaba. That's been beat down. We know that it wasn't Jim Chanos. Was it Charlie Munger or something was talking up Alibaba for a while there? Yeah, it was Munger. And I think that they were talking about buying it like at that 125, 130 mark. So you're still getting a good discount right now at 112. I know there's a lot of viewers that are also in Alibaba. I think it's a good thing. And I like the name. I'm still in it from a long time ago. We were able to sell a very, very long time ago. But I actually like this name, like north of $200 and stuff. I thought Alibaba was pretty good. What's up, Mr. Westermeyer? Thank you so much. Apparently, you remember we had that talk about the custom 8-ball? Well, apparently that has been ordered now. So we can get rid of this one, the Dollar Store Amazon, and then we'll get Dollar Store Amazon. I don't know where we bought it from. Most likely Amazon, not the Dollar Store. And then you also took a wicked position, apparently on MSGM. So that's great, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for the 8-ball. We are ready to go on that one, and we will be showing it, obviously, when we get it. I want to thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, and congratulations one more time to all of our viewers that were trading that anything, MGAM, this MGMS, MSGM stock, anything. Peloton's up today. I talked about those guys possibly beating last night as well. So I think there's a lot of good opportunities here in the market, and we're just going to look at a few of them. Sharif is worried about Meta, but I told him to calm down on that front. I don't think Snapchat is an exact bellwether here for what's going to come for Meta, but we
were talking about specifically that.
Yeah, but they have, they have led the move down before. I just said, why is Meta not really down today? I think there's more things.
I got an idea why.
There. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
The reason I think it's not down as much today is like the last couple of times Snap leads out with earnings and they're bad, and like Pinterest and Meta have bigger reactions. Well, maybe Snap's problems are mostly Snapchat's problems.
That's right. Yeah.
Because quite frankly, and Brendan was saying this, it's like your only business is advertising. You're not terribly good at that. And then you're having declining growth. So you're not getting as many views on there, and you're not even capitalizing as well on the ones that you have. And suddenly those can start to become individual companies' problems. That's one thing we've been seeing in this earnings season. Like last year, in the bull market, everything was going up together, and last year in valuation resets, everything kind of went down together. You're seeing a heck of a lot more where individual names in a group, sorry, I'm watching MGAM here as I'm talking about Snapchat. Individual names in a group just seem to have to rely on their own earnings and their own status, right? Like how many times in the chip sector, AMD's good and Intel is bad, and maybe we're just going to find out that Snapchat ain't so hot, and it might not have anything to do with Meta's prospects for the rest of the year. So I'm not really thinking about the shorts. I'm actually on the bid of Meta 145 right now to catch a bid there. We'll see if we can. But MGM, I didn't want to ignore this. It's back at the 420 level, and just 420 is just a number. It's at that 420 level. I'm looking for $4 for a bit of a dip buy on this. If it gets there at the open, I'm kind of looking for like one quick little shot there, maybe give it like 20, 30 cents off that $4 level. It's been rejecting 5, and if this goes again, I don't want to be going long 5 on a break. I want to be long with a better, more reasonable price and a reasonable stop in there. Now, a 5 long, I just feel like I don't know where I want to put my stop if I break a 5 long.
All right, here's this Versus I was mentioning, VS on the pop through $1. It's the latest to join the AI club, guys. Gamification of customer payments and credit management just coming across for Versus systems. So we'll watch VS today. What is the float on that, by the way?
Oh, boy.
I don't even see a float on that. I'll double check, but anyways, it's not big. Let's put it that way. I wanted to mention this as well. Here's this. We talked about this briefly yesterday. Is the 1.9 million? Okay, thanks, Sharif. We talked about this briefly yesterday, but best January for the S&P in 4 years. So a nice month positive across the board. Here's the Fed funds tool. We'll just make it official. 98.4% right now, pointing to a quarter point coming today. If you go out to March as well, interesting, 82% already for March in favor of a quarter point as well, which would get them to that 4.755-ish level. We were talking, I guess it was last week, about that terminal rate falling below 5 for the first time that I'd seen in a long time as well, around 4.9. So maybe we get a quarter today and then a quarter in March as well.
I don't know. I think Papa Powell is kind of come to ruin the party today, to be honest with you. But no, in all seriousness here, I think the market's going to be looking to see what he says about future rate hikes going forward, whether he's going to hint that another quarter, 25 basis point hike is appropriate in these cases. But, you know, we've been seeing cooling inflation numbers coming in, Brendan, especially out of Europe. We've been seeing GDP not contract as much. 9.2% was the last inflationary measure, and today coming at 8.5. So some global disinflationary numbers coming in, Brendan.
Yeah, I mean, it's pointing in the right direction, but if they do go a quarter today and a quarter in March, do we then get a pause? Maybe we get something in the tune of a comment or two, hopefully this afternoon in that fashion.
Pause. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like we know what's going to happen. I mean, Brendan just said it was 98.2%.
Yeah, quarter.
They're going to pause at some point. But the thing is, I almost feel like today's going to be super hawkish once Powell gets on the mic. I mean, if he's just looking at anything in the equity market right now, you know, employment, it's still bad there. You know, well, we'll see. I don't know, a lot of layoffs coming through. I don't think the economy is necessarily fixed by any stretch of the imagination. And now you get huge run-ups in a lot of these equities. So I'm a little bit nervous here. I'm still looking at Alibaba. It doesn't look like it wants to do anything. But a good example would be like Tesla. You know, how much this name's up to 175 now off that 100 bottom. Like, this is now up 75% in like a month. Like where was that bottom exactly? Like it's in less than a month. 75% up. Brendan yesterday said Peloton, I think and now Peloton got another 13% today. Peloton was up something like 80% from the bottom. That's Peloton. You know, like this is one of the most widely held stocks here, Tesla, especially for day traders, and you know, swing and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, like sure, we're up 75% and just back to where we were in December. So, I mean, what was an epic collapse now comes back. So it's not like, you know, many of us picked the bottom. And if you did, you probably just averaged in from somewhere here. If you put brand new capital to work down here, congratulations. But there's so many names. I mean, Meta's another one of those names that's up 75%, if not more. Meta might be up more than that from the bottom. Well, no, it's probably up. What's going on with our daily chart, man? I've never seen them this bad. But Meta down here, $87 up to $150. You know, and again, like Meta's really off. Meta's all the way back to September levels. So Meta's almost like closed their eyes and opened them about 4 months later, and you're at that same spot. You had to go through a lot of pain here. But has the economy changed since September? You know, there's just a lot of rally here, and I could see a lot of names starting to get faded back in. So I'm going to wait to see, obviously, what Fed comes through today. You've seen the dollar pull back as well in that market. So I know the market is rallying like crazy, and we've talked about that over and over here on the show. You know, the market's been in rally mode now for like 3 months. So there has to be some cold water thrown on this. And honestly, I'm just very, very surprised at how much we've rallied up here. And I could see a little bit of a bump on this, but hey, look, it's been 90+% for a quarter point, I feel like, for a month now. Yeah. So the market has this baked in. I'm really excited for the presser. I don't even care about 2 o'clock. I think it's going to be awesome. I just want to see what happens when he takes the stage, what's going on with the prepared speech, what are they talking about looking forward, and we'll move on from there. So yeah, I'm more looking forward to 2:30 rather than 2 p.m.
2:30 is that time, man. You get that secondary push. Usually you get that trend. And just, I want to quickly show the SPY here because it gets more exciting based on where we are. Like, that's the 200 period, but the SPY is getting right up into, what was that mid sort of, well, I guess it's like mid-quarter, but early December top. And, you know, if we test that, that could get pretty spicy. Like, you've got room to that level, which means you could have a pretty sizable move depending on what gets said. Although, yeah, we've seen him be hawkish before. and then the market tends to rally anyways. It's like everything out of his mouth is hawkish in the Q&A, and then you get a bit of a bounce anyways. And I kind of feel like the market is telling you how strong it wants to be. The earnings have been the bigger catalyst, but we're going to see some levels today. At least I think if we go upside, we're going to see some levels today that get pretty gigantic, not just individual names, but on the overall market.
Get through a few other earnings to deal with here this morning. There's a ton, and as we saw on the earnings board yesterday, just an absolute ton of earnings to understand this morning. I was kind of interested in this report, WDC, because if you remember last week, there were some reports of some possible merger and acquisition activity with a Japanese company. I was wondering if they're going to announce something in the report. They did not, but WDC down on a quarterly loss. So there's that. There's JNPR. Sharif's going to touch on that in a second. Amgen reported. There's Foot Locker. They reported up a little bit here in the pre-market this morning. T-Mobile as well. Altria MO has been in the news with the vape side of things over the past couple of months. JNPR, though, falls Q4 revenue miss.
This was all the hype in high school, guys. Back in grade 12, we saw JNPR. It was like $250 stock. Everything at the time was like $30, $40. Seeing JNPR 200, we thought it was the king and the top. Buying that stock, trying to borrow money from our parents to go and start brokerage accounts. But that brought back memories. No concept of market cap. Don't really understand why it's at $200, but just enthralled by the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll see how some of these play out this morning. Not a lot of volume really on any of them. Foot Locker maybe the most active. But Mo, there's also this Thermo Fisher I just saw come through up on beat right across the board for them. So typical for an earnings day, guys. A ton to pick through.
There is. Was Sharif just talking about Juniper?
I just heard grade 12, and I heard like opening up accounts and all that stuff.
Well, we know how old you are now, Sharif. So.
Wow, grade 12 was a long time ago for that dude.
That's hilarious. I mean, obviously, we've been around the block trading for a while, but I don't think we've ever let the cat out of the bag Sharif's age, but he just gave it to you right there. I tend to be usually in the camp of like fade Foot Locker and Nike's better, but Foot Locker, well, you know what, as I look at the daily chart, Foot Locker, this is what sometimes you have to zoom out further. Come to my chart for a quick second, because this is what I looked at when I was like, let me give a look at Foot Locker here. Oh goodness, 40 breaking out. There's 45 sitting there. That could be spicy. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, you're like right into overhead resistance. So yeah, I don't know. I was about to say 45 looks spicy if it holds at the open, but it's like right into like previous gap down resistance. The stock's been under pressure. Like a lot of their. What are you going to do when Nike crushes its selling directly? I never really liked the long term for these guys. So I was about to say something good about the chart today, but sorry.
Sharif, you'll like this. I asked for people to guess your age. No one's guessed over 34. So I says, wow. I was like, wow, guys.
What's up with that?
I'm not going to say the age, but the 34 is the most guess here.
Someone just said 27 max. You see what they guess when it's us.
Right.
I mean.
Unbelievable. Okay, I just want to say, first of all, good guesses. You guys can do it. Okay, now the guesses are coming in. Now we're a little closer.
Throw a little shade
now
in
we're a little closer. Okay, but all right, so Foot Locker, good report there, up 3%. I always think about Foot Locker, and then I see Nike there. Yeah, 48 might be on the high side, but you're closer.
Blind Jedi, stop. He's not 60. Come on.
No. Now it's just getting jokes in there. Okay, so I could drop the cat out of the bag. Luca is the youngest, so we'll leave it at that for now.
Shocking.
Right there, shocker there. Okay, so I'm just looking at Nike here, and I was thinking the same kind of thing for these guys. That maybe you break out the top at some point. I mean, it's not doing anything. There's really no volume, but this has been a stock that I've liked for a while there, settling out on China, settling out on some of the supply chain issues, and then I think that retail at some point will come back. If it's not back already, you've seen Amazon come off the bottom and now stay above $100 for a bit. Macy's and some of those other names starting to go as well. We didn't get a good quarter from Nordstrom's. We'll wait to see what Target and Walmart have to say, but those are different clients for Nike. Every day these guys are dropping new shoes. It's become a cult thing. I just look at this 129 right here, and a shout out to SneakerCon as well, actually messaging them back and forth right here. Shoes are super popular, and I don't think they're going to go anywhere. Nike obviously has some headwinds and stuff like that. No Olympics or anything coming out. But look, I think that people are going to buy coming into spring and summer. I like Nike down here. I think you can look at Lululemon as well, but maybe a 123 bottom or this breakthrough 129 sends it through, probably to that 150 area. So I like Nike on any kind of talk like that. But again, today, look, man, 1,000 shares of volume. No, thank you. We're going to pass on that one. And then Snapchat, Ford, not much on here. Again, just the big names. We will be talking Chinese EVs,
AI.
of course, on there as well. And you just said AI starting to move again?
No, AI is on there for 100,000.
Is it? Where is it? Oh, all the way down here. Yeah, AI right there by 100,000. So that's another name. That's up today again, isn't it? Or what did it close at yesterday? I never know where these things are closing at every single day. So only up 4%. But again, another one of those beat down sort of Cathie Wood names that catches the chat GPT. Oh, I heard yesterday that Google was like, I've had enough of this crap. And now they're getting their employees. They're going to start testing their AI as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if Google releases something very, very soon, similar to that chat GPT. So we'll watch out for OpenAI and Microsoft and Google. Palantir's been another one that's been an absolute monster off some of this AI talk as well. Not a monster in the same way. Palantir's more of a real company rather than some of these other ones. I'll say that. You guys know I'm invested in this name. I'm invested higher than where it is now. Most people are. But again, this has been a good one off the bottom. Let me move this here. Good name off the bottom, as you can see here on the 20 minutes. Nice move up here. And there's the bottom there. It's hard to see it on our chart, but that bottom of 650, pretty decent. I'm still waiting for a break above 10, and then we can start to go on some of these names. But hey, maybe this first quarter here is going to be a banger. Let's wait to see on some of these sort of dash for trash. I heard that on CNBC yesterday. I thought that was kind of fun. You're seeing a lot of names just rally huge. Peloton's another one. We're going to get to that in a minute. But lots of names that weren't performing well. Look, the S&P was up 28% in 2001, down 21% in 2022. Now we're starting the season up here, the year up, this quarter up in 2023 with an up, 6% move so far or something in the NASDAQ? So, and I think 5 or 6 again in the S&P. I think there's a lot of rally potential here. You just got to buy the right names. There's a lot of trash that's leading the market up. I still stay with Microsoft, stay with Meta. This is not about MSGM or anything like that. I'm talking about like the real beatdown.
No, I just happened to be looking at it. When you said trash, I was staring right at an MSGM chart when you said trash.
Yeah. Sneaker. Oh, there it is again. Lizzie again. We would do that, but we don't want to get. Yeah, we're a little hesitant on doing. Someone had an example, about doing the shoey after 10K likes. First of all, my water. I had my water in my car. Yeah. I can actually show it to you. It froze.
It's minus 20 here.
So stupid. I was drinking the water on the way home, and I never normally bring my big thing in the car. I leave it here, fill it up in the morning. But I brought it home, and I was drinking, and I left it. And then it's minus 15 or something. So then this morning, I'm like, oh, God, there's my water. It's completely frozen. So I still have a little crack in the voice.
No, but to your point about the shoey.
Yeah.
When the guys did the thing with the costume, there were a bunch of bots that were clearly spamming the like, which, it's all fun and games to get like a bunch of extra likes that way. But that's not necessarily good for us anyways.
You see,
it's melting.
It's somewhat melting this. You can see sort of how it's ice. Yeah, well, so there's the, I don't want to drop because what if it's not tight? So you still got some ice in there, as you can see. But I got to go fill this up with more water. I'll be right back. But let's go over to the big desk now with the big guys.
There was a super chat there, guys, for TSLQ, which is the Tesla Bear ETF. If all they said was TSLQ, so just be aware that's a Tesla Bear single stock ETF. Avoid that because Tesla's very strong. Let's talk some upgrades and downgrades here. Big names on this board. Shout out to Randy this morning. Huge fan of this one over here, Magna. BMO, liking Magna. Foot Locker, TransUnion, New Fortress. There's Snap, Mattel, Hasbro, the toy makers to the downside for Goldman. And Moody's, the rating agency itself, getting a downgrade today.
I love that.
We'll jump into the watch list here coming up. We'll jump into everything else you need to know. As far as individual names are concerned, let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market ahead of a big day. Arun, obviously everyone waiting for 2 o'clock this afternoon, probably more importantly 2:30, but we get this manufacturing number, ISM manufacturing at 10 o'clock, typically a market mover as well.
Yeah, and we also got the ADP as well, 815, and that tends to at least shift things a few points. Market did not care. It seems like everyone's kind of locked in on what's going on later on today with the Fed. So although we're going to get an ISM number, do I expect? Remember, at the end of the day, everyone's trying to use these numbers to figure out what the Fed's going to do. But the Fed's already gone through their decision. So these numbers are going to have less of an impact than they typically would. We still got to pay attention to it. There might be some added volatility, just a little bit, but it's not going to be as much as we're used to seeing, I would think, on around these numbers at 10 a.m. But going into the Fed, I was just quickly looking at the Fed watch tool. 99.3% expecting a quarter point. Okay, so Fed better deliver at that rate. Given how this market's kind of gone up, if they go anything higher, this market's not going to like that. So the way things are setting up, it is a holding pattern. We had a decent run up yesterday from that low 4010s overnight, and now we're sitting here at 4075 underneath that 4100. 4100 to 4200 is a big weekly area that we need to cross. Now, if the Fed can deliver and we can actually get going to the upside, we would need to clear 4200. And once you clear 4200, the long-term chart looks completely different. So we do have to keep an eye on the big resistance level. In the event that we do snap up there, do we have the momentum to keep going past into that 4200? Now, flip side of this is Fed doesn't deliver that quarter point, we get a half, or we get something that the market does not like. And given how we've moved in the last little bit, this market could have a decent downside. Now, I do have some close levels, but I'm gonna ignore the close levels because at the end of the day, when the way the market moves on a day like this, the close levels really don't matter. So I'm gonna put some levels down, much further down. So 3960 is gonna be one big area to keep an eye on. If we get underneath that, that takes out some decent resistance or decent support that we've had and we bounced off of as we crack through 4,000. So 3960 would be the next checkpoint for me to the downside. And past that, I'm not even going to put any levels down because we're kind of wide open. So 4,200 needs to get across to the upside, and 3960 needs to get across to the downside. And on a day like this, I think having levels 140, 150 points out makes sense because this market can get aggressive, and we have to be prepared for that.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Just seeing a couple things coming across. TSP, which is an autonomous software maker, Too Simple. Wall Street Journal reporting that the Justice Department is urging espionage charges to be put towards, I guess, the leaders of Too Simple. So TSP, not a lot of volume, but just made a pretty big move down. Chegg as well, CHGG and DoorDash teaming up on a collaboration. So let's jump into the watch list, though. That was the link if you missed it there. Use that every single day. Grab the watch list for free. It has everything you need to know sent right to your inbox every day. We'll start with AMD, guys. On a beat this morning, forecast looking pretty good. Basically the opposite of what we discussed a week ago for Intel. So AMD, KSCP, just seeing as well, downside on an offering. Nightscope, I believe that is, KSCP on an offering. But let's talk AMD.
I'm just trying to fix my earpiece here. That's no longer working. Okay, so AMD's on the sticky note today. We like that name. I think it's going to work here today in this environment. So, you know, I'm looking to pick up any dips off the morning. I don't even want to analyze this too much. Their data center, that was what was worried about Intel, claiming that, you know, data center is going to be a big hit for them. They're not really progressing in that area. And then AMD says, okay, we'll eat your lunch. And that's exactly what they're doing. So AMD comes out and sort of impresses on that side of things. You're up 3.5%. The semis have sort of led the way a lot of the time here in this market. You know, they led them to the downside, and I feel now you're starting to get a little bit of a rally up. AMD's bottom was, oh man, what about that wick? Was $56 or so back here in October, November. And we talked about the rally up that's happened in Meta, the rally up that's happened in a lot of these sort of beat down names. Other than Intel, many chip names are here off the bottom. This name still has to get going though. You have $80. It's staring $80 right in the face right now. So I'm looking at that as a possible area where we could stop any upside momentum here for $80. But for me, I'm trying to go long. And I don't think we pull back to 75. I wrote down here on the sticky note that we look at 75 for support, but ultimately, let's let this settle down. I have a feeling that like in the morning here, we may miss this trade, but you know, trying to buy back 77s. I mean, if you do get that initial dip down here, a lot of selling could come into this market today. Again, ahead of Fed into a big rally. So I'm looking at, you know, a 77 dip buy, but I'd rather sit there and let it give it to me. Like, I don't, you know, I could sit here. Maybe I'll sit here with a small piece. And then if it fills, we'll take the fill, and then I don't have to panic because I'm not going to have a huge amount, and then we could see what happens. This is 76, 75 down there. You know, we could come out. I mean, up 3.5%. If I was long AMD over the last little while here, even just from yesterday, you bought 71s, so now you're up to 78. So if you swang this trade today, you know, in your portfolio, you're probably like, okay, I'll take this. I'll take 3.5% today. So I could see some money coming off here ahead of Fed, but at the same time, I don't really see a name that I like more into a rally. You're trying to break out here. I like Alibaba through 113, and honestly, the 79.50, 79.25 area here for AMD probably gets broken today too. So I don't know. I'm really excited, needless to say, about all of these names, but I like AMD here. And then, you know, NVIDIA, I'm not going to look at Intel because they're in a different basket, but like NVIDIA as well is bouncing off of some of those levels here too. We've really liked 195. Try to hold out on this 195 area. There's 194 dip buy yesterday at the close was good. Here's 195 barcoding all afternoon, waiting for a move. I got to get Rob back here because my screens are flickering like crazy right now. 196, 197 there. I'm looking for NVIDIA. We dip bought. It's too bad that we don't see our trades here yesterday because we were dip buying NVIDIA as well down here at 194 a couple times. We lost early. This is what could happen. I don't know if it was yesterday. No, it wasn't. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, I guess. We were short into here against 195, but when it took it out, ripped right all the way up against 195, then came right back down. So we lost early on NVIDIA before finding a base where we started buying it. So I feel like these tech names and chip names really need to get settled down here off the open. We'll wait to see what the imbalances are, but for now, NVIDIA downside, no. AMD downside, no. We'll wait for some dip buys. I like 194 here, but for me, because AMD reported, this is where we want to be. What's the volume? 4 or 5 million? 3 million? I like this 77 level. I'm going to put a tester down here, take the fill, and then analyze it after that. But no big positions for this guy until like 9:31.
Yeah, I mean, when I pull up the 15 in the
Hopefully
daily
9:41
on AMD, it was pretty simple. The data is the good number here, and I think the juxtaposition when I talk about Intel between the two of them was going to be that data came through for them. You know, PC that was going to be a bad side for both names, but data came through. Data center growth has been sort of crushing competitors, and then you're seeing that. So the guide wasn't great, but 77. I always look for a breakout, and when you're in new territory, I want the longs above that territory. And then I went to the daily chart. My daily chart's going to suck. I actually tweeted out the trade ideas chart because the daily's missing a bunch of data, but you can still see 79. So I like longs into 77. I'm on the bid. I'll take that at the open. If it can't hold that, forget about it. I'll look for shorts probably somewhere else. And then that 79 is actually a place where, yeah, you can be getting out, but it makes sense to be more long as it breaks out that level into the 80. Then you're not having to take 80s long. Intel is beneath the 50 period on the daily. That's 28.5. So if it makes a test, I should have been sitting at the offer up there when it came up early. I was not. I elected not to have any orders out. That kind of sucks, but I'd short just this level on Intel. It's up at that 28.5. Since earnings, that is the high. I mean, obviously, it flushed through 30 on the actual morning or in the afternoon. But that's been that high in the resistance, so I will short that level. Pretty much that level alone, unless something crazy happens or it breaks down through 28 even. At the open, I'll be on the offer in front of that one. Not really looking at NVIDIA as much today. It's going to be Intel and obviously AMD being that reported. That's going to be my focus.
To Snapchat, down big time here. Not a good report for Snap, pointing to further weakness to come. Further ad sales weakness to come right across the board for advertisers. Interesting chart here. This is the forecast, obviously, going into Q1.
Jeez.
The first ever revenue decline forecast by this company after it's not providing a forecast for this quarter. But you can see the directional movement of that chart downside for quite some time.
Yeah, specific reasons for that. Basically, Snap saying that its direct response business really did well, but unfortunately for it, it has a significant brand advertising exposure. The direct response business actually benefits Google and Meta, whose system is formatted more for that kind of advertising. So I don't know what that means for these big digital advertisers coming up today and tomorrow, but not faring well for Snap yesterday.
Yeah, is this too far, too fast here? I guess is the best question for Snap, guys. Do we get some follow through downside?
Well, it just broke 20. My out was at 20. I'm going to show you. Come to the chart really quickly, guys, just because it just broke this 20 level. The aftermarket, it tried to bounce through there. So I got out at 20. It's now back to 10, 15. Maybe it's too far, too fast in some regard. I think it's a pretty ugly looking quarter, and the fact that they quote unquote, it's not technically guidance, but they talked about revenue decline for the first time. So, look, and that's in their investor letter. That's not a positive. They've been in trouble for a while. I don't necessarily think the company has a good road ahead of them. All that said, down 12%. If it doesn't break the low, there's only usually one place for it to go. My stop was at 10. I was able to get some scalps out there, but through that 20 level, I don't know that I would short it again unless it's up at like 1075, 1080. Like it would have to make a significant move. Maybe there's a 1050 in there. It's ugly on the daily. The positive that you would look for here is it's got, if you look at the higher time frame, the positive would be that it's actually made higher lows from the October bottoms, and it's still technically above the 50-period moving average, which sits right around this 10 level, which is part of why I like the notion of sitting in that short and looking for a flush beneath the 50-period. But if it supports that 50, then I guess there'll be some relief buying coming to the upside here. So I'm out of it for now. I'll re-engage. If it holds beneath this at the open, I might take another short. Otherwise, I'll wait until the next 20 minutes and we can see the open. I never want to fight these ones when they're down over 10% in the pre. Like if you get it and it rocks into the bottom at the open, great. If it's breaking out into the open, you do not want to get caught. I think it was... I will never forget this exact same setup on Robinhood, and this is the reason why I never average into these in the last 15 minutes into the open, because with a similar situation in Robinhood, it didn't break the high, and when it broke the high at the open, it was halted to the upside only like minutes later. Not nearly as high short interest in Snapchat as was the case in Robinhood, but I've learned that lesson that I'm not going to sit there fighting it. It needs to show me a rejection before I get back into the shorts in Snapchat. And someone in the chat was like, yeah, well, Neil's looking one way and Sean's looking the other. We had the exact same key price. Where I thought the shorts were out is where Sean liked the long in at that 1020 level. And only because it's worth mentioning here, Meta not exactly having very bad of a day, only down 1%. If Snap were to have flushed, I wanted to be going long in Meta at the 145. You can see on the 15-minute chart, that is the clear inflection line, at least for me, on Meta. I mean, 140 is probably just as big of one, but I think we could see 145 on any kind of a dip today. I like the dip buy here at the open on Meta at 145, but also, if we never get there early, that could be a good dip price on the Fed. So if we actually just hang higher and test 150, let's say we have one of those flushes at 2 p.m., I'm going to still like that 145 area to pick up some Meta. Of course, we know Meta reports tonight.
You can't. Yeah, so my computer, it's being worked on right here. So well, first of all, I mean, look.
You want to talk to my
Snapchat
chart?
there? No, it doesn't really matter. I can talk to whatever. I don't need a chart for right now. Actually, I mean, I can call up this chart right here. We'll call up eSignal. We're just trying to load up my software there. Okay, look. So here's the move down on Snapchat. Obviously, it's pretty epic to that bottom. I was just looking at this 950 area just to see if we could hold it. So that's a level right there that I was thinking about holding. Unfortunately, I never like to get into a breakout, you know, pre-market, post-market, all this kind of stuff, right? It's obviously not post-market, but you know, it just broke that level. We were looking at 1020. I'm not super happy to be in this right now, but it was a light position. So we're long right now on this break. The most it went was 5 cents. But again, you know, we called the right direction at least. We just don't have the right price right now. We took out the top. We didn't want to go short. We knew about not going short. The short could still work. I don't know. But right now it took out that level. We got to respect the levels that we're in. So I'm going to wait for this 950 area to come in before we start to buy any more. I'm not reloading this anywhere. It's not a big position. We'll put on like 3 or 4 times the shares if we get down into like 970, 980, something like that. That's what we'll get down to. So I'm going to wait for that to happen. But for now, we're long Snapchat. We're long at 1020. I would say the first area of concern is up here near 1040. And then we'll just see if it can fly. The interest here on the short side is not huge. It's only 6%. You can see here on trade ideas. So not a big interest on this for the short side of things. So that's not going to be the reason for this name to go up. Let's just see if it's too beat down here. The quarter was bad, sure, but no guidance, right? I think that's a good thing to not really guide forward on too many things right now, especially if it's so murky. But let's just wait to see. I still think Snapchat can get bought out at some point, and I don't know at what valuation or by who. But right now, the market cap's still pretty frothy there at $13.7 billion. So we'll see what happens here with Snapchat. I like the long rather than the short, but I'm not engaging this again until we're down here 970, 980. Small tester long here up at 1020.
Just be aware, anyone watching AMD CEO on CNBC currently for AMD. Match as well. If you're watching Match Group, MTCH, the call is underway, so some comments coming through right now for Match Group. Let's talk some Chinese ADRs because the entire group, you can see all of these higher this morning so far. A bunch of different catalysts here to be aware of if you're just joining. Baidu specifically, BlackRock disclosing a 7.6% stake. That's higher, so they added about 1% from their current 6.6%, obviously. But everything else back to the upside as well. We got delivery numbers, January delivery numbers for Li Auto, NIO, and XPeng. Mostly negative. Li was the best, but NIO and XPeng mostly negative, or a decline at least in delivery numbers from a year ago. All the ADRs, though, what are you looking at today?
Yeah, I'm just mesmerized by this $10 trillion assets under management for BlackRock. That's a lot of money to be thrown around. But yeah, obviously buying Baidu here on the news that they were using or looking to use a ChatGPT-like search function for its search engine. I'm just reading some of the notes here from the CEO basically on the call, saying that he's so glad the technology they're pondering can attract so many people, but worries about how effective the commercialization of that technology could be. So looks like there's still some hesitance with how they're going to actually make money off this ChatGPT thing.
Yeah, and how do we get to a point where, I mean, is it going to be one and everyone just uses the one, or is it going to be multiple players like we see with search in general, right across the board? You get 2 or 3 and then you pick your favorite kind of thing. We'll have to see. But yeah, Baidu coming out with their own, they said, I guess it was last week we were talking about that, coming up in March. So what do we do here, guys? BlackRock likes Baidu. BlackRock yesterday likes Silvergate as well. SI on a big move yesterday afternoon.
So look, Baidu kind of burned me the other day because I like 140. And this is like, I'm going to show you Alibaba in a second, which is eerily enough, not a dissimilar setup. 140 on Baidu. It looked like it was going to make a nice middle bounce over that level. After breaking it, you can see at the open, it just flushed, wiped everybody out, continued the next day, and now you're gapping above. So I don't really see it. I don't see anything I really like, particularly on Baidu, but following along here, Alibaba, we were mentioning this earlier, this is 113.15. You can see it was previous support. Like the last time, since the highs at 120, that was the closest support level. It gapped into resistance. That's a break. So if we go another dollar change, it's a break on Alibaba. The EV names, Li Auto almost went too far for me. You know, if XPeng can actually find its gear above like 11, I'm looking at here, that looks like it has a break with room to go $1. NIO didn't excite me pretty much at all for any longs. It would have to climb above 12.35. It's been sliding. We've seen this on delivery numbers before where good or bad, initially at the open, you're just going to get a sell-off. So I don't know if we see like NIO 11.50 or something like that. And then Li Auto, it's just too far gone. That's a NASDAQ one. That always messed me up there because NIO's in New York. That would have to get back into 25 for Li Auto. I think in and around that, it would make some sense. So Baba on the break, but it's $1 away from looking at that particular level. And we had to refresh the position board because I stopped out of Snapchat. we'll let you guys know what we're doing with these names. And I had a 10-20 stop on Snap. You can see it broke. I'm out. So we refreshed the position board to correctly reflect that. I have to take a position now.
Yeah, okay, good. Oh, well, mine not correct now, so.
Yeah, that's...
okay, so we'll figure that out. I'm still long here on Snapchat. But okay, I just wanted to look at Alibaba today. It's on the sticky note. We talked about that. If you want to join me on the sticky note, it's at TraderTV, Sean. Look, but like I said this already, Sharif sort of made the point that I was trying to make earlier at the beginning of the show when we first started out was BlackRock coming in and taking a stake in Baidu today. Baidu's a NASDAQ name. Obviously, that's going to help this stock go back up to the upside. I'm going to get rid of this. We don't need to see the market on open. It doesn't really matter too much. What is going on here? Okay, come on, Baidu. Let's go. Load this thing up. Big move up, 8% up here. I just think that, if they're investing in a Chinese internet name, then why not go over? Baidu is supposed to be like the Chinese, kind of like YouTube. They don't have YouTube over there. It's banned in China, so nice move to the upside right here for Baidu. No surprise there. If you're going to look at a daily chart, these Chinese ADRs, this is a double, right? Double from the bottom and looking to go higher. And there's a lot more room to go up here. So what I do is I say, okay, if they think that Baidu's a high quality company, I actually think Alibaba is just as high quality. And again, I don't think there's any accounting issues here with Alibaba. They keep doing their singles day. They're busting out huge record numbers every time. I think that's coming up in February, I believe, Singles Day. I'm not sure, though, on that one. But yeah, big time movements here for Alibaba, I think, incoming. I really like this 113 break. It's dipping down a little bit now, obviously, on the 1 minute. It's not doing much, just sitting out here, 112. Very much barcoding, waiting for those algos to come in and buy this name up. So for me, I really like Alibaba. And the more I see this, like, I am very tempted to say you just buy this 112.50 here on open. The problem with buying something on open, of course, is, as we continue to talk about this, the NASDAQ is flat right now. So I don't know where this market wants to go here into a Fed day. So I think it's very risky to buy anything on the open here. That's why I'm not super happy with my Snapchat position right now, because we're just long right here. We're fine with it. We wanted to go long. It did break. The better break would have been 10.15, obviously, but we're not sitting there looking at it. So I'm going to stay long in Snapchat, but I really like this Alibaba long. I already have a bid down here at 111. So if it comes in, we'll watch out for that 111 bid and then try to calm down. I think that's the biggest thing that we sort of screwed up with yesterday. We got into the NVIDIA short real quick. Wow, it's 9:21. Okay, let's keep going on here. We have Tesla to come through, but I like Alibaba on any dips. I think this is a name that I want to buy today, up 1.5 against a weak market. Let's continue to buy these Chinese ADRs on any dip. My bid's at 111.20, and then we'll see about a 110 break or something. But I don't want to get rid of this one too early today. Let's try to hold on to Alibaba if we get it.
All right, Tesla on a bit of a flex this morning, going to 20,000 units per week coming out of Shanghai. Just digest that for a second. That's significantly higher. If you remember going back to the end of the year last year, they had some COVID issues and some shutdowns in that plant because of COVID-related problems, obviously. But back to 20,000 units per week. Remember when they announced that price cut initially in China first? The first 3 days after that price cut, they sold 30,000 cars per day. Now,
basically, Brendo,
it's getting even better now.
The company's average daily retail sales in China is up 36% year over year. They're selling, on average, between January 1st to January 29th, 25,686 vehicles a day, guys. This is what some companies do in an entire year. But he also said that we're looking at 2 million vehicles in the face if no force majeure comes in. So obviously ambitious numbers coming out of there.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to get to that 2 million number on the year, they're going to have to get to these kind of numbers on a weekly and monthly basis. But pretty impressive, nevertheless, guys, once again, for Tesla.
If you added up Li Auto and NIO's monthly deliveries that just came out, you get 20,000. So yeah, of course it's impressive, but we know that about Tesla at this particular point. Is it probably, technically speaking, overvalued based on how many units they actually sell? Okay, compared to the other OEMs, yeah, obviously that's true. 170 was a heck of a dip buy yesterday. We're at 74, so I feel like that's enough runway that if there is one of those whipsaw actions at the open, 170 becomes a nice little place for a bit of a dip buy, and you can see the deal with 180. Similar thing with a spike up to 180 today. I don't want to be stuck sort of just over-engaging in the middle on a Fed day, but those two, like, just give me the even dollars and I'll stay away from the rest. The Chinese ADRs, I think, are obviously going to be in play. I'm not looking at Lucid or Rivian. Don't really have any ideas that I like off those two. So Tesla, give me the evens, and I'll be more focused on the Neos. Well, sorry, probably the Li Autos and the XPengs of the world. If XPeng can break, fantastic. Right now, it seems like those are headed toward dip buys, though.
Just quickly here, because we were talking chip names, Intel just catches an S&P downgrade. So they downgraded it just one notch, A+ to A. Still great for Intel, but yeah, they've been beat down there, catching a 28 bid right now on the downside. So we'll wait to see if Intel can hold out on that. Tesla, to me, it's 180 or bust. And again, this is just another one of those names, man, where you're going to be sitting here. What's up, Fahad? You're going to be sitting here. Whenever this guy's hanging around, I'm a little nervous because I don't know what he's going to be doing anytime soon there, this guy, Fahad. But Fahad is a great character there yesterday. Even my wife was watching. She's like, oh, so I see Fahad was flexing on you guys there at the bell. And I was like, yeah, man, this dude's getting ready to rock and roll here. And
yes, he is.
Yeah, so, all right. I was just looking at that 180 here on Tesla. So we'll wait to see what happens here. There it is right there, 180 as the top. Like I said, I don't really want to bust out anything. We're into Snapchat already. And I think we can take that 180 here off the open. If we do, then I say why not 200? But again, a lot of this is going to depend on Papa Powell here today and what comes through at 2 o'clock. I think there's going to be good opportunities here on the open in the next 5 minutes. But for now, I say you just try to buy these bottoms like 170-ish, something like that on Tesla. But I just want to wait to see the momentum. Like, today's a much different day for me. Normally, I'm like, let's go. We're got some good levels here. Like here, AMD's a sell. Like, what's up with that? That's a sell into a good number. I'm sitting down here at 77 on AMD looking to get that. The NASDAQ imbalance just came out. What about Robinhood? This is another name we haven't talked about in a long time. That's showing up here. Okay, so that came as a sell, and I guess everyone was like, yeah, we forgot about Robinhood. Sell it down to the downside right there. That's there too. SoFi's on a buy. That could take 7. SoFi is an interesting name here because we've seen it off earnings bounce off that 7. So right there it is right there, 7. So we could see SoFi take 7 today. That could be actually, that's a good trade. SoFi through 7.
Whoa. Sell MGM and SGM.
Okay, so go over to Neil's screen.
MGM is just flushing like an absolute. MSGM, is flushing like a rock, and MGM is going down as well. This is getting pretty ugly. It's actually down half.
What?
We always talk about these. You always have to pay yourself out because they can just slap an offering on you or anything like that very quickly. And it's the same thing happening in MGAM. A lot of these were sympathy plays. That had what I thought could have been a bit of 350, but that's gone. There it is. Intends to use net proceeds from private placement for development of multiple games, working capital, generate. Also 3.9 direct offering. 3.9 million direct offering. So just to come down and take a step back, we have 3 minutes to go. One of the first things you should do if you're ever trying to swing one of these names is just check to see if they have the ability to drop a shelf on you. Because if that's already out there, you know it's coming in the next couple of days, and you don't get the rug pulled. That's ugly. It often happens in the pre-market. At least it didn't happen at like 9:35. But hopefully people got themselves paid out on the way up because they can come down pretty quickly. I am no longer looking for the dip buy at the same price as an MGAM. Clearly, the things have changed with this stock, with the offering on MSGM. And this will go for eBet or any of the names that were going to the upside.
That was a big move. Yeah, both of them, MSGM and MGAM, downside huge. Yeah, 3.9 million direct offering at the market, guys. Wow. Let's go to Peloton here quickly. Running out of time, but I wanted to show this real quick. I mean, actually not that bad. Smaller loss, cash flow conditions improving. The cash burn rate was significantly better. They obviously passed off production as well, but 94.5 million versus 550 million a year ago in this quarter. What do you think for Peloton here?
Yeah, it's basically what you said. It's not as bad as it initially looked. Looks like they're still losing money on their treadmills and bikes, but they're actually making more margin-wise on their subscription services, which is kind of what you want, right? That's where the high margin is, and that's where you kind of want to focus on. So kind of some saving grace. The CEO saying also that this may be a turning point for them, probably referring to the subscription increases. So let's see. We got a lot of upside, Brendo. So.
Yeah, it's been an impressive move as we were talking late in the day yesterday, already off the lows for Peloton, guys. Is there more to come?
I like where it's at.
I don't know. I don't know if there's more to come or not.
Like it just broke the 200 period, so I think at least it might have a floor down there. Like that's $13. I was maybe saying this in the afternoon. I do think I was, but 14. That's like 14.30 on the daily. That's a big level. So you might have a bit of an inside, look for longs in front of 13. It probably has resistance to 14.30. That makes me really dislike where it is right now. I'll look for a dip at the open, and maybe you can rip beneath that 13. I think you run away from it. Like it's got the plague. So that's kind of my thought for Peloton. It's not the first place I'm going to be going to. I think Snap at the open is going to be a little bit more interesting to be sure. I like Meta for a dip buy. AMD's already going here. It's up at like 78.50. So I'm not sure we're going to get that 77 at the open, but I'll wait patiently for it. On a Fed day, especially on a Fed day, I mean, generally speaking, you don't want to compromise in price at 9:30. Either you get the fill where you want it, don't chase things. It's got to be the fill that you want because the whipsaw action can absolutely crush you. Be very careful with any of those recent gaming names. If they haven't fallen back in on that offering on MSGM, then you can see something crazy happen at the open because some people are going to not be able to execute until the open, and there might be some selling still left to go on a lot of those ones. As Sharif is going to be ringing the bell on Fed Day, Hump Day Wednesday as well.
Yes, sir.
Sharif, ring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, friend. That was too fast.
Yeah, that was a good one there. Okay, we'll watch Palantir through $8 as well coming out pretty soon. Hopefully we'll see if that can move around a little bit. A quick check here on AMD as the market is now open. As Neil said, this name screaming to the upside one more time here is AMD. Just now it's gone. We were hoping for some dip buys. Obviously that didn't come through, so we'll have to wait on AMD right now. Taken down 79. I said maybe 80 was something there, but this looks like this just wants to go. There it is, man. What a move up for AMD. Wow. Still continuing. That was a dip buy. Like, look at the market coming in here. AMD is just like, see you later. Huge move up to the upside right now as this market pulls back in. I don't have anything executed yet, just Snapchat. I am waiting for a little bit of a dip here in Apple in case this market continues to go to the downside, but so far so good here on a relatively calm open. We only have Snapchat. So.
Oh, goodness. Like, forget it. I'm canceling my offers on Intel at 28. 28.50 I was offering. Now I want to short 28s because AMD goes up. Intel just already flushing. The first pop I get, I'm going to have to try to take the short in this. I knew what net direction I wanted to be, but I just said don't compromise on price, and I was unwilling to do so. That's going to suck. Obviously, you're going to see not just AMD, but Peloton making some moves there. That just broke out that level on the daily, that 14.35. Can it actually hold above? You got to look at it on the daily, not just as 14.20. I might step up my bids a little bit to the 13.50 area if it does start to come back. And that MJAM is catching a bid. I'd be a little bit cautious with this because, after the offering got slapped down on MSGM, I don't know how much this one is going to be able to run. So let's see how it performs at that 420 level. I think I paid for shorts here, and I might take a shot shorting this. I wasn't looking shorts earlier, but that 420, I'm now looking for a short if it can start to roll over at the open. That's based on the fact that you had the flush in MSGM.
SoFi's trying to give some back here a little bit. It didn't really go up to that 7. I was still watching, like, is Alibaba even open yet? I don't think so.
It's not doing anything.
I don't think it's open, man. It's only done 1 million shares. I don't see any big prints yet. Alibaba not even open. Okay, so the only position we have here is Snapchat. Snapchat's starting to go a little bit. We talked about it. It just made a bottom at 10. So I'm just long here from the open. So hopefully this can go. Again, look at the market. Starting to come in, though, here. Nice move in on the market, to be honest with you, right here. So let's just wait. Now it's bouncing a little bit. So Snapchat still not doing much. AMD trying to pull back a little bit. So that's an interesting level there for me here on a possibility for AMD coming back in to that 78 level. That's something to look out for as well. What's up, Brandon?
Early halt here on this latest entry into the AI crew versus opened essentially and halted right at 3. It's saying limit up, limit down, but it didn't really do much there at the open. Just watch out for versus.
Very quickly, MGAM made the push through that 420, slammed up, rejected on the way back down. I was able to get some shares in there. You can see these fills. I can't pull my chart over. I got some at 390 out, but if this doesn't get back down to like 80s and 70s, I don't even think that's all that fantastic. If it takes out the high, I'm going to be out. There it goes. It just actually broke through, break even. I ended up accidentally long. I don't want the long there. So it was a quick little snap into 390s, and then no reload for me. I just got out when it went to break even. Don't want want to fight that too far. Snap's now back above that 1020, but here comes a move down on AMD. This could be, there's a wick top through the high, fail the high. Now you might get an opportunity for a little bit of a dip buy. It'll be quick scalp trades, I think, on that MGAM. But yeah, the dips are starting to come in here, and I want to take advantage of them, starting with AMD, obviously. We'll see about Meta, but no, Meta's not dipping at all.
Oh, Meta's just ripping?
No, Meta's, yeah, my chart's right. Meta's only ripping.
Okay, I got a dip buy in Apple, and we were able to take something out in the 30s, but there it is as it breaks lower. So we got a 143 bid there. It broke through 143, and we got out, but maybe we just took the bottom out there. This market is going back down in, so I don't know, man. Maybe we do want to keep this short on board right now. Snapchat is ripping. We have 11 cents now in the money as that name's starting to dance around just a little bit right now. That Apple trade, it's too bad because I was just like, oh man, we could go here. All right, now it's starting to go back to the upside a little bit there. Maybe we just flushed out through that 143, but again, we'll take the long one more. There we go. You say we'll take the long one more time against that 142.80 just in case it wants to hold. But yeah, right now this is just a trade that, I don't know, we said we'd let the market try to settle down a little bit here off the open and see if we can find some key levels. We did take Alibaba on the breakthrough 113. The problem is I had that stop order in, and then I was like, uh-oh, we didn't open yet. So we're going to take this out if it comes. There it is. So now we're out. Well, we're not out. We put the offer in to get out of Alibaba as it breaks back down below 112 right now. So that name's starting to go to the downside here for Alibaba. So let's watch it out. I wrote down that we wanted to watch out for 111 for a key level there for Alibaba. So now, oops, sorry, here a second. Now that we're in Alibaba, we can sit there and watch out for it. That was another stock there, DIDIY on the pink sheets, just looking at some Chinese ADRs. That's the old Didi, if you guys remember that one. So we'll watch out for Didi. Watch out for 115 here on Alibaba. That's key, more key than this 113. We'll dip until we get into that level.
So I just got into Intel short, but it looks like AMD doesn't want any part of 77s. It actually just held 78 there. So I might look for a long, maybe even starting it earlier than I want to at that 78. I don't want to chase it just yet. XPeng, by the way, that's the Chinese EV name that I'm interested in. It did resist breaking that 1111 level, so it is heading to the downside and rejecting pretty hard. I think it might be worth a short in front of that level. I was really only looking for a long break. Now I have to consider looking at the shorts given how weak things are. Now Meta's starting to come back. So Meta starting a little bit of a downward push, but that's still super strong above the pre-market highs, pre-market lows. Instead of waiting for 45, I might just look for a 47 quick in and out dip buy. But all I got is right now Intel to the short side. That's slightly in the money, but not much. And that MGAM, so I got out of it. It made the same high at 440 and is now coming back in. So I think 450 might be a nice little level here on MGAM. If you're watching MSGM that slapped the offering, it's halted, but this is an up halt on MSGM. So it hit a bottom at 22 and halted up, at least what I'm looking at $27. But that's still down, 35 from the pre-market. So it's down 35 from the pre-market levels at the open and in an up halt now. You can't make this crap up, man.
No,
I just got Peloton, but
we knew there'd be a lot of interest in that name, upside or downside right there right now. All right, so we're still in Alibaba here, trying to go up to the upside a little bit. As we said, we did get some out at 112.50, and then we just started the reload there, realizing that, of course, this is the level that we want, right? We want this level to come into play there, 111. So we're going to put on much bigger shares if we get down there to that 111 mark here on Alibaba. One name that just so strong, should have just bought that dip. We said we wanted to buy dips in this name. It's right there on the stick. We didn't do it. This dipped right back to 78 as if, just so stupid missing that trade. Sometimes it's like that one trade that you miss comes back to haunt you at some point. So, yeah, that one, nicely done there. Nice dip buy if anybody had that back to 78. What a great opportunity that was for everybody. Palantir as well. All right, down to 770, still down on the day. I just wanted to look at that. It just crossed out some levels there, but it's not really doing too much. I was looking at a break of $8. That's not into play yet. Alibaba's trying to come back in. Snapchat, we took There it is. We took 10 cents there on Snapchat, but we only got out of 20%. So now that it falls back in, we still have our take down here at 960 where we really want to get long Snapchat. So let's wait to see if that one can continue to work. We're still long Alibaba here at 1201. If it comes back up into the 40s, we'll take a piece out and then we'll hold it. But by a piece, I mean like just about 10% out. I still think we could take out 113 here on Alibaba. So I like this long. We're back in it at 12 flat here for Alibaba, looking for some more trades.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the well now that we're back beneath 1020 on Snapchat, but I want it closer to that 1020 or 1025. I got the dip into the pre-market lows on Peloton. When it broke that level on the daily, or at least hit it, I stepped up the dip buy into 1360s in front of 50s, and I got half out in front of 40s. So try to ring the register because that's a wick high at a key level on the daily. It can mean an abject rejection of that price area, but I want to hold this as long as it holds 1350. I want to be in this one for the long haul. Snapchat, I think, is finally entering the zone. Never mind. Yeah, I thought I saw some prints up here at 1015. I was about to say it was popping back off 10 and going to give me a re-entry in front of that 1020. So you have a fail break at the 20 level and then a potential re-entry for me as it rejects that breakout that stopped me out and I look back into the shorts. Yeah, AMD is so far. It's not that far gone because remember, on the daily, is my daily going to suck? On the daily, this is 79 on the daily. So 79 is just as big of a level here. It's about 79.5, and that's exactly where we just touched. So if it consolidates up here, 79 even to 79.5, there is a valid long on the higher time frame that I can see above this level. I know as crazy as it sounds to want to punch long here when it's already made that high, but crazy is as crazy does. So I was just trying to give the explanation as to why I'd punched the long when I liked 77s for a dip buy. But I did say in my morning note, I was like, I like 79 on that break in the daily. 79.50 is technically that level. I'll give it back to 79 even. If it goes to the downside, well, Intel's probably working anyways. Meta's long gone at this point. And Tesla, I did not want to ignore those evens on Tesla. It is slowly grinding down toward 170. Yeah. We're not there yet. But Tesla kind of feeling weak with this market. We might see that 170 in short order for a test.
All right, we're trying to get a test right here of Microsoft back down to 247. I don't mind buying this one into yesterday's sort of close action there for Tesla, for Microsoft. Sorry, you just talking about Tesla for Microsoft. So we'll see if we can buy at 247. That bottom here is 246.50. I probably don't want to play around with too many of those wicks, but we'll see 246.50 right there coming through. There it is. We just got 247 flat right now for Softy. So we're in this one. And by the way, I know Baidu's right now ripping. We're going to hope for the same thing on Alibaba, 50 cents in the money and trying to go higher. We also did that dip buy here on Microsoft, so we're going to watch out for that one coming through right now as well. Microsoft trying to get back down to that 246.50 area where we'll buy a little bit more. What's up, Brendo?
We did get some positive economic data overnight from Chinese economy as well. FUTU, one of the online education companies. In fact, all of the online education companies looking like this as well. Now 7% for FUTU today.
So quickly, the theoretical auction price for the reopen of MSGM is $29.56. I'll put it in the chat for you guys. I talked about it and I didn't actually give it to you. We don't mind giving you guys that information. We have it here. If you don't see imbalance data in your system, always ask your broker. I just added to Intel, and if it gets above 28.20, I am out. This one is screaming. It's not green yet. Green is at 28.25. So once again, I'm shorting the pop in Intel. AMD did give us.
Wow, it's 80.
Yeah, I know. It just touched 80. So 79.87. So on the way up there, a 79.50 break. Am I going to get some out in front of 80? Yes, pretty much every single time. Because if it flushes 80, I think we get a dip buy opportunity back into that 79.50 area at least. So I'm going to slap back on the bid here. Piton is the other name that I'm long. I was able to scalp some out there as it got back up to 14. Now it looks like it wants to give me a reload opportunity. I don't want to get too aggressive here. If it breaks 50s, I'm out. I'll slap the fail on Intel. At some point, when it goes up, I'm going to get burned on it. But I'll go back to the well with Intel at some point. And it'll likely be that 28.50, which is where I started on Intel. I won 28.50. That's a 50 period on the daily. I just bid Peloton and then missed it. It's going upside. I'm not going to chase that too far. Forget about it. Like I like it in front of 1350. Give me a price in the 60s. I'm not chasing it all the way to 80. Don't feel like risking that much. AMD just gave the dip. off of that 80 level, so don't want to go long up there, pay yourself out. Now we're going to get the dip back into 79.50 area. Let's see if we can get back to that 80 level. I haven't checked on NVIDIA because AMD's the one going nuts today. Maybe NVIDIA's making moves, but I feel like I'll be sitting NVIDIA out today.
Yeah, AMD, I'm waiting for that 80 break. We have a big-time winner, man. It's $1 now in the money here for Alibaba, right back up to that level that we're talking about here of 113. So, again, this is why we take a small little hit early, load it up late, man. We talked about defending some dip buys. There it is right now. We are really cashing in now on Alibaba. I'm waiting at 98 right now to get another piece out. It's just at that 113 level, so why not right now go up a little higher there than Alibaba? We're out of half. We are out of exactly half, and our best outs, of course, were just right now. We had one at 68, two at 88 or 81, one at 81, one at 88, and now we're trying to grab a 98 right now on Alibaba. So that's going to be a big runner right now. And for those of you that are looking at Baidu as well, Brendan just mentioned to us that was at all-time days high right now, up to 148. Nice little rip there for Baidu. So good. Congratulations if anyone read the sticky note, or sorry, the sticky note at Alibaba, but our watch list that had Baidu on it. So right there, Microsoft, we've been doing well, man. We just bought one time here at 247. We got only one out at 25. So we take 25 cents. Now we're going to let this thing drop down a little bit here for Softy, and that's the play. It's just bringing it back in right now, 246.50. If it drops out 246.50, we're going to be gone. So just going to get that order in as we go over to Brendan. What's up?
All right, first of two manufacturing numbers to come here in a few seconds, guys. We'll get the S&P one first. PMI final for last month, and then the 10 a.m. is the ISM manufacturing PMI number. 46.8 on the S&P number expected, 48 on the ISM number. Still 20 seconds to go here. Keep in mind, coming up this afternoon, also a couple of important notes, if you hadn't heard already, including the FOMC announcement at 2 o'clock. We're back on at 1:45. Early for you, as we have 10 seconds here before we get this S&P number again. We'll get the manufacturing numbers today, and then the non-manufacturing PMI numbers coming up on Friday. Higher than expected, 46.9 versus 46.8. Again, the ISM one to come at 10.
I just don't know if that's good or bad. So I was getting out of some softy. I mean, I think it's good. The market's going, but I hate being in a position, as Brendan reminds us, that there's a number coming out. So right there, we did buy the dip on Microsoft. We talked about getting it at 70. So now we're out, and we're not out of everything there, but we're going to keep getting some out here as this number comes through for softy and for the market there on the PMI. 46.9 versus 46.2. So Brendan just gave that to us. Thank you for that. Let's get another piece out here on Softy in the teens. If it does go back up, it's a 30-cent winner on this one. So hopefully that'll go. And there goes Mr. Baba. So we'll go like that. A nice move to the upside right now as that's starting to go here. So we're long on Alibaba. We're long at 112, 111.95 right now for Alibaba. Let's see if it continues to go. There goes AMD, man.
Break.
Yeah, we got that break right now. So let's take out something here. If it goes 10 cents, then we can hold the rest. We don't, I just said maybe 80 is the short, as what I said earlier, but I don't know. We're in this name right now into Alibaba. Let's see where it goes, or sorry, into AMD. Let's see where it goes now on that break. I just took a piece out because it failed through 80. So take the long. I'm still here. I don't want to get any out. We've canceled all of our offers. Let's see if this one really wants to go. But that was that break right there on the daily, as I had to zoom back out right there. So I don't know. Really nowhere testing upside on the daily chart. We haven't been here in a long time. So let's see where it goes. But that break was really like 79.50. So we're kind of in uncharted territory up here, breaking above 80. But up 7%, we can get to that, right? So let's see if AMD wants to rip up a little bit more. We are long right now at 80.05.
So just like my favorite, instead of averaging down, averaging up. I added at 80 on AMD. So we're already in it, and we added at 80 when that made the break. My level was a little bit different on Alibaba because I looked at 113.15. I only wanted it at one price. I wanted it when it was breaking this level from 2 days ago. It only just broke it now. Now I just want to give it room to go because I think it's got room to 115. I just think this is going to be a straight shot to the upside. But AMD is now screaming through. I haven't taken anything out yet. Where am I sitting? I should just take something out in front of 30. There we go. I was sitting at like 32. I like that number. Shout out to Magic Johnson. But I just offered at 29s and got that one. So we added on AMD. I think it's just only along from here. 77 was great, but it never gave you 77s. That's just the reality. Piton continues to work, and XPeng also broke out. So I got the break on XPeng. That took out that 11-11 level. It's a little random, but that was where the resistance was when I looked at the chart. So it goes up to quarters. I'm going to take some out of that, and we'll ring the register on it. I don't have any shorts left because Intel's not at 28.50. I'll be there for you, Intel, when you get to 28.50, but I'm 0 for 1 shorting that one today. Meta's now coming back in. So Meta, a little bit weak there, Meta. I'm still looking for a 145 dip buy, and Snapchat is the other one I'm looking for a short. I'm still waiting for this 10-20 to reestablish itself and get back into the upside to be able to short some Snapchat, but that's not really doing much.
All right, man. We're we did really good there on AMD. We got a bunch of outs there upside, so that was really good, man. 20s, our best out I think was 28, something like that on the upside. So now it breaks a little bit lower here. No worries on that one. Alibaba, huge, man, up to 40 right there. So this name continues to run. We're in the 30s now to get a piece out. Market is falling down a little bit here, though. What's up, Brendan?
Boeing, guys, on a huge move back to the upside today. There were some comments from the CEO after the close yesterday hinting at higher jet output in general, but specifically, optimistic on China. That came around 5 o'clock yesterday after the close. Huge move here, 2.5% straight upside for Boeing today.
Yeah, nice Boeing. Not too bad, Boeing. I don't want to go over to that one too crazy just because there's enough moving in the market. And I think the issue with this is on a Fed day, like we're at 0.2% on the NASDAQ. I just want to show you guys what's going on. At the open, you did have a little bit of whipsaw action that does not break any meaningful ranges overnight. So there hasn't been a gigantic move, so make sure you're trading in the names that are at key price levels, that are doing something. Otherwise, I think you get chopped around. That's why I'm being patient with Meta. Like, I like Meta, I'm not seeing it just yet. I want to get some Snapchat short here. And now that it's bouncing, if it doesn't get through 10 right now to give me fills back at that 10-20 level I might just think about engaging it beneath the $10 level. Maybe if it breaks 990, this is hard to see on the 15-minute, but this is 990. I might try to short a 990 break with a stop around 10, and then it's short sell restricted, so I might not actually get that fill. So I'll see if I can get on a 990 break, but SSR means you don't always get the punch short.
All right, so yes, exactly. Microsoft's having a little bit of a problem here going, so I feel like we need to get some more out before eventually it snaps down. I mean, if this number comes out at 10 o'clock and is horrible, then we are going to have a little bit of a problem here with Softy. It just keeps on going to 15s and stopping, like over and over and over again. So there it is. We've taken out at 14 right there. I think it was 14, wasn't it? Oh, 09, sorry. But yeah, so here we go again. I don't know. Let me put one more here at 14. I thought I actually had one at 14. There it is. So we just put it to 14. It runs to it and stops. Here we go, Softy. You don't want to do that again. My screen is still flickering. I'll have to talk to Rob about that after. But there it is right now, 247.10. There it is. Okay, yeah, so we take that fill. Good fill for us right there right now on that. And as you can see, we're being very, very specific with absolutely all of our trades today. Not getting into too many names, man. AMD, BABA, Softy, and Snap. I know that's a lot, but we are long them all. So it's very, very manageable for me. We did get that fill at 113. That was our best fill. But here comes Alibaba pushing back down again. Okay, AMD. I took some out again there. I don't know. Where does this thing want to go, man? I'm in the 20s again. I just took some out at 80 again right there. So I don't know. We're going to watch out for AMD and see what that wants to do. I'm always going to trade big cap tech. So yeah, go ahead. I really love some Meta right now as well, bouncing around here near this bottom. So that's another take. We could look at Meta here.
So I actually just got out of Peloton. So Peloton just rejected the 1450. That's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just it got to 1450. I'm like, okay. It put a break at that level. So the second it broke 50, I threw a trailing stop in because the breakout, I thought it was actually going to continue going. And it actually went 1 cent and flushed right back in. So a tight stop there, but that's resistance on the daily chart. That's the other reason I'm going to be out of it. AMD, we added to it at that 80 level on the break. It gave you some 40s, but the original entry price at that 79.80 comes back into play here. Now, if you remember the daily, let's be patient with this. If you remember the daily chart, 79.50 area is that breakout on the daily. Those are those wicks. So if it bounces in this range, I think there's a place to add to this position right around here. So I'm sticking with the notion that I only want to be long this name, at least for now. I'm going to look to see if it can bounce in the 79 to 79.50 range and try to add to the AMD position. As a matter of fact, it's doing that as we speak.
All right, so we just got Microsoft. Did we get that at 59? Yes, we did. Microsoft, wow. You want to talk about a great trade right there. We're going to go awesome. We're going to go spin the money on that one as well, because there it is, man. Microsoft, I don't know where that came from, honestly. I was getting a little nervous on all these dips, and I actually just talked about it. Remember, I was like, oh, it's not breaking 14. It's not breaking 14. Well, when it did, we got a piece out there at VWAP, and then another piece at the 200 as Microsoft continues to make a move to the high side. AMD dropping down, new position alert right now though. Meta, we are in Meta here. That's why we got a little bit nervous with that AMD and got out of the majority of that trade. I even sold some sub 80 there as it's dipping down, but Meta, new position. I'm gonna buy some more. We're just gonna buy it against this, 147.40. If it breaks that, then we're gone. We're gonna buy some more here on any possible dips. Look, you're above it on the 50 period. You're down on Meta, obviously, because of Snapchat, and we know that here today. It's not going to be great for them. Their report's going to come tonight. We're going to see what Meta does. But again, wow, big move here for Meta. Hopefully back up to the upside. I can see us getting back to 148, 149, like 148.60 here. So we'll go long and hold on to that one for a little bit. Where's Alibaba? Where are we on this one? 112.80. All right, I'll take a piece. I'll bite and take a piece out. We'll take another piece out there for $1 on Baba. Let this thing rip up to the upside right now. Snapchat's really been so disappointing because it's not doing anything right now. So we did buy some 92s, and we'll have to watch out for that. So yeah, right now we're going to watch out for Snapchat. But other than that, man, AMD dipping. Not much else happening on my side, just other than 5 positions.
The market's about to go, the NASDAQ's about to go green here, but XPeng just got to resistance. This is 1030. It just hit 1030 in reverse, so I'm going to take another leg out of this. Just if it doesn't get through here, it's not going to get to 12, obviously. AMD's at that kind of key point there where it goes back into that 79.50. I have the higher time frame up here just to remind myself, hey, it's a bigger time frame trade. I don't want to be over trading this. It's these 50-cent ranges that are going to matter and not the 10, 15 cents that it goes. So I'm not offering till it gets back up to 80. If it can't hold this area here, I'll probably just get out of it and look to re-engage. And it's the same thing with Baba. So Baba on the break of 113.15, these wicks are not real. It's essentially holding 112.70. Right? So it's very much still in the pocket as long as it's above 112.40 or so. And I think there's room to 115. So I don't want to be out of that one too early. Tesla, I hate you, Tesla.
No, don't say that.
171. You know, it said don't compromise on price. I like the 170 dip buy. It went to 171. That just doesn't pick me up. And I've canceled my bid now because if I get it, I probably don't want it. It's now at 175, likely headed to the 180 level. That sucks. I got XPeng to the long side, but that's not really going anywhere. Where Intel is approaching 2850, so I got out. I'm now back in off of the 50 period on the daily and this level since earnings. That 2850 level is a line in the sand as the market's trying to break those highs. MSGM, by the way, I know you guys are watching this. It's actually back up to 39 and might be halting again. I'm not really fighting this stock. It's getting crazy. I might see what locates are just in case it gets up to like 50 or 60 again. This is crazy.
All right, man, we are just really doing damage here today. AMD, we just bought those 50s, man, all the way up. Good trade. Did it halt again?
No, it was just on me still.
Oh, just on you still. Okay. Nice damage done there. Nicely done for AMD. We're going to try to scalp it out. Don't really know why it's ripping why it's not ripping as the NASDAQ hits high a day. Oh, yeah, and by the way, we just put on that Meta trade. Let's go on that one as well. We took out, we just went long 60s. We just got out there at VWAP at 90. So that's 30 cents. But hey, we're doing what we're saying here. We're trying to scalp out today. You know, the move's already happened. The NASDAQ, I don't know if it's already happened. Hopefully it goes more. But the NASDAQ was already pretty low there, testing 12.1. Can we get back up to the high side? I don't know. We're flat on the day right now. I'd like to see it continue to work out here. So let's wait. Good out on Microsoft up there at 64, but we've just retraced back. We have a lot of longs on board here, man. So let's take another piece out of Microsoft right there. We'll go, oh my God, on that. that because Microsoft really took off. Let's get another piece out. We are now very light on this name. And now my concern, honestly, I'm going to take another 65 out right there. Good out for me there on AMD. Is AMD. This is by far my biggest position right now. I have an offer at 75 and then again at 87. Let's see what happens because if it comes down like it's doing right now, this is why we're getting out, man. We're out of half of our AMD trade. We're long at 46 and I don't care. I'm going to try to scalp this out. So, taking bigger positions, trying to make 20 or 30 cents, but still trying to hold on for this move. Let's go. Give me those 75s right now. If we can get those, that'd be pretty sweet here in AMD. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Now we'll try to put on these hands. Come on, AMD. We're ripping up right now, man. This is going to be a great day. It's a great market, and we're back, baby.
Yeah, I want to see. Give me those 80s on AMD. I don't want to take anything out till it gets tighter to that. Tesla, I'm just going to quickly show you. 175 actually happens to be the 50 period on the daily. It's at a pretty significant price level itself. And the tap on MSGM is $40. Just ask in the chat. Let me know if you want to know what it is. I'll just take a quick glance. I'm out of Alibaba. I wanted that one to give that big breakout style trade, but I don't want to give it more than $1. I thought it was $2 to 115. I didn't scalp anything out, but if it breaks that buck down in, and that's my level of risk, trying to take that one to 115. So one in, one out. I'm back into Intel short. I got to be concerned with XPeng a little bit here, because it's still trying to reject that 1130 area. However, if it breaks 1130, I'm looking to add to the position long. If I get a dip buy, great off 1111. Otherwise, we're going to also take a breakout through that 1130. That's just a wick high from last week. I think room to 12 on XPeng. So this is one kind of like AMD where I was adding on the way up. I also want to add to this. Just going to get my stop order in. I've just now shorted Snapchat again. So we'll see how this goes. I stopped out pre-market using that 1020 area. Instead of breaking 990, he just gave me another shot at 1020. That wick high is up to 1035. That'll be my out as I work back into Snapchat shorts to join Intel to the south side.
Shit.
And yeah, I mean, there's crazy action happening on some small caps. I get that with the MSGM news, but I got my focus on these 4 names currently.
Dude, I didn't even realize we are in the money on all 5 of these positions. I didn't realize Snapchat went all the way back up there, so it's a good thing you just talked about it there a little bit. Yeah, we're long now at 10s. So finally, it's come back for us. We haven't got anything out. You know, we bought this 20. We got out at 30. That's a 10-cent win. But we didn't get out of everything. We got out of 20%. So that when we bought it back, you know, now we're still in this kind of the same position. We have a little bit more shares than we had previously. But oh crap, there's a number coming. Okay, happening now. We're buying some more metas.
Hoodoo.
We're watching out for Snapchat. Let's go over to Brendan with 20 seconds to go here.
I might have picked the wrong.
And a fancy new intro as well. Shout out to Farhad for that. 15 seconds to go here, guys. We'll get the U.S. ISM. We can go right to my screen there, Brad. Thank you. U.S. ISM manufacturing number for last month, 54321. 48 expected here on this number, 47.4. 47.4 versus 48, so lower than expected. Jolt's job openings out as well, higher. That's actually positive because they want to see those declining. So 11 million versus 10.3. Prices paid higher, 44.5 versus 40.4. Remember, I was mentioning that in the pre-market there. That's the prices paid to manufactured goods currently. So here we go. That's a look at the board right now. S&P 0.17 downside 0.5% for the Dow. The Russell in the red, but only just. Same story for the NASDAQ there. 0.08, 0.13 to the downside. If you're with us early on, we told you everything you needed to know about Snap, Tesla, AMD, and many more. Great report for AMD right across the board. Not so much here for Snap, guys. Did pop up on that, though, trying to hold $10.
Get up. Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah,
that works out. So AMD just bounced off that 79.50. Not a bad level. Not too bad at all. It just gave 80s again, or at least close enough to 80s. It has to break 80 or I'm not taking any more out here. I want this one getting, like, it could go stratosphere above these levels. Go to the daily chart, right? As far as I'm concerned, 83 in the 200 period, that's the top that I'd be looking for at some point today, and I only want to be looking longs on it. Snap, I did get into the short on Snapchat. Thankfully, they don't care about the ISM number. If it gets to 10.10, I want to get out. And by the way, the market absolutely jamming. Tesla is now Tesla is now up at that 175 and trying to make a break itself. You're saying Meta. Go to Meta. Where's Meta?
Meta's ripping right now. AMD is ripping. Man, are we excited? Let's go. Like, honestly, man, this is what we're doing right now. Look at Meta. We dip bought that. Look at AMD. I'm with Neil on this, man. Let's keep on holding this as much as we can. This is why we're trading with shares, guys. Huge move to the upside right now. What's up, Brendan?
Big pop in Netflix here, guys, as well, helped by that. But this just out from the information, Netflix telling advertisers sign-ups last month doubled in January. So big move up here for Netflix.
356 was the huge resistance yesterday. It's breaking 356 now. I remember that number because I missed the short by pennies. I know pretty much exactly where I want to take this long. It'll be off that 56 level if it can't hold this. Maybe 55 gives it a little bit back. I'm going to buy the dip again on AMD because it just came right back into 79.50. So we got some out at that 80 level and above, but I'm going to rinse and repeat on AMD there. But I'm getting some bids on Netflix. It's not to say to chase it, but if there's continuation, Netflix has $15 worth of room to the upside if you look at the 15-minute chart. So I'm going to get my longs in here, but I just got the reload on AMD, so I want to make sure I'm rinsing and repeating that. 79.50 over and over again, back into that 80 level, and then get some out as it breaks the 80 level as well. So one level alone for me on AMD has been pretty gold.
All right, guys. Yeah, thank you for watching one more time again, man. This has been a big show one more time. Every day, man, seems to be getting bigger and better for us. So, okay, so the only one that's of any kind of a problem right now is Microsoft. We'll buy this dip a little bit here in that. I don't know. It is struggling to the upside. We're really green today, and we're really having a good day. So I hope you guys enjoy everything that we're putting on for you here today, including real emotion. You know, that's what it's all about here on the show. You know, there's traders out there that fake it. I'm not here to do that. So let's just keep on going to the long side. I will tip the swear jar. There goes Microsoft to the downside. So we will flush that one down as that name not working out. And AMD, man, this is why we ring that register multiple times down there, man. Hit the subscribe. We got tons of viewers right now. It's pretty much a record for us. So thank you for once again watching. There it is, man. Good outs for AMD, good outs for, look at Snapchat. If you're with your boy on this name, we've been hitting Snapchat today. It's nicely done to the upside here again. We're not huge in the money or anything like that, but look at all these outs. You guys know we were at 10.10, so there it goes back upside. We just got a 19 out right there on Snapchat. So, hey, we're cruising, man. You found the best show. Thank you so much. Like, subscribe, all of that, share, whatever you want. That was a great out for Softy, by the way, because that just kept on going. So we'll see about a reload there in Microsoft. And once again, thanks for all the love. Twitter at TraderTV Sean. And
you actually had me concerned for Snapchat for a second there, but it's in the pocket. This actually isn't moving that much, which is weird. Peloton, however, you know, this is one that'll, I don't know if it'll haunt me, but certainly we got out there at 1450. That was the level on the daily chart. You take it out, it's actually through 15 now. So I probably got out way too early on Peloton. Maybe I can join this party back at like 1450 or so if it does want to pull back in. But, you know, I tried to respect that level on the daily chart. I just went the wrong way from the 15. You know, there's that 1450 area. We liked it above 13 even. This actually could get to 16 bucks, just a little bit faster than I was anticipating. So great day for Peloton, and congratulations if you're still holding on to this one. I got out way too early. AMD continues to have some trouble with the 80 level. So it bounces 79.50s nicely. It gets up to 80. It kind of slows down a bit. So I keep taking some out in front of the high of the day. But I think this is going to go. At this point, it feels like it is going to go, and it should jam to the upside. And the only reason it's not going is because the futures, the overall market is finding some resistance at the highs. If market breaks the highs, AMD is gonzo, and it's the best long out there. It just has to happen, and then we can see 10%. But at this point, AMD's slowing down a bit. That does mean Intel shorts are probably okay. It's only starting to roll over now. I did stop out the first time. I'm now short off that 28.50 area. As it gets into VWAP, I got to make sure I have orders out on the way to VWAP. Otherwise, I'm not going to get filled unless I put orders out, as I'm constantly reminding myself. I know MGAM and all MGAM and MSGM and whatever EBET or whatever the heck it is, they got interesting. I should have just stuck with the fade here, but big names are moving in the market, which means I wasn't as focused as getting the short on MGAM. Offering on MSGM, that's why they're all flushing. The shorts are good. There's just other fish to fry here. Brendo?
A couple of little ones just popping up here, guys. RCRT is recruiter.com. Just blew through $1. It's halted a couple of times to the upside. Still looking for anything on that one. Then there's this as well. GBDC, 2% just popped up on volume to 14 there. Going to check for anything on GBDC.
I mean, can you guys believe this AMD run, man? We just took 2 outs up here on AMD all the way up to 50. So I don't know. I'll take the out and we'll hold something for that miracle. I mean, we've already got it already on board. This was another name that we had. We only had 3 names on the sticky note. It's Alibaba, it's Snapchat, and it's AMD. And we're going to go green on all those guys. So right there, nice move upside here as we are really laughing right now. Look at Meta. Meta's continuing to go upside as well. Just touching that 148.50. I'm thinking about, I'm at 148.50. I don't know why it just keeps on bouncing off that 40 area. So let's put something at 30. We'll cancel our 50, get the out at 30. Hopefully if we can get that. It's more like 25 now that I see it. Look at the pullback coming in right now. That's why you take, for me anyways, I take in profit. I know Neil's holding, and we're both holding some AMD, and I like the reload as well. But look at that out right there. Like we just took double the outs at the day's high. So let's see if it does come back in a little bit. We'll test a small piece here in the 80s. But again, you know, it is better to look, there it is. Wow, good move down. It is better to look at them down here right now. But what a great out right there. We'll spin the money for those outs on AMD, as right now we are very light, man. I have 10% of the position we had when we were loading this all up. So couple good trades there for AMD. It is going to be my top stock today. No, Softy is my top stock.
Watch the Chinese ADRs. Be careful.
And Meta will as well. What's going on? Because I'm long Alibaba right now.
Well, I don't know about Baba, but I just got a dip on XPeng. So XPeng broke 11.11. I was looking to see if it could break 11.30s, and we'd actually go long on the 11.30 break, and then now buying in front of the pre-market low. So that happened very, very quickly there. So just be careful with that one. I'm only looking at XPeng, so it could just be the that pulled back. Intel still trying to roll over. Snap is doing nothing. That is ridiculous. And Tesla here, it is testing back to that 170. It could be Tesla dragging names back. Netflix is still holding in the pocket. I want to see that one breaking those highs. Brendo, what you got, buddy?
Cybersecurity name, Rapid7, which is RPD, just popping up and halting there. They're going to explore the possibility of a sale using Goldman Sachs named in this as well. So there's RPD halted on the way up there, just broke 48.
All right.
I can't, what's that name? See Me, See You on the chat there. Great name there. See Me, See You, saying look at Lucid. So I just saw Tesla pull back. I just got a reload on XPeng where I wasn't expecting it. Oh yeah, the EVs are getting crushed. Lucid pulling back pretty heavily here too. So it could just be EV land getting its butt kicked. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have a very tight stop on that XPeng. If it's every single EV getting crushed, that stop, I'm not giving it any pennies past that low of the day. Forget about it. If it breaks the low, I'm out of that one for sure. I'm assuming Rivian's probably getting crushed as well. AMD, I don't know how many times, hit enter twice, I don't know how many times it's going to be able to give this level and bounce to the top when it's failing the highs. So I don't, maybe I reload one more time in here, because if it takes out this flat bottom, you might be waiting for 78s and 77s. As a matter of fact, I think we are waiting for 78s and 77s if it can't hold VWAP here. It's been a great long at this level, but at some point it's just not going to work over and over again.
Yes, I agree with that. I'm loading up a lot lower on this one than right
Which one?
here. So on AMD, we just got some right now. Our average price is 59, so we can get it back into the 70s. We'll take it 20 cents on it or so, or 15 cents. But there's one last reload. We're gonna just give it to these lines, right? If we break below and we start to really tank here, not tank, but start to go down here on AMD. Obviously, it's up 6%. We could keep hitting it. Like I said, it is my #1 stock today. But Meta's doing that work right now, taking the #1 position over because you're spinning it. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of that stupid thing. There it is right now. We just got another fill right there at 75. So yeah, we're reloading AMD and taking the profits, baby. So let's keep doing that. My next profit take is going to be up here north of 80, just in case it goes. But yeah, what we're talking about also. Oh, by the way, your boy on Snapchat over here, you know, like Thanos, profit. So that's how it's happening right now for Snapchat. Huge move upside right now for this name. Yeah, let's just take it, man. We're snapping in the profit area right there for Snapchat. We gone. I'm out of Snapchat right there. That was a good out for me. Took 2 outs right there at 30. We're gone for Snapchat. We'll reload it. Again, another banger there on Snapchat here today, as it is really paying us out. We are at the highest spot we've been at all day. You might say, how's that possible? How about Alibaba? Well, you might not say that. We have one losing trade, so that's how it's possible. And that one losing trade is early, and that's Apple. One losing trade we put on for you right there today. Alibaba's 40 cents in the money. AMD is now 50 damn cents in the money right now. Oh, Canada, we go here in Toronto, Ontario. There it is, a huge move to the upside. Oops, Brittany, we did it again right there. So that's a nice move up there for AMD. Man, Neil, do I love this job.
I love this job. Netflix is about to hit 360.
Wow.
Chilling. So thank you. I want to give a big shout out to Brendan. Actually, I saw some people in the chat that were talking about Netflix too.
Oh.
This was not on the radar at all today. And then Brendan dropped the news here. So you got the clean breakout. There was this little rejection. And don't look at lines on the chart sometime because that'll lead you to some pretty dumb scalp trades. It's like, okay, you get the breakout. Oh, it's got this line up here, 357. That's just a dark pool wick at 8 a.m. That sucks, right? Now you actually get into real resistance at 360, so we'll slap a $3.50 winner on Netflix. It should have been more, but sometimes you do this, you get a quick look at it, and you see a line in the chart, you're like, oh, that's the pre-market high. No, it was not the pre-market high. So I did get a little bit fooled by that. It happens. I hate it when it happens, but that's what happens when you're not really looking closely enough at the charts, trading multiple things. AMD still continues to give you this trade over and over again, but when is it actually going to break the high? I am holding for this thing to break the top. I really don't care. I want this thing breaking the high. I'm not getting completely out of it until I think it does. Intel's in the money for the short, but something else is coming up. So the longs are great. The market's not breaking out. I see you, crypto. Silvergate is up 5%. So I'm going to try to be calm here because I don't want to be short this thing way too early. However, this is 15 quarter or so, and if it breaks there, 17 becomes into play. Those are the only two prices I want to short this stock at, around this 15.25 and then around that 17 level. So I'm going to go pay for my locates, not get in too early, respect the levels that are out there. That's a real level, by the way, like this 15 and 15.25. It's not just a crazy wick on the chart. I did confirm it.
Okay, good. Yeah, so look, guys, I don't know what else to tell you. Great trade there on Netflix, obviously. We have some really banger trades coming through for you right now as well on this side. So, just stick with us, man. I mean, some of these markets are back and forth, and you can get, huge wins, huge losses the same way. Someone said, was Microsoft a loser? Not Microsoft a loser. No, Microsoft is my #1 stock right now because, well, Meta is going to be my #1 stock, but Microsoft and AMD are both going to overtake that because, Meta and AMD because of the fact that I'm not in Microsoft anymore, and we have unrealized huge gains in those names right now. But here it is. Yeah, man. I mean, this is what we were doing on Microsoft. Buy. And then eventually we lose 20 cents. So no, Microsoft was quite a good win for us. And holy, like, I can't. I just can't. Meta right now, 147.50. We're long right now, Meta. It's $2 in the money right here, Meta. Alibaba, off the sticky note, again, 111's, buy it, baby. Comes down right into what? Okay, we'll rebuy that. Nice move upside right now. We're just, honestly, I don't have much, never had a loss for words, but like right now, it's just this market is continuing to go to the high side. Look, this is how confident we are in AMD, right? Like, that was a good idea to keep buying these. We just bought a 53 on AMD. You can see the price where we're long, 55 right there. 70 cents in the money on AMD, 90 cents in the money on Alibaba, and we've already taken dollars on Alibaba. Meta, $1.70 in the money and at the high of the day. And you know what? It's like, okay, all these stocks are ripping. They're all at highs. The market's not even close. So if this market can start to break higher, then we do have a hell of a lot of winners on board right now, and we're pretty happy for it. Thank you so much. Brendan, Alex, you are 100% right. Brendan is the GOAT, bringing you the news when it comes through, coming through. And what's up, Doge Cult? Imagine me in middle school. Nah. I was talking to Fahad about this yesterday. Look, I'm honestly, and we do have that thing about, calmest trader. This is just for the show. Like, we're celebrating these wins. I'm happy you guys have them for us, and I'm happy we can show you what we're really doing, and I'm showing true emotion here. But if I'm sitting here by myself trading or just sitting here off the show, nah, man, we're just a silent assassin. We sitting here, we're still making the same plays, but we're not sitting here hitting animations or going crazy like that. This is the show. You found it. Welcome to the show, man. This is better than MLB The Show.
Well, it's a heck of a lot better than MLB The Show. I don't play video games. I love baseball, but I mean, there's better sports video games out there. I don't want to.
I don't know enough about it, yeah.
I don't want to throw shade on it. It's like, whatever. Like, do you. I'm not a big gaming guy. Xpeng, I actually thought this was going to break the bottom. So you heard me say, oh, I'm tightening my stop up because every EV name's getting crushed. Well, it actually holds. It's not just the pre-market lows. It's also yesterday's high. But if it gets back, it just got back to 11, I'm taking profits. That is a failed breakout through that 11.11, rejecting that wick top up there, 11.30, which was real. I think you could be trending back to the low. That means take profit where it lies. I might get another leg out if it goes back a little bit higher. AMD continues to churn. Silvergate didn't really get to my price. I'm not short that. AMD's now through the high of the day. My next out's going to be in front of 81, and then we're holding on for the 200 period moving average, which I will show you again. Here is the 200 period. That stands at about 83. So we're going to look for dip buys on the way to this. I still think it's valid. The 79.50 is still valid to continue to go long there. But if it does break 81, I'd probably be looking for the 80 to 80.50 area, somewhere in that range for the dip buys if we get to 81 even. Oddly enough, as strange as this sounds, Intel is not breaking. Wait, it's not that strange. So Intel, I did stop out early, and I got in too early on Intel. I said, wait for 28.50. I'm like, that's the only price I like. And the second Intel starts going down, I shorted early, I lose. Now we shorted off of the high in the key price, which is what you should always do. And even with AMD screaming, this is coming back into VWAP. So as usual, you only get to Gronk spike if you wait for the perfect situation or the perfect pass. So I got early on Intel. That's just me and my bias getting the best of me. You should always wait for the key levels. Once you do, then you can profit from the trade. Brendo.
Just looking at EA, guys, another one we had on watch this morning on the watch list. Made a bottom down there, 113-ish. Trying to bounce, just took out that pivot there at 114.25 on a decent volume spike. So huge move down, obviously, off earnings yesterday, but trying to get back to the upside for EA.
Sucks.
All right.
Hopefully
yeah, EA Sports. We'll have to watch that. My wife is watching. She just said language to me, so that was good. All right. What's red here today? Maybe that we could start to short in case we do get a rollover. I don't know. The Nasdaq's hovering around the 50 period right now. Yeah, EA is a good one. I mean, but look what's happening to Meta right now. Like, okay, Meta, I see you. Nice trade, I guess. Meta just blasting up to the upside right now and really not taking anybody, by surprise, I guess. But Meta right now, $2 in the money and ripping. So yeah, man, so far so good here for Meta as it continues to make that move up to 149.50. We're long at 147.50. So yeah, try to hold on to that a little bit more. We did take a piece out, obviously at the high of the day as well there. We have 4 outs at the high of the day for AMD. So whether or not it continues to go through that 81 level or not, that's still to be seen. So we'll wait to see about that one. But so far so good here with Meta, obviously, as you guys can see some of the damage that's been done. We did take a piece out of Alibaba on the way back down, so that's something that we're looking at here as well. But yeah, so far so good. AMD ripping, Baba ripping, Meta ripping. The only losing trade so far was Apple, and for good reason. Actually, it was a winner temporarily. And again, look at that's our first trade of the day coming in. We got to avoid that. We got to stay patient, take the trades that we want. We don't get involved until later on AMD once it breaks 80 right there, but then buying the dips and getting out every time at the top. This should be our trade of the day today on earnings. AMD's been huge. I'll nominate a few different ones. Meta's been huge today as well. Baba's been huge. Netflix was great off that report.
There was news on
Snapchat was absolutely great. So yeah, man, we're still jamming here. Tesla moving around as well.
Damn it! You were looking for things to short, and I was like, oh, there was the Affirm, their exclusivity with Amazon expired yesterday, but it's up 1%. So yeah, maybe I don't want to short that today. If this breaks out, then call me confused, because I was actually saying this to Brendan. I don't particularly. If they have more competition and Amazon can go other places instead of having the exclusivity with Affirm, how is that good for Affirm, and why is it the day after joining the market to the upside? If the market rolls over and breaks a low, I want short Affirm if it's beneath 1660. Let's just go with that, but it's actually headed toward the high. I wouldn't have expected this strength. Brendo?
All right, we'll give you an update here on some small caps moving around this morning. A busy morning right across the board. We got that news, MSGM obviously leading as far as these esport gaming type companies that we saw yesterday, 650,000 float on that. They dropped the offer this morning, 3 million or almost 4 million, 3.9 million share or monetary, anyways, offering. Anyways, let's talk about MGAM. After that happened, this thing ripped right back up to basically where it was trading in the pre-market here. It gave you this pivot at 440, 450 that Neil was mentioning as well. Cleared everything out above that and then just got absolutely slammed right back down to 350. So stopped out of the first one, put it right back on. Second one works out okay. It's kind of dying off as far as volume is concerned, but a little bit frustrating on that MGAM, right idea. Took a shot at the long on this versus because, hey, it's AI, right? Popped up 50 cents, didn't take anything off, and then as soon as the market opened, this thing can't even trade. So it's just opening and halting, opening and halting, opening and halting. So I just got out of that flat and got away from it for VS. So I was sitting here watching QNRX as well, broke down. I guess if you missed that 280, not much to do. We're all the way back to where we were yesterday, now down to 220, but a bit of a fade available there if you saw it early enough for QNRX, guys.
Bit of a fade. I love. Only Brendan could look at that chart and call it a bit of a fade. I don't know. I'd be hitting this animation for that if you're calling that a fade. AMD tried to get to 81. I said I like that for the next out. This is it getting to 88, so 80, 85. And then this is me sort of getting out when it fails that level. I always like to do that. If I have a target in mind and it presses up, kind of breaking the top, presses up, fails it, takes them out, look for the next dip buy situation. I don't know if it's 79.50 again. It doesn't feel like that's right. I think it makes a higher low here. I'd like it to make a higher low. That would indicate that this is as good as we think it could be. We'll see how that actually happens. Meta didn't get to 150, got pretty darn close, but I got to be concerned here with XPeng's headed back down. It failed VWAP on that reload, and it's headed back down. I was trying to get some above VWAP, and I should have been quicker to grab some out in front of 11. I'm going to get some, 95s I almost like, and I might take some more out right in front of that 11 level. I kind of got lazy with this, and that really sucks because this is weak. The EV names are definitely weak. Snapchat, So remember, I like two things on Snapchat. I'm not even trying to scalp this, which is crazy because I think it can flush through the lows. I like the 1025. When it put in this high here, I'm short in front of it, and I haven't even been getting much out on the dips, but it's SSR. So as I tried to grab more shares off the 1035 high, you can't. You can't hit the bid. You actually have to sit on the offer and get an uptick. So I didn't actually add to this in front of that 1035, but I'm bidding at 10. Like I'm not trying to take 10, 15 cents on this. I want to get a little bit more than that all the way to the low of the day, not moving nearly as much as I would have anticipated. And the one short that you can kind of count on has not been doing this for me. Jay's made a great pickup, by the way, which low key is going to be fantastic second half of the year, but it hasn't been a home run. This intel will need the market to break the lows. And then at that point, I think I'm confident that it can absolutely flush. It's only holding up because AMD is strong. NVIDIA is probably strong. I haven't looked at it. Yeah, it's strong. And the market is holding the highs. If any of that reverses, Intel's screwed. And probably going to head toward that low of the day. We have not talked a lot of Tesla here, and I'm glad I haven't. 170 hasn't even been a thing. I'm no longer bidding it. If it gets to 170 now, it's just a different ball game than if it goes and snaps at the open, catches you at 170, and runs back up and gives you $4 or $5. Now would be rejecting the high and then a downward soft trend. I'd want to see it bounce first before I got into the long at 170. Just changing my plan of action here on Tesla because it's 1030, not 930.
Yeah, 1030, good call on that one. And actually, it's funny you just mentioned that because we're in Tesla right now. We just went short on it. So we're now short at 60s. Let's see where it goes. It's 60 cents in the money right now as this one's starting to go to the downside. So I'm waiting for it to come back into 170, 150 or so here for Tesla. I want to keep short until we break above like 74 maybe right here. So I don't know. Like I just said, we could have just taken again 60 cents. We've looked at this twice now and not taking it at 172. Maybe we could put a bid down there at 172 and take a little bit. I just want to see this break down. I don't know. The futures, when we took it, we were bouncing around. Look how choppy this is. Remember, obviously, it's Fed day today, so I'm not expecting like big, huge moves, even moving forward right now. So let's just stay with the stocks that we have. Like Meta, stay long on that one. We're still in it. Stay long here on AMD. Try to buy dips and just try to do stuff that we've already been doing that's worked, right? So Tesla right now will stay short, a breakdown here, probably gets, I'm going to change my bid. I mean, I was waiting for the ultimate bottom there. I don't know if that's going to come through, but that's going to be this 171.50. I'm going to go to like 171, like 75. I like trading around the quarters, right? So we'll see if it can dip down in here, and we'll try to catch that on a break of 172. Here it comes right now. Let's go. Just break yourself now through 172. I'm sorry for anybody long Tesla right now, but we're going to go short. It just bounced again off 172. There is size there. I'm not overly worried about that size, needless to say. Okay, Alibaba just came down as well. We'll have to watch this one because this is, again, another play that we're waiting. Oh, I don't have it going. We have it going now right there, breaking through 112. So, sorry, 111. Watch out for Alibaba going now.
So look, we're getting a lot of questions, people talking about MSGM and that. I'll get to in a second, but I have to address Peloton because it did just get to 16, or it got really close to 16. Not quite there yet. It got to 1583. That was that level on the daily. I was kind of looking for a reversal up there. I missed the shot to short it. I was out of the long way too early. I think I can acknowledge that. That kind of sucks, but you got to move on. I'm looking at 1450 area. If you can hold that, that was previous resistance on the daily chart. That would be the next level I look for. Man, I'm way too early out of that one. MGAM is still going down, and that MSGM, which someone just asked me for the tap, 3850. I'm not trading this thing. If I trade one of the two, it's MGAM, not MSGM, because that actually has real liquidity, so you can make trades and have an actual stop, get out when you're wrong, that kind of thing here. I just feel like you can't really structure too much of a trade on MSGM that would make some sense. It might calm down if it gets low enough, which, quite frankly, if it gets down to 20 bucks, maybe it does do so. But it just opened back up, heading back to the downside. Be careful of the down halts. I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole.
Isn't that crazy that like Tesla goes basically down to our level there, 85s and stops, and we're at 75? So be very careful. Okay, there goes Alibaba. There's a loser there for Alibaba. So we tried that one. That came through. Hit that 111. That was a stopping spot for us. Maybe now it's a short. I'm going to stay away for a little bit on Alibaba. And we could buy it back here and just treat that little wick there as the bottom. But still, it still's bottomed out there a little bit. Yeah, let's not buy it. I don't know. I'm still feeling a little, not sad, but upset here because of Tesla. I thought Tesla had, we'll buy a little bit back here in Alibaba. We're going to give it to that bottom wick and breaking through, like, here it goes, breaking through 75. So right now, let's just get out.
Holy crap,
we'll offer 78. So that just came out. We won't try that long anymore. But darn it, Tesla, man, you were the one. You went right down there. We should have just got them all out at 70. Well, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I'm still going to be averaged in here as it pops back up. But it looks like Alibaba definitely failed on that one, crossing below now 111 down to the downside. So, hey, we tried Alibaba for a while, and it was really good, man. Really, really good until we lost. So there goes Alibaba downside. Here comes Tesla. I do want to average back into Tesla. So not back in. I'm still in it. Into Tesla. For me, 173.25 or so, right where we talked about. There's VWAP. There's the 50 period. So up here near 173 is my next average in for that trade. So let's see if it wants to work out a little bit. Not working out now, but oh man, to trade that Alibaba, we should have, like I said, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but breaking, as soon as we got stopped at 111, should have just took that short and we would have made it all back. So let's just continue to be careful with all of these trades.
So I'm maybe this will work for me if I do this. If I slap the fail now, like a couple of pennies before Intel stops me out, then maybe it won't actually stop me out. But yeah, Intel's back at the high. So I only got like a couple of legs out there when it got into the 20s, and I'm now short at 42. Yes, I like that. It's a coincidence. It's my favorite number, but it's a coincidence. That's my price. But if it doesn't hold this level, I got to get out. Acknowledge how strong this is today. It is what it is. I should have mentioned this, and thank you, Super SPAC Man, for pointing this out and reminding me. Intel did make some cuts, CEO pay cuts, executive pay cuts. Those are all steps in the right direction. I'll acknowledge that one to be sure. It's not all doom and gloom for them. I know I probably overdo it with that. Brendan and our crypto update, which is good because I almost forgot about Silvergate.
Hey guys, yeah, we're just getting crude oil inventory numbers as well. Larger build than expected. There was forecast for a drawdown, comes out of a build of 4 million barrels on the crude inventories. Pretty flat ahead of what's to come this afternoon as far as crypto is concerned. Interesting note from Kathy Wood and ARK out this morning. Yep, she's still holding on to her prediction. 1 million for Bitcoin by 2030 again today from ARK Invest. So There's that. Still kind of hanging out here as far as BTC is concerned. This is a daily chart. Nice move up as we've been discussing over the past couple of weeks. Just chopping around here. Not really doing a heck of a lot today. Again, could be a big mover, though, this afternoon. Make sure you are paying attention as far as what is said by Fed Chair Powell. That's Ethereum on the daily chart right now as well. Let's have a look at the big board. Shout out to Binance for that. 0.37, 0.48. Red numbers for the most part, top to bottom, but nothing outside. Doge down 3.5, Solana down 3.7. But yeah, all quiet ahead of what is to come this afternoon, guys.
Alibaba came right back. I'm going to have to give this to 111.50 here if I'm going to try to do anything on Alibaba. It's come right back. Yeah, thanks for that crypto update right there. We're going to give this to 111.50. If it breaks 111.50, then we can get out. It's too bad because we did want this. It's not too bad. I mean, we're making our own trades here. But we did like this long initially. Once it broke 111, I was like, let's try to get back into the short. So that's what we've been doing now, is fighting this short. I don't want to fight it for too long. The market is not a short right now. I mean, it just took the 50 period. We got that number come out, or the crude oil come out there, and that's a better number. Let's see what oil is doing. Kind of just dance. I know Brendan just looked at it though, 79. We'll see, that's going to be a level, not moving too much off that. But darn it, here goes Alibaba back up to the upside. We're now pretty loaded up. We do have a good trade on for Meta, of course. That's now taking out the high of the day, and we're still $2 in the money on Meta, now more than $2 in the money. AMD, we are $1.50, sorry, in the money as that's back up to the high of the day. So yeah, we did get some more Tesla there like we sort of wanted. So now our price is right here. Watch out for 174 to go here on Tesla. Man, that stock also going back up to the upside right now. So we got to watch out for all these. At least Baba's turned around a little bit. Tesla, we got to wait for.
Yeah, and there's a big level. I don't want to say it's not too big, but there's an offer at 81 on AMD here. So it's having some trouble punching through this. I don't think it's big enough that it's going to matter. Now, it pulled back, so I can't really see the offer anymore. It was a few 100,000 shares, maybe 300,000 or 400,000. I think it punches through that, but if it does pull back, it looks like 80 might be a thing here. I know VWAP and 79.50 has been it, but I want to look for something maybe a little bit tighter. There is a level forming on Meta. Oh, yeah, cancel my 145. I don't need that anymore. But yesterday, no, it was not yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. That 150 on Meta at the open. We're at 150 now. This was a pretty clean trade the first time. I don't know if it'll be as good the second time because this market is pretty strong, but I did have that short a little bit, like right at the open, and kind of gave you that in yesterday's trade. I'm going to go for it again. I'm acknowledging the fact that I thought Meta was a long today off Snap. I just never got the 145 that I was looking for because Snapchat, quite frankly, wasn't weak enough. So 150 is here right now. This I'd probably give about 10 to 15 pennies above that price because it's thin enough. Not as much liquidity as I see over on like an AMD, where if I was short AMD, my stop would be right at that 81. By the way, AMD just broke 81, so forget about that.
AMD's a monster, man. We really like AMD today. Wow, and like I said, man, this is going to be your trade of the day, either Neil or myself. Huge move to the upside right now for AMD. So, yeah, let's watch out for that. My biggest position right now, notionally, actually, it is going to be Alibaba, but Tesla right now is coming into that pocket as well. So it just broke upside there. Like I said, we should have taken that dollar, whatever it was, 85 cents there, down at 71.85. Remember, we were short 50 there, came back in and we didn't take it. So that's starting to haunt us a little bit right now. We turn our frowns upside down, though, with Alibaba because here this move is coming back in right now. So this is a good trade for us. I was bidding more at 90. I just took a 95 there. Just fighting the short, and then eventually paying off now. So we just took 35 cents, 40 cents actually down there at 95. I guess 35 cents down there at 95. So we'll wait to see if that wants to continue to make a move down, especially if this market retraces here. Not bad. Meta up to 150. I mean, this is another huge level coming in for Meta. So if you're looking at the daily chart, we have taken it out before. So there is a lot of room to run here, especially if this market goes. So let's just sit on Meta here. We are relatively light on this. We have about 20% left on this Meta trade. So it's a good one. Yeah, and so, okay, Xpeng's breaking the low. Good, because Alibaba's right back into the low as well. Let's take another 91 fill. There it is on Alibaba and watch it. And by the way, man, our AMD is just cruising right now.
Yeah, look, that stock is going nuts,
Tesla.
man. But look, one too many buys. Maybe we'll call it on XPeng. It broke out. It was kind of good to 11:30. Reloaded in front of the low. It couldn't take out VWAP. I was able to get some at 95. I should have been able to get almost all of it out there beneath 11, but I wasn't quite quick enough on the trigger. So I'm all out of XPeng. We can ring the register and be happy on it, but this is why you do not look a gift horse in the mouth. As good as it was off the open, when the Chinese ADRs trend, they really trend, and if you're against the trend, you get run over. Meta, sorry, I just put New York for Meta here. There we go. Up to that 150. I'm not going to give it too much room past the 150 level, but I don't want a hard stop at 50 because this is what the level 2 looks like on Meta. I'm not sure why that didn't flip over on its own. It's pretty thin.
Holy.
So it could easily run stops, not get too far above it, and then reverse. So I've gotten in once. I actually didn't get everything, which is weird. So I'm going to get one more offer up there as a push. Gave me something at like 85, 86. Why would I sit at 86? Sit at like 83, 84 in front of 85. Don't sit on the other side of an even number. So I just got some 84s there. So I'm now in on Meta. I'm going to give it a little bit past that 150. If it pulls back, 149 would be absolutely fantastic. As a matter of fact, 149.5 on a stock this strong will be good. Some out in the 25 range. I'm just looking for the pullback into here. 149 even on Meta. Again, that 150 level was pretty good yesterday. I don't expect it to be as good today. It's not a 0% chance. There's a very low probability that it's going to give you the move all the way back to 148 that it did yesterday. Stronger market, double tapping a level. I never think it's as good the second time through. That said, we just very quickly got a winner into 149.50, so it is working.
Guys, meanwhile, Alibaba. Like, wow, guys. I mean, this move is happening right in front of everybody right now. It's a huge move to the downside for Alibaba, and we have it all. We want all the smoke, Alibaba, right now, as this is $1 now in the money. We fought that short, man, until the law won, and now it's a downside move here for Alibaba. Just really cracking into this now. I don't know, 110. Let's put another bid right here. 24s. We'll get... I don't even know what to say right now as this continues to make moves downside right now on Alibaba. So yeah, good trade there for me, making moves down in. I'm going to get out of Meta if it breaks down through 149.50. We're already well in the money on this trade. Like I said, $2. Let's put that in our pocket. Tesla, again, we just took profit on it. Like we averaged it in. Now we're taking some profit on Tesla. Let's see if this can get down. We're short at 173.10. Realistically, I'm waiting for 172 again here on Tesla. So let's see if that wants to continue its move down. I don't even care that AMD is pulling back a little bit. We are well in the money now. I actually want this market to tank right now. So let's see if that happens. Doesn't look like it's going to by any stretch of the imagination. And if Meta holds out, it holds out. But right now, Tesla, remember, our out up here 74. So as this gets ramped up, we did take out 30% there. We are going to average back in again. But right now, Tesla is moving back up to the upside, so watch out now.
The stock that was the biggest gapper on earnings is easily the most quiet, and that's going to be Snapchat. So, this is it trying to get past like 1035. That's the wick high at the open. I'm just hanging out underneath it, looking for it to get back down toward the lows. If it breaks, once it gets here, takes them out in front, and that's about 10. It's like 990 actually. So out in front of like 990 to 10, and if it breaks 990, looking for the low of the day. So I'm sitting at 15s with 20 cents worth of risk, waiting for it to go 20 cents to get something out, then looking for it to go 30 or 40, and it won't even give you that. So sometimes the stock that moves the most aftermarket, it's not an automatic that it's going to be the biggest mover the next day. So it is what it is. You just kind of, I'm in it. I have my stop. There's just nothing happening there. I was able to get the first leg out of I don't know why I had 2 orders there. My first leg out of Meta, one out in front of that 50, the next out in front of that quarter, see if it can't get down to 149 in that reversal trade. I want to go back over to, excuse me for a second, I have a frog in my throat there. Excuse me, Netflix. So Netflix comes back, but not all the way. Going to go to the higher time frame to look at Netflix. Great looking daily chart, by the way, one of the best ones you're going to see. So this is yesterday at 355, 356, not the time, but the price. So as it comes back in, this would be where I'd look to see if we can't get a little bit of a dip buy. But with it trending back to the downside, I want to be very patient with it. It's 10:40. You're at that time. We don't have to rush into it. I'd like to see it maybe crack 56, get into the 55 range before I dip by this. But I do still like the Netflix long. Thanks to Brendan for that news and the shout out. Microsoft in launch mode, people are saying. Are you in this one? Yeah, Microsoft is really going here.
Yeah, Microsoft.
Well, that's really going off this. What's the level there? When in doubt, zoom out. I know the 50 period sits at about 242 on this. Looks like, yeah, that was a good 245. I haven't looked at this chart, but 245 looks like a good level for that. But that's almost like downtrend. 250 is huge. If it gets up there, I'd probably short it this afternoon. But yeah, this could be an interesting breakout candidate. I don't like 248.5 as a break into 250. I think the safer play is to buy dips off 245, which you pretty much already have to have done. I don't have it. $2 away, I'm not buying it.
Oh man, Meta right now, $3, $2.50 in the money, I guess, here for Meta. So yeah, this name definitely working out here for that long. Good thing we didn't get out. It didn't break 50. It came close to doing that as it's just touching 50 again right now. I feel like this is a good trade just to get out of. You know, obviously it's ripping to the high side right now. So, you know, dangerous trade to get out of because you're going to miss the out or the in back at 80 break. Sorry, 80 break. 150 break. I was looking at AMD there. I'm going to get it out, man. If it can come up to 150 again, we'll test that out there on Meta. And then a 150 break, we'll take some shares. We won't take too many shares because we are very cautious of these kind of breaks when this comes in. But we will take a Meta break through 150 if we get it. But for right now, it's Alibaba's on my mind. It's Tesla's on my mind. Trying to get a little lower here on Tesla. So that should be a good trade. We're waiting at 172.50 to get a fill here on that name. So we are positive on Tesla. Let's go. Bring it in, man. A little bit more in for Tesla would be great. And then here is Meta, like I said, bouncing around this level. I think we could just take this. Let's just take it out now at 81. There it is. We are now out of Meta to conclude that trade. I don't need to see this thing go to 150. We'll take 250 in our pocket, and then we'll work, I guess, 230, and then we'll work to see with a 150 break long. All right. It's Brendan again at the big desk. Wow, this day seems like it's gone by quick. Give it to him, Brendan.
Hey guys, great to see everybody with us this morning. A ton of new viewers. Make sure you do take a second and hit the like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. We're here every day. The market is open. Just come and join us. Hit the notifications bell as well. In any case that there's a problem with the stream, at least you'll get a notification. So welcome to everyone if it's your first time. Here we go. This is the S&P 500 right now. As far as individual sectors are concerned, about 0.25% to the downside only. Yeah, it could be a lot worse. Typical for an earnings type of day. A lot of outsized moves here. WRK, I should say. EA, 11% to the downside off their report. Mo, Altria reported 4% to the upside. ODFL, 7%. Nice look for them so far today. Healthcare stocks, though, in pretty good shape as a group outside of Moderna and Amgen, another earnings name. But all of the equipment makers offsetting that decline and more. It's all about the semiconductors right now. AMD still holding on to 7.25%. NXP reported earlier in the week. Actually wasn't good, but they're up 3.5%. NVIDIA there as well, 3.2% back higher. Both of these, Juniper and WDC, we mentioned in the pre-market if you were with us. Come join us every single day, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. We get you started in the pre-market. Software names positive as well. Overall, a lot of positivity from tech and healthcare, I should say, offsetting some weakness here, guys, for banks, industrials, energy, and some of the communication and material stocks as well. So only 0.3 right now downside for the S&P, guys.
Case. Just talking about, look, Microsoft was a beast, but don't chase that move. Don't chase it. Like, look at the higher time frame. Always look at the higher time frame because I chased Netflix, but then you zoom out to the 15 minutes. Like, the long's still good up here. No, not so much on Microsoft. If it gets back to the low, I might take a shot, dip down it off that bottom for a scalp trade. Meta goes right back up to 150. I don't reload it. Rejects the 150 again, but then holds 149.50. So this is a 50-cent range it's in. So I'm going to scalp that range, and if it breaks down, I'll get the 149s, and that'll be it. I finally got a fill in Snapchat, but that's actually not where I wanted to go next. I wanted to go to NVIDIA because you haven't traded NVIDIA today, correct?
Nada.
Okay, so I didn't trade NVIDIA today. Sean hasn't traded NVIDIA today. And look, as good as AMD has been, this is not to ignore that NVIDIA is super strong as well. It's up 3%. The breakouts were just as clean. 197 here. You can sort of see double top yesterday. Breakout, give you a 99 range, break that, hold the dip buy. It's all good. Just pick your poison. It's not, it doesn't matter which one you're on. Just make sure that you have a plan of action here, because both those names are super strong today. They're both the place to be in terms of the chips to the upside. I'm going to assume, I haven't really looked at like Micron, but I'm going to assume it's not nearly as strong. But you can make it on any of these. Like, they're all just as good, so I don't want to sleep on it. At the end of the day, come up with a plan and a timeline of your action of when you want to get in, what your targets are. I still think we can get to 83. That's a 200 period on AMD. I liked it because the 77 break here and then the 79.5 on the daily chart. Those are the levels to watch. We're still going upside. And before we go to Brendan, Snap finally gave some fills. Like, it finally actually made a real move to the downside here, testing and hitting 10. But this needs to break 10 and 990 and get to the low of the day before it even excites me. Like, get 30 or 40 cents in the money, and that'll get me excited on Snapchat. Brendo?
Apologies if you guys mentioned this, but Semaphore, guys, reporting that Microsoft going to include ChatGPT. I mean, it was a matter of time. In Bing, as soon as the next coming weeks, they're saying. So ChatGPT going to be incorporated into Bing in the next coming weeks, according to Semaphore. So there was a pop there on that. OpenAI also saying they're going to launch their mobile version of ChatGPT coming up here as well.
Ooh, so I won't have to. What's crazy about that ChatGPT?
It works perfect on my phone.
It works great. I don't know if you've noticed this, but like, if you use it, like, we use it at the dinner table because my daughter likes it to make up songs.
Okay.
It's like, sing me a song where Erin is a princess and her favorite colors are her favorite colors and her friends from school, and it's like it writes a song for you, and then, yes, I sing it for her. She's my daughter. She's 5. I do it, but it gets super busy. And it's like, it's so slow around key times, so I guess this will probably relieve some of that. I feel like that got faded on Microsoft because everyone knew this was going to happen with Bing eventually. I mean, why else would they be doing that? I'm on the bid here at the bottom. I'm going to cancel my bid for a second and give you the reason why. If it does break lower here, I almost want to see what happens. If it breaks 245.50, I like the 245 even level, and let's see if it doesn't break the bottom. Give a bit of a bid at 245 because it's trending to the downside. So I want to be more patient with this. I didn't catch that up move. I'll be patient with the dip buy here. Ooh, AMD's starting to really give it back up. So we could be finding a level. Maybe it's that 80 level where we get a bit of a dip buy. I don't want to just sit around blindly at that price level. So I'm not bidding AMD just yet, but I am looking for some dip buys. And then Meta, the short that we're in that isn't Snapchat, still holding 149.50 and looking for 149. So we had the one in off the 150 level just like yesterday. I don't think it's going $2 like it did yesterday. I think a buck would be fantastic. I'm actually bidding inside of that for the scalp trade. This one's a bit of a beast to the upside.
Yeah, it's for sure. Meta's been amazing. AMD's been amazing. I mean, every stock that you've been trading. Microsoft's given you some great opportunities as well. I just say whatever to that kind of news, like Neil was saying there, because, or Brendan was saying there, as Neil was as well, about that ChatGPT. Like, that's, to me, that's nothing new. And I don't know, I thought it was already going to be sort of included there into Bing. So, yeah, congratulations anybody that was able to make money off that Microsoft. But instead, guys, you know, make sure you follow me at TraderTV Sean, because I took it serious. We had a request from Julie the other day, said, Sean, post more of your charts up. So we just posted Meta. We posted Meta before when we first got it. We've been posting AMD charts today. So, you know, go over at TraderTV Sean, join that, as well as the watch list if you need some ideas or you're looking to make some trades and follow sort of the process that I go through every single day, including writing that sticky note, giving it out to you. We had AMD long. We said buy the dips. We already tweeted that out. That's all that we've been doing on AMD. Snapchat was a great trade for us today, man. Although we took the 10-20 long, that wasn't great. We got out at 30, but then we averaged it back down here to 990, 10 bucks, then got it all the way back out again. Snapchat, another positive name for us here today. Let's go, Tesla. Right back down to 172. I may regret not getting more out here, but we could put on a good trade right there at VWAP. Sean, patience, my friend. Not the Guns N' Roses kind, the trading kind. We got to have patience. We should have just shorted it all up there, but we did it early. Now now we're back in. Well, we've been in the money. Tesla again. Now my second most profitable stock, and your boy just started trading it. But there it is. Alibaba as well, fading back down again. So yeah, this is going to be a great day. We do have the Fed coming. We're back at 2. It's going to actually be 1:45 today, and then we have Sharif. Yeah, Sharif, you get 15 minutes off right there. So Sharif and Luca will take you from 11 to 1:45.
Yes, sir. And it's going to be a wild one. We know, just to give you guys an idea, you know Fed is going to be, it's always a move. However, we know it's going to be a quarter point. So you're going to get the number at 2 o'clock. We'll bring that to you. We'll be ready early to give you the plan of action when we come back on air at 1:45. But it's really about when we hit the podium, or when Powell hits the podium at 2:30 that I think we get the better moves. I just noticed this on Bed Bath & Beyond, so I threw it in the chat. I haven't been paying too much attention to the stock recently, but I was going over my quote board, what's weak, down 7% into what was a strong market. If the market breaks down, if these give it up, there is a flat bottom break at 260. So I'm here for said flat bottom break on Bed Bath & Beyond. You can't coin a term and then not take the trade.
Right.
So when I coin a term like flat bottom break and I see a good flat bottom break, I'm going to be on it. So when 260 goes, I'm going short on Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's go to Brendo for a little currency action and money talks.
Hey guys, yeah, going to be a busy afternoon for currencies. Nothing really to talk about right now. A little bit of weakness coming back into the U.S. dollar ahead of what is to come at 2 p.m. this afternoon. 0.3 to the downside. We're back below that 102 area that's been a pivot on the daily chart here for quite a while, a couple of weeks anyways. 102 essentially the dead center of this range that we're in. But back towards the lows right now for the U.S. dollar. That has most of these back to the upside, including the euro 0.4, 109 right now coming into play. Just 0.2 for the Canadian dollar, back around 75. Same story. They've all been kind of chopping around in this range for the past couple of weeks. There's a British pound dead flat at this point, 123 and change. Green for the most part, though, as far as the rest of these are concerned, including Bitcoin just popping up back to the green side as well ahead of the Fed today.
Did you say hot, Mike?
Right now, guys. Hot mic or not, we were dropping some hot trades here, hopefully, at some point. Who was hot mic?
They said you were.
But I wasn't saying. I don't think I was saying.
No,
anything.
we were just talking about.
No, we're just talking about what's going to happen when the Fed. Actually, we were just talking about the Fed.
We were just talking about Fed. That's all.
We were just like, yeah, watch. And Neil was talking about, trying to average into some shorts and vice versa here. As we were just talking, like, let's just wait. Basically, it's now 11 o'clock. The market's really come in here down for the day. So, it just finally broke. So here's the market right there, finally breaking. And now you're dancing around 12,100. We talked about possibly testing this, then back testing the upside. We already did it once there, moved. We already came back in, moved up. But this time we did not hold 12,100. So look what just happened to everybody's favorite car company, Tesla. Just got absolutely smoked. And we did exactly the damage that we wanted to do. It came right back in. We'll hit bang. Follow us all again. And hopefully you can watch some of these trades. There it is right there. Came right in. We got 171.45. That was our price. So again, good short opportunity for Tesla. And we averaged into it, and it's been a big win for me here today. Included my biggest trade of the day is Meta, buying down here and selling up there. So we're able to hold on to a decent piece. I said the strategy, get it out at 85. Why? In case this happens, where it cracked all the way back down, then we don't have to worry about it. We're out of the trade. And if it takes 150, we get back in. So we sacrifice 15 cents to make, really unrealized, make 80 cents. So we could get back into Meta if we like it. I think you're getting to a part where you could start to buy the market a little bit. But Meta is just so extended right now that if you're going to do anything, I think you buy it against this 149. And if it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, you get out. So I'm going to try that trade right now on Meta against that 149.
And speaking of Meta, shout out. I'm gonna shout out and go congratulations. Specifically, I want to find your name here in the chat. It's Shinobi. Shinobi AO,
yeah.
I think is the name. You got out on Meta. Look, 150 was a great short yesterday. I don't think it's as good today. But you got out 149.08. You beat me by 7 cents. I got out at 149.15. But out in front of, that's the key thing, is out in front of here. When a stock is trading to the upside, look, maybe the market breaks low. Maybe 149 goes on Meta and it goes to VWAP. But the way I see it, the 149, the 150 trade gave you that push to 148 yesterday. And then look at aftermarket snap, higher low. This is a much stronger looking chart. The market could break down and I could have gotten out and be wrong about it. But the way I see it, it's too strong to look for a little bit more than that the second time through. The first time, I think you get the extended move off a key level like that. The second time you test it, I think you get less because there's more eyeballs on that level and more people looking for that same short. If I'm wrong, congratulations to anyone that holds on to it. I'm not looking to hold through that key level. There is one name I want to go to here. I said I wasn't going to randomly dip by Netflix, but it is getting down toward that 355 level, just going back to my 15-minute chart here. If it doesn't hold here, then you could see 350. So I'm not just going to blindly go, hey, we're going long here at 355 as the market is taking out the bottom. NASDAQ is going through the low. That means if I want a price, the ES is breaking lows as well. If I want to buy the dip, you're doing so into a weak market, and that means not up here. Look for that 350 area. If we reclaim the bottoms, I can start to look for that 355 there. But I don't want to turn a winning trade into a loser by getting in too aggressively during lunchtime. We'll be very picky about our prices, although I might be a little more aggressive on AMD. Shout out to Nicole Harris. Thank you very much for the super chat. $5. Eggs are $9 here. Well,
now that's not true. That has to be
I
for
know,
like.
No, I don't know where you are.
No,
Nicole.
that's for like they're $9 here too, but that's for like free run and all that crazy stuff. You can get the generic eggs right here.
You can for
$4.50. $4.50 a dozen. Not even that expensive, but still. Thank you, Nicole Harris.
We don't ask for super chats. Is what I was going to get at.
Yes, thank you. So
we
much.
Appreciate the super chats. We don't ask for them. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you want to join in the chat. You have to be a subscriber to be in the chat. If you want to make fun of us or enjoy some of the jokes and the back and forth and the banter, then just subscribe and then you can enjoy that chat. We only have a couple of minutes to go here, so I'm just going to go over the last name that I didn't cover. Snapchat, I got a leg out there when it finally got to 10.
Tesla.
If it breaks here, I should get some bids to the downside through like 970 and 980. So we'll get bids off of the low. This has been a pretty sleepy stock. And then the last one I will talk about, only because I feel obliged to. Like I said, I'm not likely to trade MSGM, but it is heading back down towards some of these lows. It's actually calmed down at 35. However, after they dropped the offering, anything is possible. You could see this all the way back in, flushing and halting to 20. I think that 17, 18 area from the afternoon yesterday might be a good long if it goes all the way down there. I'm not sure it's going to happen, but that's probably where I would even consider getting involved with that crazy name.
Yeah, Meta continuing the tank through 149. But you know what? We got out. Like I told you, we took the trade the other way. We got out. But look what's happening right here. Tesla just now taking 171. So some downside pressure here coming for Tesla one more time. Let's see how far down it can go. We're now $3 in the money, $2.50 in the money on Tesla, and it looks like it's still wanting to go to the downside here. So yeah, let's continue to watch it. Tesla right now downside. Tons of money made today on AMD because it was an earnings play. Let's see tomorrow what's intact for earnings, Brendan, at the big board.
Yeah, a ton to get through once again, both after the market closes tonight and tomorrow morning. Here is what is to come, guys.
So it's a wild board. You try to focus on the bigger names. We understand Meta is going to be the big one. I don't think it's as bad as Snapchat, but tomorrow morning, you get Eli Lilly, Merck, and Bristol Myers. So it's a big day for healthcare. I don't know that those are day trades, to be honest with you. Very rarely they are. Although sometimes Eli Lilly, you know what? I shouldn't sleep on Eli Lilly. Sometimes it does give you a good trade. So Prad's favorite name is going to be reporting in the morning. Just remember, when Ferrari reports, most of the moves are when it opens in Europe. So by the time we get to it, it's already traded half the day across the pond and might not have too much left. But I know he's excited for Ferrari.
Yeah, good look on that one. We are right now, Tesla is breaking 170. So we are now, I was just talking about being $3 in the money. We are now $3 in the money. So there goes Tesla. Hopefully it can continue to go to the downside, man. Big time trade alert. Tesla, again, you never know where your Chickens will lay their eggs. Oh, and by the way, now my wife
Bread
is
will be
looking like a
buttered.
genius, as she always does. She wanted a chicken coup a hell of a long time ago. We talked about this on the show, that it finally got legislated that in our area you could have chicken coup. But right now, yeah, it's all through Toronto. Yeah, many, you can have a chicken coup here in Toronto. But our area wasn't, but now it is.
Yeah?
So, yeah, it's
I thought you could already.
yeah, you can't. Not in many areas, but they're opening them up right now. This has been so good, man. What a great day to trade. That's about all I can say to wrap up this day right here. Hopefully you're in some Tesla with us. Hopefully, and if not, hopefully you're in something else. It's been a great day. Alibaba's been great. I don't know, lots of names. AMD, they continue to go. Thanks to Fahad today. Thanks to Trader Pratt as well. Thanks to Brendan with some big breaking stories there.
Yeah, that Netflix was free money off Reddit.
Yeah, the Netflix was free money for sure. And if you continue to trade with us, hopefully you'll be able to realize some free money as well. So
yes.
That's
apparently
it.
You said chicken. Apparently you said chicken coup instead of coop. I heard coop.
It's C-O-U-P, isn't it?
You said coop. These guys are saying you said coup. No, of course it's
like in the government,
obviously it's a chicken.
Chickens are forming a
chicken coop. But that's the fun and nonsense that goes on in the chat. That's why we say hit the subscribe. But also we say enjoy the afternoon show. We'll be back early at 1:45 for the Fed rate decision. Quarter points coming. But for now, let's go to the professor and the scalp demon.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Sharif, that's Luca. This is the Midday Show, and we got a nice little day brewing on our hands here. So much to cover, Luca, going into the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, definitely really, really exciting. I focused on AMD this morning. It was all AMD for myself.
Strong.
AMD was doing volume. AMD was moving around, that 80 level coming into play. What an absolute banger, man. And, Peloton, a little bit of bamboozlement on my side. Guys, I'm currently long Amazon and Google right now, just starting a position. Amazon with the intention that it kind of broke the lows, and I feel like maybe we could break and then go back up. So, yeah, I am. It'll update in a second, guys. But essentially, long Amazon here, pretty light on the size. Obviously, we have FOMC coming up at 2 o'clock. So, yeah, me and Sharif do get 15 minutes off today.
Yeah, baby.
For myself to switch back to the desk and maybe run and get a nice bagel and espresso.
Spro, baby.
Spro life, baby. But yeah, so long Amazon here. Again, not going to get overcommitted, not going to oversize into positions now. Had a good morning on AMD, and same ideology on Google. I like the Google trade a little bit more. It's down less, down just under 1%, and we already did get that little bit of a wick off bottom. I'm kind of sad that I missed the ad there, but it's all good. Maybe I get a chance that we dip lower and I could build into this. I'm going for over 98 outs, so if I can get 98, 19, 15, something like that, I'll be pretty happy with it. I'll share a trade and then I'll pass it back to Sharif here. So AMD, I am 100% on AMD trades here. So yeah, 100% on AMD trades here. And I'll share basically my thought process. I thought we were initially going to run straight to the 80 level, and so I punched long. We kind of stalled just a little bit, and I was like, okay, I need to get out of this because we could probably get a little bit of a bounce play. So took a long scalp here. That was great. That was maybe 10, 20 cents, give or take. Then we dipped and then went back up. So I took another long trade, kind of long, and then we hit VWAP, and then this was like a scalp. I thought I was going to be able to get closer to pre-market lows. I love the earnings trades where we have the pre-market action, we have the high, we have the low. We run up, we break the high, we come back down, and then dip into, for me it was going to be 77.50. That's where I was really going to size in. Didn't get the opportunity. And then obviously we ran to the north side. Everybody I'm sure remembers. And then at this point it was just like long scalp the whole way through. We broke the 80 level. I did try a break of 80. And this is where, patience pays, and patience actually gives you your money back. I got the break of 80, and if anybody was in that trade with me, you remember that it flew to the upside, hit 80.10, and then came back down and flushed through. And so I was actually offside just a little bit, and I was like, okay, be patient. It's the 80 level. It's going to come back. It's going to retest this level again for sure. And I just basically offered out at the same price that I got in at. So that was, I think I lost 1 penny. So yeah, technically I did lose 1 trade. Then flip short, cover on the way down. And notably going forward for the rest of today, for the rest of the afternoon, is that 79.50 level. Before the run up, obviously there was a big buyer. This is the reason why we're not actually getting that VWAP test. Then we had kind of that test of 81. Now we're pulling back. And look where it stops, 79.80. So I'm actually hoping that we can get a flush through VWAP. I want to load the boat down over here if we do get that opportunity. And what it should do, in my opinion, is a flush, and then a reclaim, and then a pop. This will be a scalp trade for myself. So that's what I'm looking at. That's that's what my focus is. AMD, I've been killing it this morning, so hopefully continue to kill it in the afternoon, and we'll see how these couple longs go.
Yeah, a decent morning for me. Took basically one trade. It was on Baidu. It was just on this retracement here. We had the big move after the 9:30 bell. You had a consolidation sideways, and I looked for a continuation of a bull flag. Got in here, averaged in around 147 and a third, and just rode it to the high side. I'm back into it now. I've got 150.74s on board. I'm looking to take profit here, I think, through the break of 10. There is a 10-penny spread on this one, so again, you're going to have to cross before probably getting filled here. We're waiting at 10s and I believe 25s. Let's go. Let's cross, baby. So now we should be printing. We're getting 10s here on the bid. Still not printing, but we'll see. Anyway, so let's add a little bit more to take off here. There we go. We get both prints. Nice trade to the high side. Very aggressive move now. Let's wait a little bit below the $half. I mean, the whole dollar. Yeah, the $half. What am I saying? What's wrong with me? Let's go. So nice little move on that one. I'm also on Meta. I took that VWAP bounce. I see my basically VWAP on everybody's charts. There we go. I'm a little bit late to the party though. I wanted that 148.80 break. Didn't get it. I think I got like, what did I get? I got 90s. So not bad. We're like 20 pennies in the money. I'm going to ride this one high. It's been stronger than some of these other names today after kind of being relatively weak the last few days. So trying to ride that momentum in the money on both trades. Waiting back now to Baidu at the $half to get printed, but it's kind of range bound. Let's bring in the side chart here so I can kind of explain a little bit more of what I mean. This is the 3-minute chart on Baidu. You have that VWAP hold, which you really like to see, but sort of maybe a sort of head and shoulders brewing in the mixed here. So you got to be cognizant of that. But I'm playing the range so far, and if it's going to break out one way, I'd obviously like it to be to the high side. But consolidating at VWAP, kind of that's why I'm in this range, trying to take the breakout long. Again, long Meta because it's been kind of relatively strong relative to these names. So not much else in my world. I've had, actually one more trade here on eBet. This one was, just one of these small cap crappers moving on whatever kind of news. Took the dip here on the 50 period, and I got in and got out a few times around here. The reason being is I kept thinking, look, dude, this is the setup you were looking for the flat bottom breakdown on these small cappers as, recently as 2-3 weeks ago. This was the setup. You look for a big move down and that consolidation sideways and a continued move down. But that hasn't been happening a lot lately. We've seen more relative strength on these small cap crappers. They tend to kind of, reclaim VWAP a lot more than they were a few weeks ago. So I said, okay, I'm going to try this one long, even though it kind of breaks my rules of shorting these small cap crappers below VWAP. I'm sorry, going long these small cap crappers below VWAP. But I said, look, it held the 50 period here a couple of times. Take this long, ride it through. I held it into VWAP, so it was a nice little retracement, but not really the parabolic move that you look for with the small cappers. So those are the 3 trades that I had for today. Looks like Meta is retracing here, flirting around that 148 3/4 level. This one I'm going to have to be patient with because the market doesn't look strong. But Baidu moving all on its own, guys. And that's the way she looks right now, Luca.
That's the way she looks, guys. So I'm actually fully out of that Amazon trade. That was a nice little move to the upside, basically scaling myself out towards the bottom area. Not really too sure where the potential on this could go. But again, I do expect things to be sort of range bound ahead of the Fed. So I'm not really going to be too excited with where I think the potential is. The logic on this type of trade, which I was explaining, but now it's nice to see that it actually came to fruition, is the dip through support, right? So bounce 1, 2, 3, 4 times, fails, take the long, right? So I don't actually want the long at support, especially not now that it broke and I'm watching this, but I'm saying to myself, do I believe the sell-off is going to continue when the market is setting up for these little bit of, wick-off bottoms over here? No, so I'm like, let me try the long, and I will scale out of that as soon as we break back in to the region that it was in, and now I'm going to consider the shorts if we actually can pop above VWAP over here. So I like the over VWAP shorts on Amazon. Reason being is because every time it went above there, it did not spend too much time there. So from an intraday scalp perspective, you know, I want to be in over here, because if I can get the short over here, then what I'm thinking is it's going to pop, it's going to fill me, it's going to instantly drop back down. So, you know, put me in the money right away. I'll take that trade all the time. So yeah, I am offering essentially, you know, 102 just above there. We'll see if we can get that fill. And then if it keeps ripping to the north side, then I'll just be regretting the fact that I let the bottom of day go. And why did I sell it over there? But that's trading. You move on and go from there. I know somebody in the chat was saying, oh, I just reloaded the AMD long. And I quickly looked at it to say, because I know I want it just below VWAP over here. But nice little long below 80. Now retesting the 50 period to the upside. I don't know what to expect with this thing, but the fact that we sort of kind of dipped into here and we didn't really test VWAP, you know, from call it 950 towards like 1010, we didn't really test VWAP. Then as it got closer to the 50 period, we really like had that nice little bit of an up move. Now we didn't even test VWAP again. So I kind of feel like, you know, VWAP buyers, you know, algos in full effect here. If we do get a dip through VWAP, I'm not going to panic and say, oh, we're breaking VWAP, now we're going to go to the downside. Like, no, AMD is up 7%. So I'm trying to pick my spots that make the most sense for myself. And yeah, also people in the chat from before saying Spro Life. Absolutely, man. Spro Life. That is the way of the warrior. I'll say that much. But yeah, we'll see where these longs go. So I am long Meta, building into a position right now. And I know Sharif said, you know, need to be patient with this one. He's absolutely correct on that. I'm basically loading very, very light position. I want this to actually give a little bit of a wick off bottom through VWAP. So as I see it going lower here, I'm going to add just a little bit more. But I'm really hoping that it can break that 148.50 to the downside and then quickly reclaim it. That'll be the tell that, you know, maybe potential retest of 149. So I'm going to go for about 50 cents on that one if it comes to fruition, and we'll see where it goes. Right. Jordan Smith in the chat saying, hey, Luca, are you not loading BA longs? I don't really trade BA personally. Anytime I see a stock, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's Netflix, BA, you know, $200, $300 stock. I tend to stay away because I like stocks with a better spread, you know, doing a little bit more volume. When BA is doing volume, for sure, it's not to say that it's not a good thing to trade or anything, just not my particular forte. That's why I stay away from it. What I see right now is a potential, I mean, that was a very, very strong up move here, and I'm just wondering, is there any daily levels that I see? You know, maybe it gets a test of, yeah, maybe this bottom 213 and then bounces back to VWAP there. But there'll be no trades on that for myself, but best of luck for sure if you guys are trading that one.
We are absolutely going to have to spin the money on this Baidu trade. A big boy move, 150.49 we got here. We take out as high as 152.10. I'm still holding, guys. I'm going to hold for at least maybe that 153, if not that 153.5. Here comes 152 again. Still holding a decent piece here. This one doing very well. Meta not so well at the moment. I averaged into that when you heard Lucas say he's looking for a dip below VWAP. There we go. So I got to switch quickly here to Meta. So there we go. We add another little piece here, but we're going to be really careful with this one because it could be setting up for a breakdown. Keep in mind, it reports today. So, you know, it's very possible that some of these bigger funds, they're either onloading or offloading some of these stocks as they anticipate going into earnings and what all that may bring. So going to be a lot of volatility. It could be to both sides. So just because we've had a nice little up move earlier in the day doesn't mean that's going to continue. Anyway, so just wanted to put that little spiel, get another average in. What's my average on Meta now? I got 66s. We're printing 57, so a bit of an L for now. That's made up by Baidu. This one's looking like it's going to continue to head to the north side. So the idea here was, guys, this is strong on news. It retraced to VWAP. It rejected VWAP here a couple of times, bouncing off it. We wanted to get that play anywhere near VWAP because we're looking for that high break here through 150, 140, and then that's exactly what it did. So we got a nice average. Initially, I got in at 150.78, then I had a nice little average down there at 150.48. So was able to get a decent little price there. Okay, back to Meta real quick here. Still looking like it's hanging around VWAP, and that's kind of what you want to see, but you don't really want to see a trend continue below that. And then it looks like it's stair-stepping down. Like, you know, like when it makes a newer low, then it goes up a bit with a lower high, and then it stair-steps back down. What you want to see here is a bounce and a rejection of VWAP and making of a newer high through the break of 149 and stay above 149 so that it can show its inclination at least to push maybe back to that 150. It rejected quite handily off that 150 earlier. I mean, that was obviously to be expected at that level. 149.98 is the high. But that's basically all I see at the moment. eBet, I've been kind of trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to get into this one. I'm thinking maybe another dip here into that 175 area. We kind of rejected that area earlier. There was good support there. There was a lot of buying coming in around that area. I've been watching it because I was, again, in this long earlier. But we'll see what this one does, kind of hovering around view up and the volume dropping off a little bit, Luca.
Yeah, guys, somebody asking me about Stressla, so I'm pulling this up. The first thing I see is a potential short that I want to take here, so I am taking the short. It's, you know, this was sort of low of day, and then we actually broke down, and then we're coming back into this level, lining up, you know, very nicely with the 50 period over there. So what I'm going for here is a sharp up move that I'm essentially willing to take the fill and potentially average into this. I do expect that the closer that we get to 172, the more likelihood that we can actually blow through 172 to the upside before maybe a potential reversal back down. So this is a scalp trade for myself. I want it to go up. I want to scale in. I want it to go back down. I'm going to scalp it and take my 20, 30 cents. You know, it's still doing volume. So unless this thing wants to absolutely rip my face off, then I'll just be out of the trade. But it's kind of within the plan of, you know, test the 50 period, break 172, some type of over under. I mean, if it goes down now, then it goes down with the size that I have. But yeah, maybe I should have offered maybe 85s there, but I just missed that. It's all good. We'll see what happens. I don't want it now. I really like the kind of over-unders, and it's like a one-time fill. Like I take the fill. If it tests it again, I don't like it as much. So here we are, short 171.59, and I'm essentially going for the flush back down like through like into this range. I'm not going for 170. I'm just gonna, you know, scalp as much as I can over and over again and see where that one wants to go. I know Sharif was talking about meta. Something that I'm working on, especially going into the middle of the day, is if I have an idea of, you know, maybe we can get back and print 149s, you know, with a test of the 50 period, I have to give myself time to build into these positions because, again, it's not like the morning. The mornings, things really move. Yeah. Maybe you have one kind of shot at it to get in and out. So the same logic with what I'm doing right here on Google, where I'm like add. Then it sort of has this little bit of a distribution phase. Then, okay, am I going to be correct? Is it going to actually pop? And then I'll take the out where I plan to take the out, right? So just giving myself time. It looks okay. It's not really selling off the way that a worst case scenario would be. And so just kind of being very patient with the trade and seeing it and letting it kind of, you know, work its way out, right? So if I find opportunities where there's lots of volume at a level, then I will scalp like an absolute maniac and take, you know, unlimited fills. However, if it's more of like a slower move where I think, okay, this is going to curl back up, then kind of different approach to it. So that's basically what I'm looking at over there. Stock 2, yeah, Luca and Tesla. Let's see if this one wants to pay me or not. We'll see what happens.
We have the same price on Meta. I like
on Meta? That's great. I'm actually, I do want to add a little more to Meta. Now that we're actually down here, yeah, you know what? Let me add just a little bit more over here. But yeah, very quickly, I did have a
G-Sun.
G-Sun, yeah, I can look there in a sec. Just give me G-Sun's flying right now. Sure, let's have a look. Is this on New York or on NASDAQ? Okay, so this is, let's see this one. Let's see, is this just straight line? Yeah, here we go. Okay, straight line to the upside. What is the float on G-Sun? Let's have a look.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, you can double check that. I'll do this in real time as well. Float Checker, it's a free website for anybody that doesn't, you know, is looking to get free information. So Sharif is saying it's 8.4. This compiles data from all, you know, these websites over here. So you'll see, okay, it says 8.7, 8.4, it says 4, 6. But Sharif's saying 8.4, so that one is the correct one. So again, take this with sort of a grain of salt in the sense that, you know, it's just compiling data. But I like to say that things that are sub 2 million, they act one way. Things that are 5 to 10 million, they kind of act another way. So yeah, heads up on this one. It is an 8 mil float. You know, not a nano float, so, you know, not so much tape teleportation. Book looks pretty healthy here, but again, you always want to look at the daily levels if you're ever in doubt or, you know, where you think this thing could go before it faces some type of resistance. The first obvious sign for myself is a 480, which is very far away right now, and I almost want to zoom in because that's sort of too far away. Like, do we have any other levels that are interesting? I would say another level that's kind of interesting, and it's not so much a level, but more of an area, is that 220 into 3. So, you know, it is at 220 right now. It did have a nice up move. Are we going to get some consolidation and then move to the upside, or is this going to fade back down? Volume's going to die, and it's just done with. So, guys, volume is always the tell. So if you are watching this thing, watch the volume. If volume dies, it's not really. It doesn't look too good for the longs.
I'm out of Meta. So I gotta cut the line somewhere, guys. At the moment, it's kind of setting up for, I don't know where it's going. It's not really respecting any certain levels that I see. So I gotta wait for this one to how many averages in did I have? So this one ends up being a bigger loser for me, by the way. Still positive on the day on Baidu, but Meta ends up being a big loser. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 additions, but it kept going to the sell side, so I'm not going to continue to hold that. 148 coming in here. Maybe I can reset once I see something on it, but I mean, obviously the market looking a bit more uptrendy. Obviously, we're just bounced off lows. 40.64, we just made a low there. Now into the low 70s, 73. But, you know, we didn't see that kind of bounce on Meta. So showing me that, you know, at least for the moment, it's a little bit relatively weak. JD asking me why I got into that, basically making the case that I was looking for a VWAP bounce here because it was relatively strong. Now showing that it's a bit relatively weak. He's saying Meta is a tough one some days like today with earnings. Yeah, you know, I'm holding Meta, obviously my private account as a swing trade. I have been for a while, so, you know, my mind's been on that.
Go back to it.
Abhishek saying, I short AMD 880, waiting for 80 levels and below. Thoughts? AMD was Luca's domain, so I'll give that to him after I send it back. Maybe you can remember. NUView saying, any thoughts on Netflix 360? Yeah, another one of the ones that I'm holding in my private account. I was really happy to see that it had a good news catalyst today saying essentially that their demand for their ad tier advertising was doubled in January. So really good to hear from that. And obviously for other digital advertisers, you kind of want to know the demand is there because the anticipation been the recession is going to kind of dry up a lot of these ad dollars. We'll see what Meta reports tonight and Google tomorrow, but it's good to kind of see things like that. Look, it's a great move here off Netflix. Obviously, that news coming in around 10 o'clock. In fact, actually exactly at 10 o'clock it got released. It got released with the numbers, and it shot up. Where was it hanging? It was hanging at 52s at the time. It shot up to 61.37. You have a VWAP retracement. Yeah, sure, it does break VWAP, but you got to, you know, this is not going to be a perfect science, especially with a $300 stock. It's going to break it. There's a lot of momentum to the up and downside, so you got a break here, but a nice bounce back. I'm saying this is bullish for the day. I'm looking for a movement up. It's just, you know me. I don't get in at these levels. It's got to kind of give me an opportunity to get in. So 59.53 is where we're at the moment. It looks like 360 is coming in as a bit of maybe resistance, kind of a double top forming here on the 3-minute chart. But yeah, I'll keep my eye on Netflix. Definitely, I'm interested in that one. You always want the relatively strong names. All right, let's talk about GSUN, because this one is moving. You heard Luca covering that for you a moment ago, but it is still pumping to the high side. It's making an all too relatively familiar top here where 230 is the top. We get multiple rejections, and creates what we call a flat top breakout, for a lack of a better term. But, you know, the trick here is because you might get a rejection through the break of 230 to kind of try to build your position lower so that you have a better cost basis. Let's go. Oops. What did I just do there? Okay. So there, I got a tiny long here in GSUN to kind of build a position. Let's go and add a little bit more here to see if we can test that move back up. So we got a nice little dip off the 7-period moving average. Obviously, it's very extended. So you have to at least have a retracement here. This will be the second retracement. So you had an initial one here. You're due for a longer one that is probably more noticeable on the 5-minute chart where it stands out. So there we go. I'm going to basically just hold this position that I made, and if we break 230, I'll look to add to this one for a bigger squeeze. GSUN, did you look at the short float on that? Did we just look at the float?
It's the short information, guys, just for anybody who's wondering, unless you're with a paid company,
course,
like they're not going to give you the, it's always going to be delayed. It's always going to be delayed. So it'll show you short float 12%, 16%. But at the same time, that could be just 1 month, 2 months old, and then that's not just accurate information. So I would say take the short flow.
Still higher.
It's higher, but what I'm saying is like this is like a 1 month delay.
For sure.
For sure, 1 month, if not 2 months delayed. So I would not be looking at short float information from any non-paid website. I would always take the short flow with a grain of salt there, just heads up on that one. So guys, I did have an Amazon short scalp, so I really love the short over VWAP. Somebody in the chat was like, Amazon 102, Luca, are you shorting it? And I was like, I mean, absolutely. So little scalp, I'm gonna recycle this level until it breaks to the upside, then I'm gonna take a little bit more size there.
GSUN going, and we're participating. I'm gonna sit right below 50s. I'm gonna sit at 49s, there we go, 44s. This one might be harder to get, right, through the $50 break. I'm going to cut it here. So there we go. I get out there at, where did I get out at? 42s. So nice little move up on GSA. Not the biggest position in all honesty, right? So you can't really, this one doesn't deserve spending the money on, guys. But a nice little, I know, right? But the idea was right, Luca.
Oh, man.
The idea was right. The whole point, come to my screen, Brad. The whole point was this, guys, is to wait for the first retracement, especially when you get a big move up. You're almost always going to get a first retracement. And then you're going to be able to build a position there, right? Sure, you can chase it into here. I mean, obviously, how could I say no? But to me, it doesn't work that way. I need to know, like, this is not going to be the cutoff point. So I wait for the first retracement and then add at the lows, and then we scalp through the highs. And then, as you see here, it breaks 230 top, flushes right back down. That's what these things are known for. There's going to be resistance to the high side and the downside. So there we go, in and out. Textbook trade, not enough size to kind of really be happy about. Meta, my boy Neil likes to say 40.78 and a quarter is kind of where we're hanging out. That's a nice little move off that 40.64 and 3/4. We're kind of in between. We're kind of like mean reverted here between the highs and the lows. We're kind of hanging out in the middle, which is totally to be expected because we are really waiting for the big Duke, Papa Powell, to come out and spit whatever he's going to spit on the mic.
Absolutely, man, absolutely. So Meta did bamboozle me, and then the fact that
Bamboozled me,
Sharif, well,
man.
Sharif, you were like, you know, I got to get out of this one. I was like, oh man, should I be getting out of this one too? So I punched the bottom, but I say to myself, I didn't really want to add because the thing is this, I was sort of adding for like the whiplash back, then it went lower, and so this is just my take on it because I know you were just discussing it, but essentially, at this point, I'm like, hey, maybe it does get to below 148, at which point I'll do some type of longs over there. But I'm long again, and I think maybe there's a chance now that I make my money back on that one, so we'll see where it wants to go. I am still aiming for that 50 period out, so if this thing wants to straight line straight to the 50 period,
Unreal.
I'm going to make back almost everything, I assume. Almost everything. I'm not really too sure, but I'll see what the result is after this. If I get that, man, if I get that. And somebody's saying bad sound, lag, guy, refresh. Yeah, guys, just refresh the stream. If anything happens, we're live. We're not going anywhere. Feel free to refresh the stream, and you know things. Things will be fine there. So just refresh the stream. Did you try turning it off and back on again? That's what I'll say here. A little bit of a funny thing there. Yeah, that should work. I added to the Tesla short as well. It is giving some type of little bit of a channel just around the 50 period, but it is not breaking 172 to the upside. It is struggling. So it is breaking it, but it's struggling to actually push higher. So what would be really nice right now is a flush up and then a move back down, and then that would give the steam for the move back down. But obviously it has to kind of correlate with what the market's doing. And the market, just a little bit of a dip and rip action, flying back to that VWAP test region. So yeah, we'll see what this wants to do next. I'm still in the Google long, and I took a little bit out just over 98. It is now at the 50 period, and I feel like we are going to get a push to the upside, just my gut feeling. That's why I didn't cover the majority of the position. So I'm just kind of waiting for that move up to see if it wants to fill me, and we go from there. Meta kind of up and then back down again. I'm going to try this one more time here, so let me add a little bit more here. And somebody's saying watch out for the dump. Hopefully not a round 2 on this dump, man. Like I tried it once, I lost, and I'm trying it again. I think we probably get a 149 print. Then let's see where it goes. You know, like if this level holds, if this is the short-term bottom, then yeah, I have a good feeling about that pop to 149. So we'll see what happens next. I have 1 short, 2 longs on board. Yeah, the board is right there. Those are my positions. Waiting for AMD to come back down, but man, that long is the long is not wrong in AMD. I tell you that much.
So there was a question for you.
Yeah.
Abhishek Desai said AMD short. I mean, you just answered it right there. I mean, and then I texted him in the chat.
Short.
I said, why are you going short? What do you see? A double top maybe brewing at 81.37? I mean, why would you want to short something that's so relatively strong and risk going against a trend? You had really good news coming out with respect to their sales at a time where all these microchips are kind of hurting at the moment. This one comes up with a positive move. You're up 7 and look, what is that? 7 and 2/3% on the day. I mean, you're above VWAP. You're above the 50 period. I don't know. I don't get it. I wouldn't short here, Luca.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to short AMD. Yeah, it's there's shorts to be had. Obviously, on any name, you can always find some type of setup, some type of scalp setup for sure. I mean, I had one short in it, and that was one of my better trades. And the reason I say that is because we broke the 80 level the first time, and this is a tell, right? We broke it the first time, and if it was going to be a really, really good long where you should just fully abort that short, it would have broken 80 to the upside, and it would have just flew to like 80.50. But it didn't. It broke 80, it flew to 80.10, and then flushed back down right away, and it was instantly in like the 79.80 region. So I said, okay, you know what? I tried the long. It was not good. I'm going to try the short now if we can actually get back up there for then the flush back through, so like a round 2 type thing. And so this purple is a short, guys, and we actually went to 80.25, and then the bid was reserving. There was just so much selling into that level. And I was like, okay, this is a great spot. I mean, on the daily, 80 is a level, right? 80 is a level. And I think it was Neil who was mentioning 83 on a wider time frame. Maybe you got the 100 period to the 200 period. That's like around that level. If I had to guess, I don't have it on my charts here. But essentially, 80 is a level, right? 80 is a level. Like if I draw this line right here, it just spent so much time below 80, and it almost feels like if we are going to curl back to the upside, this thing could be back at 100, before the end of the first quarter. So, it is AMD. They do still obviously make money and everything. It really depends on, next earnings. Is everything lining up with what guidance said this earnings and such and so on and so forth. But, for a scalp trade, going over 80, showing the first time that it wasn't a clean break and move, and then, second time, taking the short, adding into it, flushing through 80, and then taking the covers. So I really, really do love these sort of like over-unders, and I like them long, I like them short. I basically like the even dollar level. That's where a lot of options are. That's where a lot of size is traded. That's where I like kind of scalping in and out and, taking my 20 cents if I can get it, 20 and 30 cents over and over again. That's basically, that's the plan there. So, yeah, guys, people are saying no one's having mic issues. Then somebody's saying, like, seriously, fix your mic. I think it's good. I'm pretty sure everything is good. But don't worry too much about it. Everything will be good.
I just want to mention something. So Brendo in the chat saying Rivian coming out with a headline saying they are going to cut 6% of the jobs. You see a little spike on here. This is a Rivian chart. Got off the bottom there at 1835, popped up all the way to 65. We'll see if this is a sustained move or just an algo spike. Likewise with FDX, which is FedEx. Silly boy. They're going to cut 10% of management jobs. That one skyrocketing to the high side. Look at that break. 195.25 all the way up to now 197.20 and still going. This is now up 1.55%. The day chart pattern looks fantastic. Not really a day trade type stock except maybe off earnings, but this move obviously having a huge impact. Management jobs obviously account for a larger sum usually notionally than some of these other jobs. So 10% cut. And that's what the market wants to see. I mean, it's sad to keep saying that, and we have to keep mentioning that because obviously people are losing jobs and homes are affected, and the whole works. But that's what the market looks for. It looks for cost-cutting measures in times of austerity, and that's what they're predicting to be. So we'll see. FDX tradable, I guess. Let's have a look and bring it up on a side chart here. Let's not get rid of eBet. GSUN's fine. We're already done our chart on that. FDX, it's on New York. Yes, it is New York. Awesome. Okay, there we go. So a bit of a topping tail candle brewing a little bit here. I'm just a little bit hesitant that we may retrace, mean revert back into that 195.5, 195.40 area. You're getting some volatility now. The spread it's super spready. It's 30 pennies at the moment, which means, size down accordingly here because you could get cut up just getting in and out. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. Let's see if this one continues. Likewise, though, Meta finding a bit leg, so I'm kind of happy for my boy here because he's in that trade, finding a little bit of a higher high. 148.79 was what we're trading at and reclaiming VWAP. So I get kind of shaken out of that trade, and sadly to say, the weaker hand there. But I mean, I had averaged in a couple of times. I couldn't couldn't average it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I did lose, so I'm now just basically battling for my money back. Guys, Tesla, I got the little first fill at the bottom there. These kind of bottom wicks filled me. I was glad for that fill, and then we popped over 172, so I'm doing this little add to it, kind of risking off VWAP 173. Going to see how it goes. The market's obviously going to the upside, so I do have longs on board. Meta's looking pretty good, making money back there. Google long, just being patient for this to actually make the move back to the upside. And I guess I got Amazon short, I guess. Oh, I did have orders at 102. Okay, so yeah, short Amazon again over here. So let me just cover some of that. And yeah, waiting for Tesla to either come back down or, you know, if it wants to continue to rip to the upside, then so be it. Everything is looking okay, I guess. I don't even know what to think here. Yeah, Tesla move up is like very, very strong. I'm going to give myself one more ad here and see if this thing wants to go back down. I'm not going to put a hard stop at 173. Because it probably runs that, but let's see if this thing wants to come back down into the 172 region and then go from there, you know, and then we'll reevaluate that one. But yeah, I'm just basically paying myself as these things are moving, and I'm noticing that I'm missing fills. Google actually gave a nice little pump into the 98.10, and I think I was trying to get 98.20, so that was a little bit of a mistake. Should have had some at 98.10, but still not too worried because it is kind of curling up and, you know, showing that it's very, very slow, but yeah, maybe get that fill there. So I'm not going to rush to the exits just yet. And then if the market does want to turn down right now and, you know, Tesla wants to go lower, then life will be good and we'll go from there. Somebody's saying, I can't wait for Meta to get nuked in the after hours.
Why,
I mean, that's
bro?
been, you know, Sharif is, if you haven't noticed, Sharif is long in his personal. So he doesn't want that to happen. I personally don't own Meta.
God,
I mean, I don't know if I'll ever own Meta in my personal. It would have to really, really.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk about that. I think Brendo's ready for it at the big desk with the Euro close.
Session 4, a Fed day here over in the European landscape. Let's show you a bit of a mixed board here ahead of what's to come. Again, typical for a Fed day, some of these markets will react more tomorrow than you'll see today. So we are positive, though, for a few. Spain, Sweden among those, 0.65, 0.55 for Spain and Sweden. Otherwise, though, kind of choppy, 0.4 for Italy upside. The rest, France, Germany, England, kind of there or thereabouts. So all eyes on the Fed to come this afternoon, guys.
Take one. Thank you so much for that, Brendan. And yeah, I'm just looking at my positions and wondering, okay, guys, yeah, heads up. Amazon is now moving to the upside over here, going into that 102. So I still I do like these over-under shorts. We'll see if I can actually get those fills up there if they wants to go a little bit high. Yeah, no, the 102 level, I think I have to punch more short over here. I really like the Amazon short, so I'm gonna be focusing on this level over here. If I can get 10-cent wins over and over again, I will take them. Somebody's saying, Luca, you're missing out BGXX. So sure, let's have a look here. BGXX, where is this one? $1.50 moving to the upside. Every time I pull up some of these things, I'm always checking floatchecker.com. So BGXX, what does this show? 53 million float. Okay, so not a low float. That's basically what I wanted to get at that. Up 180%, looking pretty good. Pretty good. You know, it's holding trend for the most part. Let's have a look here at the daily on this one. You know, is there any levels? The first thing that stands out to me is this is, yeah, okay, so we're actually through this level over here. So we're going to have to zoom out even further to see where this one is. And I almost want to say 2 is probably like that level. And this one is kind of challenging because it's one of those like, and let me just remove this. I'm assuming, yeah, here we go. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this is like not a super clean level. Not really too sure what to think with this one. It's sometimes you look at dailies and you're like, oh yeah, this is really good. And then other times you look and you're like, well, I'm not really too sure what to think. With this one, I'm just like kind of lost. I don't know really what to think. I almost want to say that, you know, it's a super wide range if I had to draw one, if I ever saw one, like that 150 to like 2. So 50 cents, you know, when in doubt on these small caps, when I don't really know, you know, is it 2 to 220? I just use 50-cent increments. So at this point, I would say 150 to 2 is kind of overhead resistance. It would really have to clear like 220 to, you know, go parabolic. But 50 million float, I mean, it's not one of those kind of crazy tape teleportations. Again, in this type of market, anything's possible. Volume is picking up here, and as long as volume is there, if it bounces off trend and holds this kind of high of day, I would say, which is 120-ish, then, you know, maybe we get a bounce back to the high. So not really too sure what to think with that one. Probably not going to trade it. I'm just going to focus on the positions that I'm in right now and try to recycle. Amazon is getting a little bit higher, so let me take a little bit more short here.
All right, but this Baidu trade, I'm still holding on to this. We're long 150.49. We retraced off 152.50 back now into the 151.70s. So I'm still holding for a piece. I'm sitting here at 153.50. So we'll see if we can get all the way up there. 153.50 is where I'm looking to take the remaining portion out. I also initiated a Netflix trade here. I want to ride this headline as the market kind of stagnates here. It kind of held the 50 period and kind of is floating above VWAP, so I built a position into it. I have at 358.90s. I'm like 20 pennies out of the money here, but you know, this one can move dollars and dollars at a time. So looking for a bit of a move north on Netflix, but the one I kind of really, geez, I should have been in this. FDX is continuing to head to the high side now, up 2.5%. Off that 192.5, which was the low. We're at 198.81, so we're already $6 up on that news. So nice little pump up there, and a lot of volume on FTX. This is an expensive stock and not one that's usually heavily traded. We're seeing each 3-minute candle here account for over 100,000 shares of volume. So good volume coming in on FTX. You know, I think the move's done for me. I hesitated. I thought maybe it would retrace and that was just an algo spike. Clearly, you know, anything job cuts related, again, is really going to move these markets and not just an initial move. It looks like it's going to be more sustained. We've seen that on a lot of other stocks. So here we go, back to Netflix, retracing into that area, kind of bouncing off the 50 period on the 1-minute chart. Has held it for a little bit. I'm, again, sitting at 359. 48 waiting to get filled on that one. I've got a piece to be taken out through that 359 $half test. Meta.
Wow, Amazon, okay.
Meta looking good though, because here it goes. Now it's held VWAP nicely, and now it's starting to kind of head to the high side a little bit. I'm wondering, should I be getting in here? I mean, I already got cut up on it, so I don't wanna get beat up anymore, but you know, the market's I know the market's not going to start shooting up to the upside. Why would it? We're waiting for Powell. I mean, anything's possible, but I think we're going to kind of mean revert. We've already kind of mean reverted here between the highs and the lows, and we're kind of hanging out in the middle. We might probably test 40.84 to the high side. There's a lot of action as a resistance there. We've seen that. And then maybe 40.75 again to the downside. We'll kind of like hang out within a 10, 20 point range. That's kind of my gut instinct for maybe the next little bit. I don't see any new market news coming in, but here goes Meta again, baby. That's pumping now. 149 is in sights, and it's looking good. I feel like I should have been back in on that one. Good on you, Luca.
Yeah, guys, Google is going to the upside here, so I'm taking some profits. Going to hold a little bit in case we actually run back up and get a little bit of a VWAP test there, so it's looking pretty good. I just keep glancing back at the market. It's not really ripping, but then it's weird how we get this. And I know these are like NASDAQ stocks, and I'm looking at the ES, but, you know, I use it kind of hand in hand. I do understand that. But even the NASDAQ, like we had that nice rip, and now it's kind of, you know, popping just a little bit, but we're getting that nice little pop. So yeah, taking some out of Google over there and basically going to take some out of Meta as we get closer to 149 over here. This is the basically the spot that I wanted to get to. So yeah, making my money back on Meta feels pretty good. But yeah, let's try to make some money too. So maybe, you know what, like maybe try to hold some for 149.20. Then I'll actually make some money on this thing. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Amazon exploded to the upside, you know, and this is the thing. It did this. The reason why I'm adding into this, you're probably wondering, oh, this is actually breaking out. It did this every single time. So it exploded to the upside, then the reversal happened. It exploded to the upside, and then again. And then boom, and then again. So I'm expecting, this is why I actually love this, and I was waiting for these. So I was taking 102s and kind of adding, and then I'm just like really getting excited for this this short. So I'm basically in, I'm at a break even right now with Amazon. It's going to start working, or so it feels like. I think if we do go back through that 102, as much as I want to slam this through 102 for like the final, like take the size and like ride this down to like the 80s and maybe below, I think I'm just going to ride with roll with what I got here. And Tesla, it really pissed me off because we actually came back into the 172, and I was trying to get the fill over here for essentially like a break even or just a little bit of profit. Then we ripped to the upside. I didn't even notice, and I was like, oh damn, okay, I really should just probably get out of this. So I punched out ahead of 173. And then as we came back down, I was like, okay, so it's not really going to be one of those break VWAP 173 and instantly go to 174. So that's why I punched back into the short. But again, if this thing continues to go higher, it is sort of bouncing off trend. And if it bounces off trend again and then goes to the upside, I'm just going to have to get out of it and kind of throw it up to another loser over there. But if we actually break back down and then flush to the downside, I will, potentially make my money back on that one. But I do like the Amazon short just a little bit more. That's why I'm really kind of adding into it. And yeah, we're going to see where this goes. Again, if we go through that 102, then I feel good about it. If we bounce back, then it's all good. I have a pretty good average on it. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Somebody's saying, Luca, there's a load of call options on Amazon that just loaded. It's, I mean, it's above 100. Obviously, players are taking their bets. This is the daily, and there's some crazy wicks over there, but let me just drag it up. I mean, it didn't really stay above 100 the last time it tested it. Then we curled back down, and then we kind of broke 100, and now it's consolidating above, right? So for myself, again, I'm a day trader. I'm sitting here. I'm going to get out of this position in probably the next, 20 minutes. I'm going. That's why I'm short. But, if you're looking at this from a perspective of a swing trade, the fact that it's over 100, FOMC's coming up. Are we really going to fly to the north side and keep going and break levels, on the ES 4100, 4200, 4300? Are we going to get that melt up? And what is the names that are going to actually lead the way? So, Amazon over 100, it looks pretty healthy. It broke, it bounced, it went below, it went back above. Now it's kind of at that, 104 pivotal area that if we break 104 to the upside and explode, I mean, yeah, maybe we could see, 108, 110, and these are just random numbers, but 108, 110, maybe we do actually get up there. So from a swing trade in terms of kind of loading the boat there, yeah, maybe that's a possibility. But I just think ahead of the FOMC right now, do we really have the steam to explode to, break the highs and keep going? No. So I'm just kind of waiting for a break of 102 or even, 102 exactly, like a breakdown. And then I'm going to scale out in front of that 50 period for the nice little bit of a scalp win. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Tesla is now back over 173 and just kind of chilling here. I almost want to add a little bit to this. So let me just add a little bit more there. Kind of feel like we do have the potential to really curl back down and test the 172. I'm basically looking at the overall market, and it did one of those classic, chop around, break the low, trap the bears, break back into the range, and then now we're just kind of range bound. So if that's going to be the case, my areas are just kind of this overhead resistance and then covers back into VWAP if I'm shorting here, and then, try to hold for maybe, sorry, not a vertical line, but maybe, something like that over there. I don't expect this to really break down and do anything before FOMC. So we'll see where this one wants to go. Everything now slowly in the money. Tesla basically break even, which is pretty good. I think it's just getting started. Amazon essentially break even. We'll see where that one wants to go. Meta, Google, just nursing these at this point. I think if Google wants to channel a little bit and then give a little bit of a pop, I'll be fully out of that trade. And Meta is kind of struggling over here. So, as much as I want my money back, I just feel like I should be trying to get out closer to 149. So I'm going to remove that order, put it back. If we get a pop through 149, I'll be out. So yeah, looking to exit Google and Meta and then hold these shorts to see where they want to pay me.
All right, guys. Yeah, the market is kind of trending sideways a little bit. Some stocks. Jeez, man, I gotta get a bro. I can't even.
Sometimes it be like that, man.
Some stocks stronger than others, but we're in that range now, and I kind of expect us to be in that range for the next little bit. But we're going to continue to look for some of these relatively strong names if we can find them. I'm in this Netflix long right now, which is not working out for me, to be honest with you. So I'm going to continue to kind of nurse this one and try to get it back to breathe a little bit. But this Baidu trade has really kept me afloat. What a monster it was. It was a lot of shares, and it was for a lot of dollars. And now we're still holding a piece. It's still going to the high side. It's on the higher-ish side. I want it to break, though, that 152.5. If it can break that and continue into that 153, then we know we've got a nice little trend change there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, but not really being helped by the laziness of this market to my Netflix trade. So building my position here through dollars. We're still above VWAP, which I really do like. I'm going to add sizably here on VWAP if we should make it down there. These are all tiny little adds, right, to kind of get a better ACB, but the big add will be around VWAP if it should make its way down there. So we'll see what that one does. Meta continuing to look good above VWAP, moving sideways, but I want to see what it does at that 149 crossroads area. That should be interesting to see if we get rejections off that area. We know we rejected off 150 today. That's for damn sure. So I'm kind of feeling like if the market's printing red right now on my chart. So I want to get into this meta long, I really do, and it has nothing to do with the fact that I lost money on it earlier. It looks good, it's relatively strong. Microsoft also looks good a little bit, so if I was to try to get into one of these, I'd try to get into Meta or Microsoft. They're technically both red on the day. Meta's down 0.07% and Microsoft 0.36%. Not much of a move, to be honest. So both close either to their open or to the highs there. We're getting a nice little bump up in the market, some volume coming in there, especially on Meta. 149 coming into sites again. We're at 148.88. So we'll see how she ends up doing there. You know what? I'm just going to get into this long, and I'm going to nurse it into FOMC until we get off. So there we go. I'm long Meta. Whatever happens, happens here. Let's go, baby. I'm looking for that 149 break. If it comes, it comes. It doesn't. All too bad for me. Let's see what the chat is up to. Yeah, someone's saying Sean is disturbing the piece. Yes, he is.
Yeah,
there.
I'm dying over here.
And he is one passionate dude.
Funny,
you guys can hear him. Background noise. Yes, I know, guys. It's Sean. He is very passionate.
He's the best skier here, and he's never skied before.
Fahad said he's the best skier here.
Fahad,
And
this
he's
guy
never
is-
skied. He's also the president of Veru, the CEO of
This
Veru.
guy's something else, man.
Yeah. We love Fahad here, man. That's just the way it goes around here. We love Fahad, and that's the way she is. Anyway,
Okay, guys, just sorry, sorry,
go
Jude.
for it.
Yeah, guys, I can't even hear myself think or Sharif. Did I cut you off?
No, go
Okay, I thought you stopped talking. No. Man, we're having, you know what? It's a lot of fun, man, being on the floor. Obviously, things are quiet and then things get loud and you hear these heated debates. I was telling the story last time where Fahad and Neil and Sean were talking about LeBron and whether he deserves to be on the Lakers. And it was like 8 in the morning. I walk in, I'm like tired. I didn't even have a coffee yet. And these guys are yelling at each other like, what do you mean, LeBron? And I'm just like, yo, what? Relax, man, relax. Even though I'm all for a good debate, relax. Yeah, Fahad's an interesting character, this guy. He's the best at everything that he's never done. That's what he'll tell you over and over again. Yeah, just a heads up, guys. So I am covering a little bit of that Tesla as we flush lower, getting that fill at 72.31. I still am in the position, so I'm essentially making my money back. I mean, it sucks when you take an L. The thing is you have a good morning, right? You have a good morning, you're like, don't give it back. And then what do? I don't, not that I'm giving it back, but I'm essentially taking an L, and I'm like, what am I doing taking an L? Like, what am I doing here? So it's nice to actually finally get this little bit of a flush lower. And yeah, that's actually a really nice flush here on, we're getting this, okay, sorry, let me just, okay, perfect. We're getting that flush lower. I did not expect that flush. That was really nice there. So awesome flush down on Tesla. I am now basically flat on the position. I'm not making any money on this trade. Like these trades, this out, I lost. I took the L, but then adding it back and then covering over here. If I didn't cover over here, then I would be making some more money. But again, sometimes I take L. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but sometimes I take L's and then I'm like, man, like if I can just get back some of my money. But you shouldn't do this as a professional trader, or if you want to do this for the long term, you should just be trading what you see the setup to be and then kind of going from there. Obviously for myself, I'm sort of kind of punching in and discretionary and adding, and the size is a little bit on and off sometimes, right? So, I mean, it is what it is, the product of multitasking, which is fine. And yeah, so I'm basically taking my money. I think I'm going to try to hold the rest, because for whatever reason, this is a big move down. I don't know if this is like, there's no volume spike, so there's no news associated with this. But that's a really nice move down. And essentially, here's the thing, right? Now in hindsight, I can actually say this. It's like here was like the level, right? I was trying to short, and then I wanted to pop and then drop and then cover into here. But then it just had to do VWAP magnet, do a bunch of volume, and then actually flush down. So I have the idea. I tried it once, I lost. I tried it again. And the reason I tried it again is because it didn't actually blow to the upside. So there was no real big, genuine buying above VWAP. Now we're kind of rejecting it, flushing. And so I'm just basically taking my wins as they come. But I'm going to try to hold for what I initially planned as the 171. So if we can just go down a little bit more, go down to like 80 more cents, and life will be good. And I will take that. I'll take the rest of that win on Tesla, and I'll probably have the rest of my money back there, so pretty good. I am getting nice flush fills down on Amazon there as well, so covering 102, 96, 95 random fills over there. But we do quickly pop back to the upside. So where I initially thought we could pop over VWAP and then instantly flush back down, we're actually hanging around here. And so that's fine because we're not actually going higher. And sometimes you get the VWAP magnet where there's algos that want to buy, there's algos that want to sell. there are algos, you know, like let's say there's a lot of call options that are outstanding, and algos and dealers are like, okay, listen, let's hedge right now. Let's use the volume at VWAP because it's a great time to kind of use this volume before it actually makes a decision and moves. So we'll see where this wants to go. I mean, it is the middle of the day too. We're approaching 12 o'clock. So, you know, volume kind of slows down just a little bit, but I am still okay with the position that I have on Amazon. I like the size that I have. I like I wish it would go lower faster, but obviously everybody wants that to happen. We'll see if this wants to actually flush through the 50 period, then try to get continue to get those covers as it works for me there. So we'll see where that one wants to go. But yeah, Amazon short, Tesla short. I'm waiting to see if this actually wants to go to 171. Now that I'm in this position where, you know, if it goes back to break even, okay, whatever. I lose another dollar on that, but I'm willing to kind of risk the dollar to try to make the dollar. Pretty comfortable with that one. Looking back at Google, it's just not giving that pop that I want to see. So I covered some over here. I was trying to get like 30s, like closer to VWAP, but it's not giving like the spike. Like you would think eventually it would give like a little bit of a spike to kind of fill my order over there, but no, it just wants to stay away from that one. So, I mean, if I do get that fill, I would anticipate that it's going a heck of a lot higher. But I'm okay, man. I'm okay to take the rest off from over there. And Brother Mike, remind Sean that the opening act isn't the star of the show. Sean is the star, man. Sean is a beauty. He comes in with fire every single day. But yeah, no, I know it's kind of, it does get loud in here, but it's all good, man. This is a trading floor. What kind of floor would this be if we were all just like silent and like, I'd be like, oh my God, look at Tesla. It's now going down. Hopefully it keeps going. Like, no. I'm gonna voice my opinion, and so does everybody else. So it's nice to see. I mean, guys, the market is obviously alive. You know, it's nice to be a part of a floor that is alive and doing well. So, I mean, yeah, lots of fun over here. It would be like when the floor was empty. Exactly, Bears versus Bulls. It's guys, for anybody that doesn't remember,
I don't know how to say his name. John. They're hanging out with Dogecoiners. I don't know. Were you ever in Doge?
No. I told my brother to get in though.
Did you?
I said, I was like, this is ridiculous.
It's just too much.
So I was like, yo, bro, you should buy it because I can't buy it.
Let me live vicariously.
Yeah. I was like, you should buy this. You should sell it now. You should buy this. And yeah, no, he did. My trading performance through. Actually, I shouldn't even say it. It's just a lot of jokes. But yeah, you know, he was all into crypto and the NFT space.
Yeah.
You know, buying. It's you know, I'll say this as a trader, trade things that move, and as long as there's volume and volatility, there's money to be made, man.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter what you're trading. Could be tulips, could be Bitcoin,
Whatever
could be stocks, could be anything, man. Could be anything.
All right, guys. We're in a couple of positions, and they're both going a little poopy at the moment. Because the market just went poopy. There we go. We talked about this range, maybe between 40, 84, and 40, 75-ish. I mean, whatever, in that area. Well, it just broke down there. So now we're looking to test lows again. We're still in like the mean area between highs and lows, so we're not really out of those ranges. So nothing really to ring the alarm about, but red on both positions, to be honest, Meta and Netflix. So this Baidu trade is still holding me up, though. Big winner on that. Now kind of holding a little piece, waiting for that 153 test. We're holding above VWAP. We're kind of making higher lows. So I like the way this one is brewing. So I'm not willing to sell it at this point, even though it has retraced on every attempt it has made to break 152.5. I'm okay with it. I'm gonna let this one. I'm gonna see this one through. Meta. I do like the fact that it did kind of bounce off VWAP there. Like, let's be real, this is where we got shaken out, and it's because it kept going farther below VWAP, and I didn't know where it was going to stop. I couldn't see any levels, so I had to cut my losses there, end up taking an L on it, but we're back in. We're looking for a continuation through that 149. I want to see that 149 test, definitely, so I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit here in anticipation. How many shares do I have? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and add. Let's see what she does in and around these areas. Market kind of finding a little bit of a reprieve at the moment, not going down aggressively as much. We're now loaded up into Netflix. This is going to be our last add position. So we initially got in here. We added at 58.35s, and then we had several really small adds. There we go, finding a bit of a balance here on Netflix. So our average price is 58s now. We have 58s, 02s. Now we're seeing 57.83, so we're only 20 pennies out of the money on this one. This could end up being an absolute rocket of a trade to the high side if I don't paper hand this. If we test some of these 360s or 359s, I have so many shares that this could actually be a really good trade. I'm going to try not to paper hand this, but we need to see that continuation. We are a little bit. We're getting a bit of a reprieve here on the market, but it's got to continue. There we go. So I'm basically almost at break even here on Netflix as we test this. It's spready, guys, right? So there we go. So I'm exactly break even after being very down on it, and I'm waiting for this one to give me more though. Let's be real. So let me go ahead and take some out at 50. So what we'll do is we'll sit at 50s. We'll sit maybe in the 40s, the low 40s. We'll hang out here. Should we get a bounce? But you're gonna, wow. It retraces as quickly as it popped up. This one's getting volatile. The volume is picking up on Netflix, guys, a little bit more here as the volatility is definitely picking up as well. So I don't think it's gonna serve me much to watch this. I set my levels, I set my profit takers and my stops. So let that one kind of develop as it may, and I'll refer back to it later. Let's see what else is moving here. Abhishek was asking me about that AMD short. My guy, what were you looking at? So let's have a load here on AMD. Maybe you had a little bit of a retracement. Let's zoom out a little bit. Doesn't kind of do the chart justice here. Let's zoom it. You were asking me around here, like, should I short? And I'm like, okay, maybe he's seeing a bit of a top, but look at that. How many pennies would you have gotten there from 80, 81, from 81 essentially to 80? Yeah, you would have got 50 pennies. That's not the move. I think you should kind of, yeah, the move was earlier, otherwise ride it to the high side. It's kind of risky to take it to the downside when it's so strong. So AMD continuing to print higher now, 8% on the day. AMD, so strong, Luca.
Yeah, so, you know, there was somebody in the chat that made me laugh very quickly, so I want to acknowledge this. And before I do, there's somebody else that's saying, look, they're like, oh, I get a lot of value from this chat and everything and being a part of the community and the hosts. But if you're new, don't get discouraged if your questions don't get answered right away. It's you know, I'm doing my best to trade, provide entertainment, kind of call things that I see in the market, but also engage with you guys. So if you do have a question, feel free to ask. Feel free to tag Sharif or myself, and we will. And you can ask it multiple times, and you know, I don't take offense to seeing, as long as it's a question that, you know, a lot of people can get value from, we'll try our best to address it over and over again. Just safe to say that after 12:30, things kind of slow down. So if you do have questions, perhaps wait until 12:30 to 1:30. That's when times sort of slow down. And we're more than happy to engage with you guys and answer lots of questions. Obviously, from 11 to 12, things are still quick and moving. So yeah, don't be discouraged. Of course, I like that comment. And just, you know, feel free to save your questions for after 12:30, or just ask, and we'll, again, do our best to answer those ones. DL, yeah, Michael Burry tweet today saying sell. But before I get to what I was going to say next, we are going to go to Brendo at the big desk for...
Just go.
Just go.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was just looking up DraftKings here. Just saw that note. So now we have FedEx, Rivian, and DraftKings coming through with job cuts today. DraftKings to the tune of about 140 employees, so not super big, but worth a note for DKNG, Rivian, and FedEx was the other one, as the guys were talking about. Here's a look at the overall board right now. Heading into lunch hour, it's a wait and see kind of a market right now. Still red, though, 0.5% for the S&P here. The Dow leading the way to the downside at this point, almost a full percent. The Russell, not bad, 0.2 right across the board for the 1, 2, 3,000. Same story for the NASDAQ Composite and 100. Will definitely change coming up here in just 2 hours when it's 99.3% certain that we'll get a quarter point from the Fed. It's still about 82-ish for March as well. So maybe a quarter today and then a quarter in March. We'll see what Fed Chair Powell has to say coming up at 2:30. Remember, we're back on early, 1:45 this afternoon to take you through that. Snapchat here is still struggling, guys. Just noticed back below $10, looking like it might want to test the lows. Back over to you. Make sure you do take a sec, guys. Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't done so already today.
Yeah, I'm obviously joking.
That would be wild, bro.
We're just joking there. We're looking at the chart of the odds of the rate hike, and we saw that it was 99 point something for a 25 basis point hike, and the other option was a rate cut. It wasn't even an option for a 50 basis point hike. So I said to Luca jokingly, obviously, I'm saying I got my money on that rate cut, baby, which we obviously will not see. But I shouldn't say we will not. We probably will not see. we're talking about, the market's pricing in rate cuts for the end of this year. I don't know. I think that's kind of ambitious. We'll see what that brings, Luca. But you had something about Rivian and.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So obviously, Brendo coming in there saying, we're getting all these job cuts. And first it was Rivian, guys, and I had a scalp long. I didn't talk about this because it was a very, very quick trade. But as soon as I heard, job cuts, Rivian, I was like long. So this was the initial move up, and then it kind of pulled back, and I basically took like a long scalp, thinking maybe it can get back towards, like kind of long, and then I'll get out the over under 50. So a little bit, nothing to kind of ride home about. I get that for sure, but a little bit of a scalp trade. And DKNG, not really. I mean, depending where the stock is, I would say depending where the stock is where you kind of take your shots. So the fact that Rivian had a leg down, little consolidation, had another leg down, it's already down here. I'm just telling myself, like, look, this can probably give a little bit of a pop because it's just so oversold. Job cuts are not really a good thing for people, but it's a good thing for the stock and for the company saving money. So that's basically my kind of long scalp idea. But now look at DKNG, which did basically the same thing. It's the news comes through, it pops, it drops, it breaks the low. It breaks the low of the previous range, and then it goes back. So this is super chop central, and I almost want to say maybe the reason for it is the fact that it was up here, then it was down here, now it's just directly in the middle. So, on Rivian, I'll take my shot because we're kind of sold off, and maybe it can actually give that relief bounce. But on DKNG, kind of in the middle, I don't really want to do that. So it's just in the middle. I'm not going to diddle with it. And then the last of the job cuts from today, well, I shouldn't say the last because obviously more information can come to light here, but FedEx. FedEx being that one where you get the news, it actually goes up, and it stays up. It stays up. So look at FedEx on the daily. It's not really in I don't want to say, it's breaking out to the upside. Obviously, it's kind of was oversold, and then, it's back now into this range. Do we run into that little bit of resistance? And again, guys, this is like a wide range, so it's not, don't like use these specific levels, but obviously it's approaching that 200 mark, right? So when was the last time it was over 200? It was using that as support, then finally broke, so now it's getting to 200. So I'm actually curious to see, how does FedEx react around the 200 level, and is there enough volume to go through? I probably won't trade it when that happens, just because New York stock, there's maybe, I don't know when earnings are, if they'd had earnings, but it's it would need some follow through for that to actually move. For myself, it'd be more of a swing trade idea if I do decide to take something like that. But again, something interesting is the fact that job cuts on Rivian doesn't really do anything, right? Job cuts on Rivian pop and then drop. Job cuts on DKNG pop and then drop. Right?
On FedEx, so it's
job cuts on FedEx, pop and then stay.
Hold, yeah, baby,
pop and then hold.
Yeah.
And so hold, hold. Yeah. And but so something to note, this market is kind of transitioning. I mean, we've seen it last year with rates going up. Rates, even if they don't hike today, 50 basis points, 75. I mean, Brendan showed you over there. It's going to most likely be a 25% hike. But as rates stay higher, so whatever they're at, 4%, 5%. The transition of money management goes from a growth perspective into a value perspective. And so these DKNGs and Rivians, which are growth names, you get the pop and the drop. I'm basically taking a long-term ideology and applying it to an intraday perspective. But, with a value play, something that pays a dividend like FedEx, you're actually getting the pop and the hold. And now maybe magnet to 200. So, yeah, we'll see what happens where we'll see if that actually wants to run towards 200 and pop there. And did I say 25%? I obviously meant 25 basis points, not percent.
Corey Alexander brings up an interesting point here. I mean, I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be that. He said, what if it's a 0% rate hike? Sorry, earlier I said if it was a rate cut. I didn't mean that. I meant obviously a rate, no rate increase, which is basically almost no chance. 99 point something. You guys saw it. Brendo brought it to you earlier, but. What happens? That's a really good question. I mean, I personally think it's bearish because it shows the Fed isn't serious about taking inflation or bringing down inflation, is not taking inflation seriously because, obviously we still need more work. We're talking about the terminal rate this morning, the rate at which the Fed cuts off any new rate increases being below 5%. The odds makers are basically guesstimating that it's going to be below 5% for the first time in a while. It had always been above 5% going back some ways. So it's been interesting to see kind of how this plays out. But yeah, I don't know. I think the market maybe initially pops up. no idea, to be honest with you, how to digest that. Chat, put your thoughts of what happens if the Fed comes out with no rate hike. Tell me what your market predictions would be on that. It'd be interesting to see what some thoughts are out there. All right, I'm having a look at some of these big cappers, and you know what? There are some relatively weak ones, and then there are some, you know, decent ones. All right, so let's talk about the relatively weak. Apple is showing a lot of weakness here. It's down, first of all, 1.67% on the day, which is the most out of the big six, okay, on its own. And then you look at the chart, it really very clearly rejected VWAP twice here, consolidating at it, and then, you know, rounding, doing the frowny face that Michael Noss says, always sell a frowny face, always buy a happy face. And look at it, we're at days low now on Apple. Where are we at? We're at 141.86, 82 is a day's low, so we're right knocking on the door there. But then you have like the likes of Meta, which was initially strong earlier, now kind of holding above VWAP. And should we find any market balance, I think Meta is coiled up and ready to go to the high side. We got that rejection off 150 earlier. Now, more currently, 149 has been a level. We've been kind of consolidating sideways below a 149, but above VWAP. So, yeah, it's a bit of a range. But that range, you know, obviously the old adage is that range is meant to be broken, and we'll see where it breaks here to the high side or the downside. Google also looking relatively weak as well. Kind of, again, look at that frowny face starting to develop here on Google, rejecting the VWAP. Not much in the way of volume on this today. Hasn't had much of a range either, but looking relatively weak. Tesla's been mixed, man. I mean, like, what can I tell you? We had that big move down, and then we have a retracement. It looks like we're trying to take VWAP now. Tesla marches to the beat of its own drum. You know, it's not as influenced, I would say, by these market conditions as some others. It tends to kind of just go its own way. And then Netflix, the bane of my existence, I'm down on this one. But holding at VWAP is Netflix, which is good news for me, at least for the moment. If it doesn't kind of tank below there, I've made my average price a little bit lower, looking for that curl back up. We initially had a VWAP retracement into here. It held above the 50 period. Now we kind of have the 50 period and VWAP kind of together. Which concerns me a little bit. Let's see, because we may not have any more support should we break this level to the downside. So, couple of trades here. Obviously, I'm still holding Baidu. Been holding that for a while. That one's running and doing well. Meta's break even, and Netflix is red. Small cappers, what are they doing? Let's have a look at some small cappers here to see if they're making a move. Okay, BGXX just made a move, so let's have a look at that. It was kind of doing its move earlier, but looks like some volume has come in here on BGXX. This is the 3-minute chart. Let's switch to the 1. I like the 1 a little bit better for these small cap crappers. Yeah, there we go. We get a bounce off the 50, maybe that 130 level ends up acting as a good area of support. Now we're retracing back into the half dollar. 158 is the high. I would not be shorting this here, guys. You secure shorts for if the move makes its way down below VWAP and sets up the way that you want, but otherwise be looking longs off key areas of support with these small cap crappers until they show you that they're done their move and they start stair-stepping back down, obviously, in which case, you know, you can initiate shorts. But BGXX looking good. Also, I want to mention real quick before I send it back to Luca that FDX doesn't look like it's done its move. Here's the bull flag that we have here, and usually we get a continuation above that. I don't think this is as market dependent as some of these other big tech plays are, but yeah, the pattern looks good. It's in a range 197.75 to the downside, 199 to the high side, and it looks ready to break. I just don't want it to break to the downside. I might start building a position in FDX, Luca.
I completely forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say something. If I remember it, I will say it. But somebody in the chat saying, who has a better beard, Sharif or Luca? Man, that's an easy one. No, Sharif, this isn't a beard.
Oh,
this is like a week
5
and a
o'clock
half.
shadow? Yeah, like, I mean, like that thing
like
grows in a day. You know how long it takes me to grow mine?
You know what, guys? I went, and my hair is like a little messed up here, but I went for a nice little haircut, and the guy's like, hey, you want me to line up your beard? And I was like, well, I'm gonna shave it off eventually, probably whenever I get some time. So yeah, guys, you know I'll give Sharif's got a nice beard. Man. Look at that.
That's okay, man.
That's something special there, man. For myself, yeah, no. If anybody's wondering if I'm having a tough time, and they look at the beard, they go, oh, this guy's not doing well. Look at that. Yeah, no, guys, it's everything's fine. That's what else I wanted to say. So Michael Burry says sell.
Yeah, I know, I saw that.
Michael Burry.
I was worried about that.
I'm sure you guys have seen the tweet.
That.
Michael Burry said sell. Jim Cramer said buy. and Wall Street Bets was like, choose your fighter. That made me laugh.
Say that again? Sorry,
So Wall Street Bets posted something saying, choose your fighter.
Who said buy?
Jim Cramer.
Okay, well.
So
I'll take Michael Burry over Jim Cramer any day.
Yeah, guys, it's, I mean,
day.
who knows what happens here, but I found that a little bit funny. We'll see what happens after Fed, obviously.
We're retracing the day's lows here on some of the,
yeah, we are moving back down. That's why I'm basically holding the short, and I got out of Google. I just basically put a stop order below 98. We're up here. I tried to get the fills up over at 98.30. It didn't fill me on the last portion. It's fine. My average was 90, so I still make 10 cents, and I kind of forego the other 20 cents. I just don't want to be in longs because I'm looking at the market go back to the downside. Let me drag this up for everybody to see. So it is going back to that line that I drew. And so initially I was like, I like the short into here, and I like the covers into this magic line that's you know, kind of just my own line that I draw, not a super significant level. But I did get a little bit of a Tesla fill down over here, closer to 171, which is pretty nice. I am still holding on to the short, but I'm very, very light on the Tesla trade now. It's one of those things that, you know, as a scalper, especially in the middle of the day, as much as I want to hold positions, I will like take the win as it pays me, and you know, I'll try to hold a little piece. But again, if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. It's the same with Amazon, and you know, I should be scalping this over under. I should have been taking more fills here, more fills here, more fills here. It's one of the things that for myself, I don't want to call it laziness, but I almost want to call it you know, I want to save my energy just a little bit. But yeah, these are the money fills, and as you guys can see, what I should be doing is scaling into the short, scaling out of the short, scaling into the short, scaling out of the short. So maybe I do get more opportunities, but that 102 to 120 overhead resistance, just basically everything over 102.10, the shorts have been good, and it's been showing you over and over again that it's been good. And I think maybe a product of the fact that I had an okay position here, so now I'm just in the mindset of let me cover this on the flushes. But again, I should be continuing to short it. If something is paying you, continue to get paid until it shows you that it doesn't want to pay you anymore. And what you shouldn't do is go back to something that you lose on and then say, oh, well, I lost on this Meta trade, so I should try to make my money back. Like, that sounds ridiculous. I lost on Meta, so I should not be trading Meta anymore. And oh, I'm making money on Amazon, I should be continuing to trade Amazon. AMD did really well on it. I don't want to overtrade AMD, and the reason being, even though I did make money on it, I'm waiting for like the trade that makes sense, right? So, I mean, it gave the bounce. I didn't get it. I was bidding down over here. Congratulations to anybody that loaded that for the move back through 80 and up into 81. Absolutely solid trade. At this point, it's floating around. There's not that much volume. I don't really expect it to explode to the upside, nor do I think it's going to actually flush through VWAP to give the fills down over here. It's just that would be too good to be true. So I do think that it's just a magnet at the 50 period. So, you know, I don't want to short it above and cover below. There's maybe better names to do that, and I will focus on Amazon for the over-unders on that one. But yeah, exactly. Don't trade your losses. Don't even trade your P&L. What you should be doing is covering your P&L altogether and just focusing on the things that matter most. So where is liquidity on the things that you're trading? What is the float if it's a small cap? All these things come into play. I think there's a bidder on Amazon at 101.90 here. So that 101.90 maybe fills. I think I'm gonna, let me take a little bit more of this Amazon trade. So yeah, bidder at 101.90. It's showing me approximately 1,000 lots, which is not too crazy, and I do think that it's actually gonna fill. And I do think that if we do break this 101.90 here and flush to the downside, I'll actually get my 101.80s, 101.70s prints on that one. So yeah, just a heads up there if you're watching Amazon. I am now waiting for that trade to fill. And then we probably get a little bit of a flush action. So I'm trying to get 80s and 70s if that wants to come to fruition. And oh, that's what I was going to say. Before I know maybe you're looking at something, but that's what I wanted to say. Cool. Somebody was like, hey, man, like just very briefly, but hey, man, you know, don't brag about your trades until you're out of the trades. So true. And I'm laughing because I'm like, I'm over here. Not really bragging. That's not the right word because I'm not bragging. I don't really care too much. But it's more so I'm just like, okay, here we go. We're in the money, but I'm not out of the trade yet. And then it goes out of the money, and then Sharif talks, and it comes back to me, and I'm like, no, don't. Hold on. Because then I'm like, I got nothing to be like, oh, look at this win. Like, no, there is no win because I didn't sell it, and then it went back. So it's kind of like if I didn't cover Tesla here, and then I was like, guys, Tesla's working, and then it's back to here, and it's actually going back to the upside. So I'm just gonna cover the rest over there. But it's it would be silly, right, to do that because again, if you didn't cover Tesla, bro, it's covered, bro, it's covered. All right. you know, if you didn't, sorry, where was I going with that? Yeah, if you don't pay yourself, you're not getting paid. You're not getting paid.
All right, so the market just just tested the low, and Meta just broke through 149. So this tells me that Meta is loaded and ready to go. I like this one for a long. If we can find a way off these bottoms here, I'm looking for a possible double bottom here on the futures. We just came back right into low 40.64. This one could continue to head south. I mean, there's really nothing stopping it. Let's have a look a little bit further back to see if this is an interesting level. 40.60. Okay, so we have obviously this action here, and this the whole idea is to see if we can bounce here. There's really maybe a bit more support at 62, so maybe give this to 60 or so. We do have that kind of double bottom going into the afternoon yesterday. This is around, what time is that? 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock New York time. Sorry, 2 o'clock Chicago time. All right, so let's see what this one does. I think Meta's a good hold here. I also got long FedEx, but it's frustrating me because I'm sitting here at 75s. We crossed all the way up to 90s, and I still didn't get the fill. I don't understand how there's a huge liquidity vacuum. I mean, even the bid was higher than my ask, but there was no one. I don't get it. So I'm in a really good area. I got in FedEx. Where did I get in? I got in 44s. Now we're at 75s. I'm looking forward to taking profit at 75s as well as through the break or right before 99s. I'm sitting at 95s, but I've got my doubts about this one because I'm seeing a lot of illiquidity coming through on this stock. It's only done 1.43 million shares on the day, so even though the chart pattern is quite good, it's been tough to get filled, to be honest with you. So bit concerning for me as we now continue to make newer lows on the ES. So now we're at 40.63 and a half is the low on the ES March contract. Now, let's see if we can find a bit of a bounce here. But if we can't keep an eye on some of these stronger stocks, like we're talking about, like Meta and Microsoft, that are kind of coiling up above VWAP and kind of ready to blow to the high side there. Now a retracement on FTX, very frustrating. Okay, there we go, back to the high side. That gets bought up, and we're right back near my profit-taking area. Let's see if I can actually get filled this time as the market continues to head to the sell side. We're now 40.63, no quarter this time. It's continuing to print newer lows, at least for the moment. I thought we would be range-bound, guys, to be honest with you. I thought we were going to find a range and kind of stick to it till Papa started getting on the mic. No, the market's got its own little agenda here, so we'll see what it does. 149 just rejecting at the moment for Meta. Let's see if we can get some momentum. Oh, wow, you're already in that, eh?
Yeah, guys, so BGXX is actually going to the upside. I think this was a halt. It was in a halt, it opened, and it's holding this 169 or 159 area. And I'm just kind of watching it, and, you know, it's actually looking okay. So I say, you know what, let me take a stab at it. I'm taking the long. I'm basically risking off, you know, if we break $1.50 to the downside, I'll just be out of that trade. But yeah, on the daily, which somebody brought up from before, and I was looking at it, I was like, okay, maybe 2 to 220. So I'm basically long here. I'm hoping that it rips into 2, breaks this level, and explodes to the upside, and then I'm going to try to get 220 filled to the on the out on that. So yeah, I'm long this. Let's see where it wants to go. It gave an initial pop into the 88s. And then came back down, but then held this level. So I am long here. It's looking not too bad. You're not too shabby here. Not too shabby, guys. Use the halt level so that 160 area is an interesting area. So yeah, long here. Hopefully it runs to 2. Hopefully there's stops. Hopefully we just explode to the upside. And then I'll be taking the win on that one. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Just a heads up on Amazon as well. The bidder who was at 90s removed his order, I think, and put it at 80s. If I'm not mistaken. So if that's the case, then yeah, we'll see if this one wants to keep going, you know, to the downside. But it doesn't really matter. Regardless, I'm just, you know, taking fills as it kind of comes along and going from there. Yeah, Jeff Ross saying BA killing me. Man, BA kills me every time I trade it, so I just don't trade it anymore ever. It's the only one kind of area that I would watch for. Potentially the thing that stands out to me is that sort of pre-market low area. So, you know, 212. It went all the way up, all the way back down. Does it get a little bit of a bounce at 112? I will not be trading this. It's just not in my kind of toolbox of trades. I just don't like that type of trade. So, yeah, I'm not going to really do anything there. Dogecoin member saying 75 basis point hike, let's go. That would be wild, man. That would be wild. No, I honestly believe 25 basis points is coming through. The Fed has just kind of said what they're going to do, and they've just continued to do it. They've just continued to do it over and over again.
Do you think they punish the market for rallying?
No, they don't think like that, man. Their job is to deal with inflation, not the market.
And jobs, right? Those are their two mandates. But like, I mean, you can't help but speculating. Just in my mind, you know, when you like think, oh, what are they thinking in their personal thoughts, right? Do they look at the market? Do they think about the market? It's be interesting to see here. All right, guys, where are we at here with some of these trades? FDX. Frustrating, do you know what out of me here, man? I should have been filled already on both of these outs. Now it's going against me, so I really got to start looking at whether I'm going to take this one for an L, because it's kind of, you know, it's bear flaggish, bull flaggish, I mean, but I don't want to mean revert back into VWAP here. I took a larger position, so we'll see what this one does. I'll give it some time to kind of make up its mind. Looks like we got a bit of a doji candle forming here on the futures, which you love to see for a possible double bottom retracement. If we can print a new high above this 40.72 and have this doji candle kind of materialize here, that would look awesome sauce. I'll be all for that. We've got a couple of longs here in some of these big techs, which would obviously, you know, benefit us. Netflix getting off the schneid here. There we go. Now we're testing 357 on Netflix. I'm waiting at 357.60 on Netflix to get filled. This one will be very possibly a big trade if it can go the right way. Meta now testing 149 again. We kind of rejected off it, kind of retraced back into that 148 3/4. We're now back up, trying to test it again as you know, the market tries to see if it's found a bit of a bottom. For the moment, who knows? I'm done trying to make these calls. Zach C saying, what about the trillions of books they need to dump though? QT, okay, yeah. Well, aren't they in quantitative tightening at the moment?
You talking about the U.S. Fed?
Yeah, it's always, right? Like, you know,
they do it in
austerity right now.
There's two general takes on this topic that I want to just quickly cover, quickly, because it's
teach us, bro.
Yeah, it's so there's the one take where you believe the Fed and you think the Fed has credibility, and they haven't really done anything, you know, to show you not to believe them. They say, look, this is what we're going to do. We do not control inflation. We do not control the job market. It is the free hand of the market. That's capitalism.
Right.
But we will do our best to, you know, make sure that it stays within this band. So they want to aim for that 2%, and they've obviously done a good job, you know, for the past 10 years, 20 years, or whatever it's been, you know, inflation at 2%. Now, if the Fed starts to print money again, because I know somebody in the chat was like, it doesn't matter, they're just going to print money again. Well, it'd be nice to think that, and although we joke about it, you know, as day traders, yes, just turn the printers on so I could just punch long everything and buy the dip and continue to print money. But it doesn't really work like that, because if the Fed decides to do that, they lose credibility. Then we have a potential hyperinflationary environment on our hands. Absolutely. And what essentially will happen is asset prices will skyrocket. So real estate, stocks, everything will just go up because the value of money is going down. And I'm keeping things very, very simple. And then in that scenario, Sharif's going to have a very challenging time hitting his protein, because the price of food is going to be through the roof. So, you know, now all of a sudden, he's going to be working out, he's going to be lifting less, he's going to be less healthy, he's going to be more upset, he's going to work. The value add on the show is going to be less because he's not going to have a good time. So life just gets worse if they decide to do that. Obviously, I'm projecting now going forward 5, 10, 15 years, right? So it's very difficult to control hyperinflation when it starts to happen. So they need to get ahead of that, and we need to go through pain as a people. Which essentially means, you know, you lose your job, people lose jobs, you know, you go through short-term high inflation environment, but then it kind of comes back down. And it's really good to, you know, try to get multiple sources of income, you know, get passive, get active, invest when you can, where you can, if the investment makes sense. No pain, no gain, and we've had it good for so long. Since 2008, it's just been ample amounts of liquidity, very, very cheap money going into anything and everything. And now it actually matters, right? So now that we go back to the, oh, it actually matters. Oh, wait a second, stock picking actually matters.
That's the thing.
Oh, buying a house in the right spot actually matters.
It's not just ETF world anymore. You could have bought an ETF anytime in 2020, 2022. Now look at the earnings. They're a mixed bag. Some companies are making money because they're managing better, especially with inflationary pressure. And some companies aren't. It's sector specific. It's company specific. We're back to the normal times. I was having this conversation with my mom yesterday.
I like that, the normal times.
Yeah, this is the normal times.
Yeah,
you can't just smash into any position
Yeah.
and expect that you're going to make money, guys. For the majority of the time of the stock, it's been a stock picker's market. You've had to be good, and that's why some people make a killing at it, because they have a knack, right? They're good at it. All right.
Yeah, and so just to quickly kind of summarize the whole topic there, obviously, you know, people have their thoughts on what the Fed and credibility and this and that. Now, the other side scenario is you're just like, well, look, I don't believe them at all. They're going to manipulate a crash so that all the rich can buy all these assets for cheap, and then they can control the people and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure some of you people have that, that kind of opinion as well. So rolling with that, the one thing that I'll say, and I just want to leave it at this, there is no vested interest of ruining everything for everyone, because then, you know, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you want things to be good so that people are happy. That's how you make the best society. And I think that's kind of the goal of anybody running a society, is to say, you know, how can we sustain this for the long term? What can we do to make sure that everybody is happy, healthy, and, you know, makes a better society for the future, right? So as much as you say, oh, you know, people can manipulate and this and that, and it's just a bad thing. And I'm just looking at Amazon. I'm going to just cover the rest of this here. You know, looking at this saying, oh, it's a bad thing, and, you know, maybe they're trying to manipulate to buy everything for cheap. I just feel like you know, there's a lot of flaws in that argument, but then there's a lot of flaws in the other side too. So I say take everything with a grain of salt, and then, you know, you basically go from there and try to just manage your own kind of money and everything. So I just don't think, yeah, hopefully you guys are appreciating the commentary here. But essentially, I think the Fed is doing what they're saying that they're going to do, and they're trying their best to manage everything and make sure it's a smooth transition. Now, will it be a smooth transition? It's really out of their hands. It's the open market. This is capitalism. So things can fail, and I like the way Sharif phrased it, going back to normal times. Yeah, man. So if we are now going back to normal times, that means more people are going to experience pain. Don't live outside your means. If you can't afford stuff, you know, don't buy it, right? It's very simple. Like, for myself growing up, if I can't afford something, I don't buy it. I buy the little cheap sweater, and I kind of roll with it, right? I'm okay with it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and, you know, you're hearing a lot of stories now. People, you know, credit card debt is up a lot, you know, and people living off, you know, loans instead of being in the black. So it's a tough time for everybody. I'm not trying to point any fingers, but, you know, these are factors that the market takes into consideration. All right, we're printing on all our longs now, except for this FDX long, which you know, it's very close to filling. If it kind of bounced off the 50 period, which I really like. It held that level. Now, you know, we can find some liquidity around my offers here and get filled, that would be great. I'd greatly appreciate that. It crossed my fill several times to no avail, though. We get a partial fill out on Netflix for a nice little win here. It's a VWAP retake. Let's see if we can hold VWAP. The market kind of gave us a bit of a bottom at 40.63 and retraced, topping out at the 70s. So if we can kind of find a reprieve here, we can. Let's see if we can get some of these prints on Netflix. That one is a toughie. All right, took out a little bit here on this Meta long. Where'd I get? What was my cost basis on Meta? I got 148.80s. Now, where'd I take it out? I took 149.25s. I'm sitting at 149.45s to get filled. If we can find, again, a bit of a bottom here, a bit of a bottom bounce on the ES. As yeah, we're getting into that slower time of day, 12:30. But geez, I mean, probably not that slow of a day, right? Because, well, the Fed is here. All right, guys, we get that fill on FDX finally through the break of 175. It looks like there was enough liquidity, or I was like first in line, whatever the reason is. Now I'm sitting at 95s or 94s, can't really see, to get another piece, because I see that 199 is obviously a level. We rejected off there 3 times. This would be the 4th. So, you know, I got to take out a piece, but I'm worried that there may not be liquidity. Again, I don't want to keep saying that, but for anybody in the trade, you need to be cognizant of the lack of liquidity on FDX. What else have we got going on? Yeah, Netflix still hovering around, VWAP, Meta around as well. Oh, Baidu, the little piece that we had on Baidu here. Still in the money on it. 150.49 is a long. We're at 151.70, but it's kind of really rejected off that 152. I want to say, a whole bunch of times here, and it really hasn't had much of a move upward. It's held VWAP, and it's been kind of sideways. I was looking for that break north, but we really need the volume to kind of step into this one. These Chinese ADRs they're not really like future or index dependent. They seem to have their own catalysts that they move on. A lot of them, move earlier in the day because they're being traded by Asian traders near their closing time. So it's interesting. So there's really no reason for me to get out of this one. Well in the money on it, but we will see what's going on. Abhishek says, Sharif, Luca, U.S. national debt clock, interesting thing to see. Yeah, there's obviously some political stuff going on there. They're looking to keep the lights on by reallocating already allocated funds from one government division to another without actually having to raise a debt ceiling. So it just seems to be a reallocation gimmick. We'll see what that ends up bringing. I've got really no comment on that. We try to stay away from these political issues on the show and focus on more market related. But yeah, of course, it does have a macro effect. But I think the market, for the most part, prices in the fact that they will find a solution to that and keep the government liquid so that lights can stay on and government functions can continue to operate, Luca.
Yeah, like exactly we were saying before. It's like there's no vested interest in not finding a solution.
No.
That's just painful for everybody. So yeah, somebody in the chat said it best. It's maybe I'm gonna have to go to 1 Spro a day. I don't want that, man. So let's hope for 2 and 3 and 4 before 4 being the top. I just want to say thank you, Hayes Records, for the super chat from before, saying 2 25 basis point hikes. Hold, low CPI, recession 2023, cuts, then cuts. So I'm assuming that's kind of your take on what could potentially happen there. Yeah, maybe, man, maybe. I think there's a really high likelihood that the Fed raises very quickly and then we just stay. Like we should just. I mean, I'm no expert, but like we should just stay at an area that makes everything fall back into line, which essentially is could be painful, but at the same time. It's not raised rates.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun.
Yeah, it's not like raise. Yeah. It's not raise rates to infinity, and that's not the mandate, right?
Earlier. They're looking for the first time, Luca. They were looking at the terminal rate as being actually less than 5%. It's like 4.9 something. It's not by much. But
yeah.
The fact is, that when you take into consideration these other factors, a drop like that is nice, right? I mean, there's political wins too against the Fed. The Democrats are not very happy that the Fed's raising interest rates because it does tend to hurt lower earners more. That's the truth. And so the fact is they don't want austerity to be hanging around for that long. They want a more liquid time. I'm not saying that the Fed should be considering that, but that is a political win, and you need to be realizing that.
All right. There's a great question in the chat here that I'll address from Brian A. Saying, how do you guys find runners before they pop or right when they are starting? I always seem to get in too late. So first and foremost, I don't know if you're new to the show, but watch the show because we have a great community here, and there's people that are all over that, man. They're like, look at BGXX, and there was people that were talking BGXX before it even moved. And again, this is I'm like sitting back. I'm now long at the top, but show my screen here very quickly. I'm long here at the top, but wasn't it somebody that called this at like 140, like 130, like around like maybe 11:30, maybe over here? So it's just a volume. You can use volume scanners. So we have trade ideas. That's a pretty good one, and it's pretty cool how it's set up as things are like in a race.
You can show them right now. Keep going.
Yeah, Sharif will pull that up to show you guys. But essentially, you want to look for volume scanners because as soon as volume spikes, like as you guys can see, and let me drag this up to make sure, it's not really doing anything. So this wouldn't really be on your radar over here unless you knew to watch it, or unless it was like gap up and you're like, okay, I'll watch it. Then you're like, okay, it's not really doing anything. Then boom, all of a sudden volume spike and then continuation. So as it sort of broke the high of the day, volume was spiking, it'll come up on a volume scanner, and then you watch it, and whatever, if it's a part of your playbook, you basically say, oh, I think there's potential here, let me buy a dip and see where it can go. So again, I'm not really all over these small caps. I do like to focus mostly on large caps, but when small caps get going to the upside, to the downside, it can be very lucrative to trade them. So I am definitely not shy of getting into these types of trades.
All right.
But again, you want to make sure that you have some type of volume scanner. We have a great community where people are calling them out, which is kind of nice. That's why I pull them up and look at them. And Sharif is going to show you trade ideas, which I think is pretty cool.
It's so cool. Come to my screen proudly. Yeah, look at this, guys. All right, so I've got a couple on here. essentially, Michael Noss was nice enough to help me on the weekend. Shout out to Michael Noss, who actually took the time on the Saturday while he had daddy duties to kind of web conference with me and kind of walk me through this. I'm going to be using it a lot more. I practice on it a lot, but here's what we got, guys. This is my pre-market scanner. And so when I sit down in the morning, I'm looking at this. This is showing me all the stocks that are moving in the pre-market. It'll show me up gappers, it'll show me down gappers, so I don't have a bias long or short. And then I've got my races here, which shows me which one is doing better most recently, or which one is doing worst for the down gappers most recently. That's kind of what we want to know. I don't care what happened in the morning. That happened in the morning. I want to know what's going on now. And so that's what this races effect kind of shows. So this is the pre-market, so you're not going to obviously see any races, but this is exactly what it looks like. Pradley was using this ad nauseum, and I'm kind of getting on that too. So look, showing you GSUN's doing really well, biggest gainers from open. So that's up there, GSUN, and I see that here. It's at day's highs. 261 is GSUN. This one's continuing to print to the high side, so this reflects that here. SI is moving. We know that BlackRock took a nice little stake in them. SI is moving too. Cold. There's all these other things, and then you have the corresponding charts and the stock window. So let me bring this back here. So if I click GSUN, it'll show me everything I need to know about GSUN: the short float, the relative volume, the volume, earnings date, market cap, volume, the last 5 minutes, etc. And it shows me the chart, and it shows you this is the 2-minute chart, GSUN 2 right here, and then you've got your little ticker symbols so you can relate to those quickly. For the pre-market scanner, I've got a little bit of a different setup here. I kind of want to have two races because of the up gappers and the down gappers. So this one, awesome unit, and you get 20% off, I believe, that they're giving at the moment. They're going to be running more specials in the future, but right now I think you can get a really good deal. Go to tradeadeas.com and use, I believe, Pradley, can you tell me what the code is? Is it, Fahad, can you tell me what the code is? Is it tradertv.live for Trade Ideas? tradertv20. That's the code, Garrett, for 20% off, tradertv20. All right, guys, we are printing very big boy on our meta trade, but before I get to the meta trade here, I want to remind you guys, if you haven't liked this video already, please like the video. If you got us in your phone, just go down, click that like button. If you're on a PC, scroll down. Google allows you, YouTube allows you to scroll down even in full screen. Hit that like button. And if you like us and you want to chat with us, you have to be a subscriber. Our chat is subscriber only. So make sure to also hit that subscribe button, as well as share it with your friends. We can't grow if more people don't know about us, guys. So the more we grow, the more we obviously give back to you guys in terms of in content and other things. All right, let's get to this meta trade. We're gonna now spin the money on this meta trade. This has been a nice little long back into meta here after taking a big L on it earlier. We're tracing up big boy. We have 148.77s long. We're now 145.45. We're testing that $0.50. This one is completely going against the market, guys. We're basically very close to day's low, yet Meta is continuing to trace higher, closing in on day's high. Day's high is 149.98 on Meta. Again, we're printing 45s, just low of that $0.50. So very, very happy with this trade. Netflix is getting better. It's not great yet, but I'm kind of happy with it. FDX nears day's highs again. I think I'm going to take out some shares here. No, I can't take it out here because I'm long 77. I really should have added around here, around this 198. That was a mistake by me. But here we go again. We're coming nearer to my profit taker, but the liquidity on FDX is another issue. It's continuing to be an issue. 1.6 million shares on the day done on FDX, but it looks like we're coiling up and ready to break through that 199. I really hope we don't reject that 199 so we can print big boy on this one, guys.
Yeah, guys, heads up, BGXX is going towards that too, so it has a little bit of a nice channel that it's kind of showing, still holding the trend that it's kind of creating. This is on the 1 minute, the 50 period is the blue line. So it tested it once, dip and a little bit of a rip, dip, not really giving it a test, and now moving back to the upside. I really do like how it's holding this general area. And why do I like it? Because I'm long and I don't want it to go down. So yeah, hopefully this keeps going to the upside. I do think that a test of 2 is coming. And then whether we actually break 2 or not, you know, your guess is as good as mine. If we break 2, I imagine some stops are there. Anybody shorting this name kind of risking off 2, maybe puts a stop at 201. Some people, they take the break long and they want that. There's a picture of Prad eating. What a beautiful human being right over there. Look at this guy. Yeah, he's like looking around like, what, how is that even possible? Look at him. He's like, where is this camera? There you go. Prad in the wild for everybody that's asking.
Prad in the wild.
Everyone's like, what's Prad doing? Is he on the camera? Is he trading? No, Prad is eating. Prad is in the back.
He's bullying the other traders in the back. He's a bully. No, of course, I miss Prad. I love Prad.
Living the dream, man. Look at that. Look at that beautiful face. Living the dream. Look at that smile. Now he's like, I'm out of here, guys. I'm getting out of here. What's he eating? That's a great question. I'm starving, so I mean, I got to eat something soon. But yeah, anyways, we'll see if a break of 2 wants to come on BGXX. I'm basically waiting for it, and then I'm hoping that it breaks 2 and then flushes up, and then I just get a fill, and that'll be my out. So I'm basically waiting for that. I either get stopped out or it runs 2 and then I take out the full position and go. The float on this one, we checked it before. It's like, 40 or 50 million. So it's not one that I expect to break 2 and then like fly up into a halt. There's lots of liquidity. It's just a, so yeah, I'm basically managing my expectations for that one. So we'll see where it wants to go there. And yeah. What does a furrow trader looks like? Yeah, no, that's kind of funny. I am, so what I did with this Amazon trade, just like a heads up, this was great. I paid myself, absolutely awesome. I should have recycled the level. As we got up here, I just kind of looked at it and I felt like, okay, let me just get out of this because there was that big buyer, right? So there's or at least I think there was. So if that buyer is there, then we start to go up after the buyer flashes. I just feel like, okay, are we now going to trend up into this meeting? So we still do have another hour until we get off here. So I don't want to, hold this and then it goes way higher. So I punched out, then I punched back in, and now I'm basically scaling in because it's not really exploding to the upside. So, and volume is kind of slow. So it could just float around. I'm not really too sure what's going to happen, but I think that we could probably get a flush down. And my average is not too far off. I'm out of the money like 17 cents on it, but I still want to add a little bit more to the short. If it continues to float to the upside and breaks, I don't have a hard stop for this, but I almost want to say, if we get over 102 like 60, 102.65, then I'm dead wrong on that. So I'm banking on the fact that it's not going to go another 20 cents higher and then flush to the downside. That would be great, and then I'm going to start taking fills. I am no longer going for really, really low fills. If it goes to 102 VWAP, I'll take that. That'll be a 30-cent win for myself. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Somebody's saying AMD question mark. Going back to AMD, it is kind of in floating range just now, floating towards 82. Maybe eventually goes to 82 and prints that. But Dan Emmons in the chat made a really good point and said, zoom out because at 2 o'clock, all these levels are going to be sort of invalid.
Absolutely.
And you want to, you want to just, look at the wider range levels. Where can these things actually move?
Exactly.
So AMD obviously up, almost 9% right now. There could be an opportunity that this flushes down and then rips back up. I think if the long is going to be really good, it's not going to go towards like 78. But I almost want to try have these like stink bids down here, where if we get like a little bit of a flush, and assuming that it's a 25 basis point hike, 25 basis point hike. If the initial reaction is a flush down, then I want to try to pick up some shares for like a quick scalp. Bid 77, get the fill, instantly back to 80, get out, $2 winner, that would be great. But at the same time, going back to what Dan was saying, zoom out, look at the levels that it's shown you in the past. Those are going to be levels that potentially come into play. So for AMD, this kind of lower level where it spent some time there before it actually flushed, retested it, back down, back to the upside, tested it again, and then made a move up. So AMD, I'm sort of drawing these two basic lines, one being 78 and the other being 72. The odds that AMD goes to 72 today is like maybe a 1% chance. I mean, there's always a chance for anything, but yeah, very, very low. So I almost want to try those stink bids just below this line over here for like a dip and then a rip. Pick names that make the most sense. Amazon, it's, Amazon, do we get to, is there a chance? I mean, what would make Amazon go to 100? Maybe a 50 basis point hike when they planned 25 basis point. Then everything kind of rips and goes lower. So I do have these kind of wider levels in range for myself. These are levels that I'm watching as well for sure. I will not be carrying any positions into 2 o'clock. So I am in this short now, and I do want to see it flush to the downside, and that's why I'm going to cover on the flush because, again, I don't want to be holding anything going into the meeting. I'm not going to pretend to say that, yes, the Amazon short is good going into a Fed meeting where anything can happen. Like, no, absolutely not. Something else I'm looking at is Google going into that 100 level. When was the last time Google was over 100 and held? It's been a while. It's obviously been through 100 before and been there fairly recently. But yeah, that 100 to 102 has been the resistance for a very long time. And so I am watching that level as well. If we clear 102 and 104 for whatever reason, we just explode to the upside. I mean, was the Fed going to come out and be like, okay, by the way, guys, we're not hiking, and also we're going to put money into Google? Like, that would not be a thing, right? That's not even possible. But, you know, that's why I'm just making the joke. Like, is it even possible for Google to get to 105 today? Like 106? Like, probably not, right? So, but these are, I do have levels that are close, and then I have levels that are far, and I have just these general ideas of what potentially could happen. But I am also managing my expectations. A lot of the times I look at the 2 o'clock trade and it's a nail and bail, and then I wait for the press conference and wait to see, you know, what comes to fruition there, if there's anything, maybe another trade there, and then kind of hold that into the end of the day and go from there. So yeah, we'll see what happens with a few of these trades. For now, I am just chilling with Amazon short, BGXX long. I'm nursing these. If Amazon goes back down and puts me in the money, I'm going to start covering that one. And yeah, Ryan, nail and bail, man. That is my version of, you know, get in, get out, take your money and run. Don't overstay your welcome, not in the stock market, because the bots will try to figure out a way to take your money back.
Oh, they'll try.
So yeah, take their money and run.
Adam asking, where are your eyes just before FOMC? I mean, I'm going to be obviously looking at the rate hike, whether to make sure it's 25 basis points, obviously. And then, again, like Luca just said, man, I'm going to be listening to what Papa says. Specifically, I'm going to be listening to how he feels about the current economic conditions, how with inflation's coming mostly down. We've got a negative, positive PMI number, which is negative, because that's how the market is reading at the moment. We got you know, a stronger than expected jobs number today too, so that kind of concerns me a little bit. But we've had some mixed numbers. We've got some good consumer expenditure. We got a good CPI, so there's been some good stuff on the horizon there. I'm also going to be looking to see how much he thinks you know, we need to increase, whether there's going to be one more 25 basis point hike. Maybe he tips a hand. He tips our hand to that. I'm going to be also looking, excuse me, I'm going to be also looking to see how he feels about, you know, when, I don't want to say when to start cutting, but like how he sees the rest of this year coming out, how he sees some of these global economic factors. He's mentioned the war in Ukraine like so many times. With respect to price pressures for energy. So I'm going to be listening to all these things here. Usually you can get an immediate market reaction once he says something of importance. Usually there is an immediate reaction to that. The problem that I've encountered lately with this is the feeds that we have always seem to be online based. And when they're online based rather than on traditional cable or satellite, there is a noticeable delay. When I used to have like the direct to cable, like the old type of cable where you had to have a coaxial cable go into a receiver, that was like a delay of a few seconds. Now, because I have this like IPTV type cable, it is quite delayed, to be honest with you. And even any delay, even any feeds that you get on YouTube, even directly from the FOMC website, always seem to be delayed. So you may not understand why the move happened until maybe a few seconds later, which is usually a little bit too late, unless it's a continued move south. So that's my little spiel there on FOMC and how that ends up panning out. All right, let's talk about Meta here, because we're nicely in the money on Meta. We've taken out a couple of pieces through 25s, and then we got really top wick here at 43s, but it's retraced, guys, back into 149.10 as the market continues to show you that it wants to hover near the low of day around 40.63. We're at 40.66 right now. You know, it's been hovering around these lows for the better part of a while. It's shown some intention to kind of bounce, and some of these these stronger big tech names have kind of found bounces off that, but nothing really sustained. Let me mention my trade on FTX. This has been a really good trade. I'm out of how much of the position am I out? I'm out of 75% of the position. I'm holding 25% left. We get a nice little fill there at 88s, again at 96s, and then I took some more off at 90s there. I'm waiting at 99.20s and 99.40s to get filled if we can make our way up there. We obviously had trouble breaking through 99. Sure, we got above it, maybe to the 99 high teens, but it's been kind of it's been kind of poopy after that lately. My entry onto this one is 44s. I don't think I'm going to let this one go against me, even though the 50 period where it bounced off last time is at 45s, 46s. You know, I should give this one 10 pennies because of its illiquidity. But, you know, I've made my money on this one, and I don't kind of want to give any back as we trace back into the 50s here. And I also have to be worried about the lack of liquidity here that may affect how I can get in and out. So, yeah, we're basically at my stop out point here. There we're going to go to 48s. If we break through, I'm going to get out. Okay, so we bounce off to 60, so there's a bit of a reprieve at the moment. I can look at my other positions. Meta, I got to start nursing this as it retraces back into that 149. Where am I long? I'm long 148.77, so we have room to move here. I don't want to give it all the way back to 77s. We got off that VWAP consolidation area, and it made a nice move up, but giving up the goods now is Meta Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at
a meme over here.
Yeah, I got one lined up. But wait a second. Oh no.
Shake it. Let it go. Shake it again. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay.
I know, right? That's happened to me several times.
I know we were talking about it the other day.
That.
Oh, okay. Ooh, that was close. Frank asking, when is the Fed? It is 2 o'clock Eastern time, so just a heads up on that one.
Yes.
Quickly, in terms of the trade that I'm in right now, Amazon is showing that it kind of wants to flush back down, but just keep in mind that because you know, it was popping and this was like the money shorts, after we go above that range, I do expect that if we come back, there's maybe some people that are short in this area, like myself from before, who then try to get out at that area. So maybe it has like a little bit of a short-term relief bounce in this general area, but as soon as we flush down, I'm going to start taking fills to the downside. It's looking okay. Volume is not really there. I think we go back to VWAP there. So yeah, money fill for myself would be probably like an exact VWAP print. So yeah, basically eyeing 102, like 10, 102.05, something like that. We'll see if that wants to go down there and fill. But what I was going to show is, look at this, man. Look at this comparison. 2002 to 2023. This is what happened in 2002. It went down, and then we had a little bit of, you know, a double top. Then we really went down. And look at how it looks right now. We went down. We're getting a little bit of a double top. And then are we going to go down? That'd be wild. I mean, it's kind of crazy to see how similar it looks right now. Mm-hmm. Now, there's obviously the other side scenario where we, you know, 2002 was very different than 2023 in terms of the lightning fast execution of the robots, I would say. And so there is still a potential that we go up and then down. And I almost want to say like there's more of a likelihood that something like that happens. And again, I'm just kind of, you know, guessing here, but I do feel like we could still go up and then go back down, and then really go down. And the reason I say that is because anybody who remembers CPI day, where CPI came up, it went down, and then we really went down intraday. That move was absolutely crazy. So I mean, I would expect that something like that is not off the table. That could definitely happen. So I mean, I'm just trying to understand what is the possibility of what could happen next. I have no idea, but I will be reacting to trades. And to things that are moving there, and you know, see if we get the wins going. I am surprised that BGXX.
Before you continue, I'll give it to you in 1 second. Just want to remind you guys that Sean and Neil will be on early today for the closing show. They're going to come back at 1:45, so 15 minutes before the Fed decision. Sean, Neil, and Brendan will take you through that, Luca. So we'll be out of here 15 minutes early.
That's yeah, man. That's wonderful. That's what I mean. They can take it now if they want.
No,
you know,
they're not even at their desk.
They're not even at their desk. Yeah, guys, feel free, Neil. Feel free to take it now. You know, just you know, if you want to start working an hour early.
He's
like,
good.
He's like, no, I'm good. I'm just living large. Yeah, man. So Brian saying, Luke or Sharif, can you put a link or code to trade ideas in the chat?
Absolutely. Pradley, how do I do the trade ideas thing? Okay, so let me just do that for you guys right now. Trade ideas. Oops, that's exclamation mark. Trade ideas. Okay, well, I did it. I don't know if it did. So let me get you guys the website, and I can just put that on for the moment. Give me an absolute second here. I don't know if it did the trade ideas thing. I'm not sure. There we go. Nightbot. Enter code tradertv20 to get 20% off trade ideas and enjoy real-time stock market data, charting, alerting, scanning, and more. Click that link. There you go. So Nightbot just posted it. So get on that. Michael Noss is a hell of a dude. Hell of a dad too, man. He was able to kind of knock out the youngin there and able to webcast with me a little bit, so he can help me set up the chart there, Luca.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, good dude.
Yeah, it's funny. Biden senile. That's a funny name you got there. Saying quit interrupting Luca. Guys, if Sharif doesn't interrupt me, I will just talk forever. So it's actually good that every time he interrupts me, I go, okay, yeah, sure.
These guys are getting upset for you. We got a chemistry, guys.
We're building chemistry. You know, it's been like a month now.
It's been good, but we used to go on before because Prad was on vacation.
Yeah. It's a work in progress, man. It's a work in progress. Absolutely. But yeah, always a lot of fun. And yeah, definitely no hate, man. I like I said, you know, it's hard to find that smooth transition.
Feel you.
So we're working on that. I see Igor saying, Luca, start trading SPY and QQQ options. So, I mean, the chart that I just showed is making me want to go all in on puts because it did it last time. Maybe it does it again. And if I buy puts like, you know, if I buy the puts like down here or something, and this thing goes down here, I could probably buy a house. So, yeah, we'll, you know, maybe I'll do that and try to buy a house.
I love it.
That'd be, imagine that. Imagine I hit the lottery and then I could just buy a house.
Like, I love that. I love that.
No, it's good, but
yeah,
I mean, like, it's. I just wish I could buy more than a house. I played this. Speaking of the lottery, I played the lottery, and I'm walking in today, and I see somebody won, and I go, "Let's go!" I didn't check my ticket yet.
At that location, or just someone won in general?
Just somebody won in general.
Okay,
and I was like, it was only 30 million, so I was like, it's not too bad. But like,
that's it.
Well, I mean,
I'll
I win 30 million. I got to pay my family. I got to pay my friends.
True.
I got to pay all these people. By the time I get the money, I got way less.
Yeah.
So
maybe
maybe
the tax man won't dip his hand in your money.
Yeah. At least in Canada, there's no tax.
Yeah.
But I know people say like, oh, only 30 million. But again, guys, it's like, you know, Sharif's getting something. Everyone's getting something.
Hey,
so,
there we go. There we go.
Let's
get to know you,
coming in here with bottles of cognac for everyone, cigars. Neil's laughing over there.
And he's not joking, man. He brought
lying.
the panettone, man. This guy comes bearing gifts.
You make money to spend it, right? That's how life works. And so I saw this, and I'm like, oh my God, somebody won. It could be me. Let's go. I need to hit the beach. Yeah, no, it wasn't me. I won $2 in a free play.
Hey. Phil asking, any Ms. V updates? Just wondering, says she was a big part of the show. Yeah, so Ms. V is, I believe, back in Russia. According to Pradley, last time he told me, yeah, she's not part of the show. I think her job, her work visa expired, and so she's kind of moved on. But she will always be a part of the show in case she's watching. I got to meet her. I came here in May, so she left at the end of May, I believe. So I got to spend a few weeks with Ms. V. So shout out to Ms. V, but no longer part of the show, Luca. All right, what are we doing here on Meta? Because we need to manage this trade. We broke 149, by the way, on Meta, but kind of reclaimed it quite quickly. I mean, what am I long? I'm long 77s. So, I mean, I don't want to give it all the way to 77s, man. I mean, here we go. We're retracing back into like the high 80s, low 90s. I mean, the market's continuing to show its intention to hang around days low. So I don't know what to do here with this one. Do I cut it, or do I let it run maybe for some move up prior to the FOMC announcement with respect to interest rates? So I'll continue to watch out. This other trade that I'm nursing, though, FDX continues to hang around at the 199 level, breaking above it. Now we're printing both the bid and the ask above 199, 199.05, and then 10s here on the ask. I'm sitting, where am I sitting? I'm sitting at 20s. So if this crosses, and it's got to cross by a bit because it's shown to be quite a liquid, I'll get filled. I'm sitting at 20s and 40s. So this one's been a very good trade for me. Again, if you're just joining us, they announced layoffs, which is basically what the market wants to see right now with really, you know, anticipating a recession and cost cutting and austerity and all that stuff. So that's why it's moving up 2.5%. Not the greatest move, obviously, but a nice intraday move there. Netflix continuing to hang around in and around VWAP. I took a piece out over here. It was a partial fill. I'm hanging out again at 60s to see what we do on that one. Baidu, still holding that one from like basically the morning. 150.49 is my entry. We're at 151.35. So I'll continue to hold this one and look for a move up. But I believe Brendo is at the big desk now, ready for us with the energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, let's get caught up here on what's happening as far as oil and energy markets are concerned across the board. Pretty negative day. We're down about 3% for crude coming off of inventory data that came out this morning at 10:30 if you missed it. Much larger, 4.1 million barrel build in crude oil inventories versus what was expected. Very small, 196,000 barrel per day barrel drawdown that was expected. So big move down for crude. Remember earlier in the week we were discussing higher demand supposed to be coming through for the winter season for U.S. Demand anyways, but that caused that selling right there from 78.20 all the way down to 76.20, down 3% right now, guys, for crude oil as we head towards under an hour to go before Fed Chair Powell comes out with the rate decision. Again, we're coming back on at 1:45. Remember that. 2 p.m. we'll get the quarter point hike. 2:30 we'll get the press conference, which is going to be the more interesting and more exciting part. If you haven't done so already this afternoon, guys, make sure you hit the like and subscribe as well, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo.
Thank you for that, Brendo. And somebody in the chat saying, hey, remember when oil went negative? Oh, absolutely, man. I was actually talking to my friends at the time saying, like, where can we store 1,000 barrels of oil? I start calling my friend. I call my nunna. I go, hey, nunna, do you have space in the garage? Can I come by and maybe put some barrels of oil in there? Yeah, why not get paid to take delivery of all these barrels of oil and hold them for a year? You would have been sitting pretty over there.
There's zoning. I heard some people try to do that. There's like zoning requirements for it. You can't just store oil wherever you want. But
you can't just. I mean,
to live,
I mean, they would have paid you to take it, so maybe they would look the other way if you wanted to come and take
or
all this
meet
stuff,
at like
right?
a neutral location and bring it in yourself, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Kidding, of
I
course,
only
guys.
kid around. Just a heads up, guys. Amazon now actually flushing into the 50 period and potentially below. So I'm taking my fills nice and slow. So the first one got that. Second one, give me that fill over there. And I'm waiting for the VWAP test for the final out on that one. We still do have an hour until the Fed comes on. But I am hoping that this just flushes another 20 cents to give me that 30-cent win. And life is good, man. Life is good. Life could be great if I remove those orders and it goes down to 100. But, you know, that's not reality. You got to roll with what I got. YouTube Talker, what's going on, YouTube Talker? Saying, someone get this man a margarita pizza. I would love to, man. Feel free to send it. Yeah, send pizzas to our office. We'll try them. We'll rate them. I think Sean said that before.
Or if they earmark super chats, if you guys earmark super chats and be like, this is only for beer, this is only for pizza, we will make sure that it's only spent that way. And we've done that in the past, right, Neil?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
We did that with beer. I remember the beers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody was like, beers for everybody. That was awesome. Always.
No, we will not buy beers. Of course we will, guys, and we'll drink them on the show, especially if it's a Friday, too. That's what we typically do. All right, guys, we're going to spin the money on this one. FTX is absolutely printing, so we get that 99 break. We get our fills at 20. We get our fills at 40, and now we are almost out of the entire position. I'm holding a 5% stake in this position. I'm going to let this one run. I'm not taking this one out. This one's going to go. If it's going to go, there we go. Now we're pressing. Breaking through the $0.50. We had trouble breaking through that 99 level. I feel that there was definitely a seller around there. You know what? I don't want to say obviously, but most likely we're going to encounter another area of resistance around 200. You have to assume 200. It's the whole dollar, yada, yada, yada. So, you know, I'm going to hang around there and see if I can take some profits. 5% though is how much I have left on this one. Netflix. Still a tough one for me. It's hanging out, and you know, the market finding a bit of a bounce now off that 63 low, kind of getting into 70 there. I wonder if Netflix can get going too, so I can get some prints. Otherwise, it's gonna get annoying. Meta finding that bottom, retracing to the high side now, 149.20. I'm glad I did not paper hand this trade. I was the strong hand on this one. Didn't take it out through the break of 149 or the 149.90. I didn't want to take this one out, man. I'm already scalping here and I want more. Let's take that 149.5. Again, if we can get it to the high side. Yes, go Netflix, man. Come on. I'm long Netflix 357.04s. Now we're printing 25. So it's headed in the right direction, but it's got to reach some of my profit takers. Jonathan Alberto coming in with a $20 super chat saying for pineapple pizza. Neil, look at that super chat, Neil.
Oh my goodness.
And Rudy Dal Ripple, thank you for the $2 super chat. I'm not going to say what it's for. You know, you obviously understand what it was. But we'll add it to the pizza. We'll add it to the pizza.
That can go into the pizza. Yeah,
exactly.
There's two things wrong with that. One, I don't do that. And two. That's not enough? That's exactly. Come on, that's not even close to enough, man.
Yeah.
But regardless, don't say anything for that because it's literally going into pizza, not that. So Yeah, man. But thank you again so much for the pizza profits over there, Sean. Yes. We got pizza coming, baby.
Woo. So we'll
pizza
do that
profits.
Friday. I don't know what
Sean's
we're gonna do. What we're gonna do that Friday?
Yeah, we can do Friday.
Yeah,
we can
so
do whenever, anytime. Whoever organizes that, figure it out, make it happen.
It'll be nice if it was a Friday. We'll make Neil eat the pineapple pizza if we get 10,000 likes. No, I'm kidding. Of course, I don't think he's gonna do that. Okay, so he's already done it, so we're not going to run that one again. All right, guys. But thank you very much for that, and we'll definitely we'll get that, and we'll show to you live eating the pineapple pizza. Thank you for that, Jonathan. Appreciate you very much, and we appreciate all our viewers. Birdzini sending a £2, 2 quid super chat only for, I don't know what that word is. Should I be reading that word out loud? I don't know what that means. I never watched that movie. I don't want to say that live. They don't know. They don't know what I didn't. They don't know what you said. They don't know what you said.
Face shot now. Whose face? The man's.
What can I say, guys? What can I say? I haven't watched it. I've seen a lot of, obviously it's always been on TV, but I've never just got around to watching it. Thank you for that. Keel, I don't want to butcher your last name, so I'm just going to forego saying it. $20. Thank you for that. I'm not sure what is that for? Is that earmarked for something? Is it beers? Is it pizza? What is it? Keel, tag me, please, at me, so that I can see that you're talking to me specifically. Otherwise, you'll be a line there with everyone else. But thank you for that. Thank you very much. We love all our viewers. Gabrielle Maldonado sending $50 super chat. Thank you for that, Gabrielle. Really appreciate that. We love all our viewers. And yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to put obviously all this money to use, Luca.
You guys are making me smile because everything that comes through, I'm just like, that's another pizza.
Gabrielle said
that's
beers.
Some beers.
Gabrielle
so,
Maldonado just said beers.
Yeah, so we got beers, we got pizza, we could get cannolis, we could get everything. Okay.
Look at this. Hey, I get some credit for this. Look at this.
Go.
Rusty Dalrymple.
Where's this pencil here?
Rusty Dalrymple saying another 20 for saying my last name correctly. You know how I know that?
Let's go.
Because on Seinfeld, the president of the NBC was Russell Dalrymple. And that's how I know how to say that name. Do you know that episode? Rusty, by the way, do you know what I'm talking about? Because the fake president of NBC on Seinfeld was Russell Dalrymple. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that, Rusty. I appreciate that. No Meha. Am I saying that right? Meja for some. Thank you for some weed, but we can say that because it's illegal in Canada. But thank you for that. But it's a little too little. I don't think we can get anything for $2.
Yeah, keep it going.
Maybe
I'm
a
writing all this
pre-roll
down.
or
I'm writing
something
all
like
this down.
that. Loop. How do I say it? Looped logos.
Tell them Friday afternoon we'll get the pizza.
Yeah,
Friday afternoon we'll get the pizza and the beers for. We already got that pizza and beers Friday, guys. Really appreciate you. Looped logos says more pizza, $10. Oh, we're gonna get a lot of pizza. I think we're gonna walk into the
pizza for everybody,
into the
baby.
weekend
Let's
feeling
go.
heavy, man.
That's
The Hawaiian one and then the one that you like.
the soprasata. Yeah.
Okay,
soprasata.
so we're getting 2 pizzas, baby.
Guys, if you haven't
and
tried
beers.
it already, soprasata black olives, well done. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Very
I'm
much.
just basically writing all this stuff down
Unreal.
and writing everybody's names. Like, thank you. I appreciate it so much. And I speak for myself when I say I appreciate it a little bit more than everybody else because I love pizza. So, yeah, you guys are making my week here, honestly.
Yeah,
thank you so
honestly.
much.
Well done, chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you for that. We're always appreciative. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but we really do feel a lot of gratitude, guys.
Yeah, thank you
you
so
guys
much.
are the reason we're on TV. You guys know that. Obviously,
It
it's
makes
our
it
job,
worth it, man.
but it makes it absolutely worth it being on here every day and interacting with you guys. You guys are the best. FTX now, that $200 level is coming in like we talked about. We just rejected, I want to say off 80s. Yeah, 79 is the high. 199, 79 is the high. Let me just interrupt myself here. Akash sending a $2 Canadian. Shout out to Canada. Super chat, you will also need dip. Absolutely, we will need dip. I know I speak for myself. I'll need dip. Thank you for that. We'll get the dip.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I love this.
Oh my God, that's
hilarious.
amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
Thank you. We need dip, absolutely, and that is enough for dip, 100% there.
Absolutely. Oh, wow, trader or die. $50 super chat. Wow, spin the money. Sean spinning the money there, baby. Saying Mullen swing position. Absolutely, we'll take a look at that for you.
I like Mexican
whoa, John Sharpley, $100
here?
super chat. We should do this more often. Holy
Yeah,
cow, this is a lot of money,
guys,
man.
we're gonna have a party. Now we have enough for cognac. We got enough for everything
we've got
here.
a lot of stuff. We made
thank
a
you
lot
guys
of money
so
today.
much.
Wow,
I don't know what
guys,
to
this
say
is
here.
crazy. We're always hitting records on the show. Do you notice that?
I noticed that, yeah,
We're
yeah.
hitting like records. We're hitting like super chat records. Guys, you guys are killing it in the super chat today. Wow, really appreciate you guys. But let's have a look at Mullen because that was requested. Which one am I going to take off here? I'll take off eBet, even though, you know, MULN.
Yeah, show Sharif's screen because you're going to look
Bradley,
at Mullen.
come to my
We got to talk
screen.
some stocks in and out of here, you know?
Mullen is MULN, right? Mullen, let's go. There we go. Okay, I don't know what's going on
Wow,
here.
Jonathan, thank you so much for that one. Look at that.
Oh my God, $150 super chat,
go.
pizza and Pocky chips for everyone. Wow,
Wow.
guys, we gotta add up all these super chats here. This is like $300-400 we made. Like we're up here. This is a lot of money. Wow, another super chat. Transparent Trading Live,
Thank you so
$2
much.
super chat. Thank you very much. The chat is lighting up, and you guys are lighting up the chat with all this money
you guys are the best.
dropping
That's why we do
here.
it.
Wow, guys.
Thank you so much. This is why we do it. Thank you so much
More.
for the super chats coming through here. I am at a loss for words, and I can't even read the chat for how fast you guys are writing. But absolutely love it. Sammy Sam
Oh my
saying
goodness,
Black Velvet.
guys.
Yeah, the Black Velvet. We'll make it. Black Velvet, for anybody that doesn't know, if I'm not mistaken, is, or at least I thought, the Black Velvet drink. There is a Canadian whiskey, which is somebody was mentioning that, but I actually tried this and I posted it on my Instagram for anybody that's wondering. That feel free to go follow me. But it's sparkling wine and Guinness.
Sean just said Friday we are getting trashed. Okay, we're gonna drink a lot. We're gonna eat a lot. It sounds like there's a lot more coming in here. Hot chip incoming from OJ's White Bronco.
Thanks everybody. Very kind of everybody. We're gonna do it up on Friday.
Yeah, Friday, because we still have to stay sharp when we're trading, of course.
holy
We
cow.
can't have
Luca.
cognac and beers and pizza in the middle of the day, as much as I would love
Luca,
to.
we gotta cover all these.
Yeah, go ahead.
OJ's White Bronco. That's a hilarious name. I'm sorry. $1.99 super chat. Hot chip incoming. Bob the Third. $10 super chat. Thank you for that, Bob. Sammy Sam's $9.99 super chat saying Velvet. Love y'all. Obviously, you covered that one. There's more. Transparent Trading Live. $2 for Prad's wedding gift. Bradley, that's for you, son. Ralph Woodward, $2 saying pizza fun. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Ralph. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate all of you guys. You guys are really keeping it live today in the super chat world. Luca, holy cow, man. My voice is going here.
For Costco hot dogs, did you cover that one as well?
I didn't see that one. I'm trying to get to this Mullen analysis that we're supposed to get to here. I mean, the poor guy dropped 50 for a Mullen analysis. He didn't get his money's worth. Bradley, come to my screen, please.
Yeah.
Let's
feel
have
free
a look
to
at
talk
this.
Mullen for a sec.
So look, Mullen, we've got a bit of a double bottom here. I mean, this is as beautiful as an intraday double bottom as you will see, but he's looking for a swing trade. So I got to get to that. Man, holy, all these super chats are coming in. So nice little double bottom. The break of 35.18 is going to be interesting. We want to, for a swing trade, you're definitely looking for continuously higher highs and higher lows. So let's see what this one looks like. Obviously, there's a big move down, but it looks like we flattened out here at 20 pennies. And we've been kind of in between that 20 penny and that 65 penny range, maybe even that half penny, 50 pennies in between that and 20 pennies for a while now. So you're looking first and foremost for a break of that 50. I want to say that the level here is 47, but the half dollar is going to be important too. And then you're looking out for a break of that 65 continuous. But what you're liking here is that there is an uptrend in the works. Now this one goes back to December, guys. Okay, so we've had a little bit of an uptrend, even though we had peaks and we've retraced, but we've retraced down to that trend line. So either get in at the trend line or continue north through the break. It really depends on how you trade and what your risk parameters are. But I hope that helps. Now we got to get back to all these super chats that are flooding back in, and they're not for lower amounts here. Let's go all the way up. Akash saying for Costco hot dogs, sending a $2 Canadian super chat.
Yeah,
Thank you for
$2.
this.
Yeah,
it is, right? And they didn't raise their prices on it.
Yeah, just very quickly, for anybody that doesn't know, Costco hot dogs are $2, and that's like their main thing. They're like, do not raise the price of hot dogs, keep them $2.
a hot dog for 150.
Oh,
a drink and a hot dog for 150.
That's it. You're right.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah.
And
yeah,
like, they
for any
asked the
Americans that don't know.
Costco CEO about that during earnings. He's like, "Are you going to raise the prices?" And he was like, "Nah." Right? TRL $5 super chat. Got to get party hats. Good point. We can't. It's not a party without party hat. TV Lives $9.99 super chat, but nothing written. Please tag me if you have anything to say specifically, and I will definitely shout you out. Thank you for that. JSI $4.99 super chat saying such an awesome family we have here at Trader TV. You boys are awesome. Friday, here we come.
Thank you
for that. Yes, and Friday, here we come. That's going to be a lot of fun. OJ's White Bronco again with the $1.99 super chat saying for Prad's wedding dowry. That's hilarious. Dowry, oh my God, what year is this? Chef Joe, $20 super chat for my Italian boy Luca, sitting here recovering from my heart attack, but I love you guys. Enjoy it, boys. Let's go, Tesla. Thank you for that very much.
Let's go.
Chef Joe. Then we got a £2 super chat from Bertzini, so Luca can buy 2 houses in Canada.
Thank you so much, man.
If you
Thank you.
only
It's going
knew
into
the
the
real
piggy
estate,
bank.
if you only knew the real estate prices around here.
Crazy,
Phil
man, crazy.
McCracken, $5 super chat says 1 bottle of Mad Dog 2020, any flavor that at Neil Roberts, and the Chip Boss picks keep the change. Thanks for the show. Really appreciate
Thank you so
Phil.
much. Thank you, Phil.
Neil sees that and he says sends his regards. Thank you for that. Tristan Gramstaff, $2.79 Canadian super chat. Could you peek? Okay, so basically he wants us to look at gold. Can you have a look at gold?
Yeah, 100%.
Full margin FOMC. We'll have a look at that in 1 second. And the Hayes record sending $1.99 for the team blow up doll. I don't even know why I read that out loud. Come on, the Hayes.
I saw it and I'm like, oh, he's gonna read it.
You
'cause
know
he's on a
better
roll
than
right
that,
now.
man. I got excited there. I was reading all of them, guys. Thank you so much for all the super chats. You guys are the best and the best community out there. No question about it.
Yeah. So very quickly, Tristan Gramstaff saying, could you look at the currency pair? Is that what you say? Gold
I love gold.
XAUUSD. Is
Holy
this gold?
guys.
This is gold and silver index. Okay, so I don't know how to pull that up on our platform, so let me just pull it up here quickly on Google to have a look. Okay, it's not going to load that, so it's going to load this. No, it's not going to load this. Okay, so I'm assuming just gold and silver, but let me just look. Let me pull up GLD as a sort of index. I love the gold trade. I love gold, silver sort of move together, give or take. I don't know if you're referring to an intraday question or just more of a long term. For myself, I do like the gold trade, but it is a slow trade. It is, for myself, a protection against inflation. And it's sort of giving, if I'm not mistaken, a little bit of a cup and handles feel to it before a long-term move up. So it had the move up, then a little bit of a cup, and then do we actually get to, and again, this is the ETF, so it's not going to look specifically the same as the price of gold. But if we curl back up and then get a little bit of a dip and then break out, I mean, I think we could skyrocket on gold, and this is just basically a bet on the fact that, if you want to protect yourself against inflation, if you think that they're not going to be able to control inflation and it's going to stay high for a longer period of time, if for whatever reason they decide, okay, as a protection, we're going to go back to the gold standard, all these reasons lead me to say I do like the gold trade and I want to hold physical gold or gold ETFs, whatever your cup of tea is, for that move. So, it's not a bad idea for the long. It's looking pretty good now, and I mean, time will be the tell, obviously. But it is a slow trade, right? It is a slow trade. Whereas big tech, it moves very quickly. Growth trades, they move very quickly. Value trades, they move a little bit slower. The gold trade, even slower. So again, I do love the gold trade. I do love it long term. I don't trade it intraday. I don't know anybody who's poor and owns a lot of gold.
No.
That's not my statement, but somebody told me, and I was like, I like that, man.
My friend actually complained. Shout out, Alfred, I'm talking to you. He actually complained about inheriting gold from his dad, and he didn't know what to do with it.
Oh,
come on, dude. And he wanted to sell it, obviously, and buy equities, being like the value investor that he is. I got more super chats to get to here, though. Tree Bullies Tree Service, $20 super chat. He says 20 for day trade, the world IPO release. Question mark, question mark, question mark. We're not going to put it past it, man. You never know what's going to happen. We'll keep you apprised, though. It should the company go IPO. Akash, again, $2 Canadian super chat saying for house keychain. All right, I like that one. Thank you for that, Akash. You guys are all awesome. All right, we're getting to $100 here on FTX. So that's my out. I'm gone. I'm out of that one. Where'd I get out? I got out. 92's not that bad, not that great. I would have liked closer to 98s, but there we go. Nice big move off that, I want to say 198.40. I had my average was 198.40. We ride that into $200. What a move today on FedEx. Again, if you're just joining us, it has something to do with their cost-cutting measures. They are cutting, believe 10,000 management positions, which obviously are the higher-paying positions. So the market looking at that favorably with respect to where we're going. They're positing recessionary times. Okay, so let's now get to Netflix because we are absolutely printing now on Netflix. What a trade to the high side, boys. This one, we get that fill through 357.62, the market finding a bit of a bottom, or Netflix is at least. I'm up heavy on this one. I'm thinking maybe I should take out more here, but I want to see where it gets to. The next area I'm sitting at is 357.90. If it can get up there, I'll print. We're at 61s on the ask, 52s on the bid, so we're still a ways away, but I'm green on it. Where is my entry? My entry is 356.55, so I'm $1 in the money on this one with a lot of shares. Let's see what this one does to the north side. It also bears mentioning, sorry, I know you want to get to something, Luca. I just want to mention Meta has just made another new high. So I'm not getting out of this one. I know it's a little bit volatile, and you guys know that there's earnings after the bell, but it's obviously relatively strong to the market, and I want to ride this one north. I'm still holding 30% of my Meta trade, Luca.
Yeah, Sean, you see my messages quick? Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh
more
my
coming
goodness,
through.
Bro. What is
you wanna
happening
take that
here?
quick?
I mean, my goodness, I got to get to both of
Yeah,
these.
go ahead.
Melon, I don't want to butcher your name, man. Melon, what is ISK?
That's a good question.
Okay.
ISK, I think it's about 20. Somebody in the chat was like, yeah, it's about $20.
Thank you very much. But we want to know what it is, though. What is ISK? Can we just Google that?
I'll figure it out. Yeah, I get to.
Okay, and then.
Oh, from Iceland. Yes,
Kroners. Okay, thank you very much for that. Really appreciate that. I hope I didn't butcher your name. And then we got View Publishing, $99.99 super chat. Beer and pizza. Cheers. Thank you very much, dude. We got like we have 500.
We're getting like $500-$600.
Yeah, we're ridiculous today.
This is a party. This is a party.
This is absolutely.
This is a party.
This is a full party.
It started as like a pizza, and I feel like we could get to like a hall party.
Where there's no, I mean like what was the budget for Ian and Max's graduation party?
Yeah.
What was it like?
Yeah,
I don't want to say the number out loud, but we're getting there. We're getting pretty close.
Yeah, no, this is. Thank you so much. Yeah, party
Holy
time.
cow,
party
guys.
time. I make no decisions here, but guys, party time.
Yeah,
Let's make
there you
it
go.
happen.
Sean's busy typing in there. I'm sure things are being planned, so we'll keep you guys apprised of everything, of course. All right. Where are we at here, man? FDX is continuing to fly to the high side. I feel like I paper-handed this trade. Even though I had a $2 winner, it's flying above $200. I did not think it would be that easy. I thought we would encounter an area of resistance. It's 200. It's the whole dollar. Yada, yada, yada. It's just going, guys. Now really taking off. 286 on the bid. We're going to see 201 pretty soon. The volume is also increasing noticeably on this, which makes sense because we're getting into that 130 time slot. Man, I wish I would have held for that. That was such a dumb out there on my part. Anyway, hopefully I get filled here on this Netflix 90 as we continue to move up into Netflix here. 73s now. Are we going to see 80s here on the ask? We're getting real close to my exit. And yeah, what a winner that will be. But for the moment, oh my goodness, look at this. Long this money sends $14. Good for 2 dozen eggs, baby. There we go. So there's my breakfast for the next couple of, for the next day and a half.
For the next day, yeah, exactly.
There you go. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate the $14 super chat. You guys are the best.
Thank you
Fans
so
out there,
much.
keep it
Thank
coming,
you so
man.
much.
Really appreciate you guys. And yeah, we're holding on to these longs. We'll find out what happens soon, Luca.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know somebody was asking about BGXX and thoughts. So it actually broke down, and I was like, okay, the dream of getting that push towards 2 and the break of the high is done. So I just basically stopped out. I initially had a $1.50 stop if we broke, but it just didn't look good, and volume's always the tell. And I'm looking at volume, and it just kind of died just a little bit over there. So I'm like, you know what? I'll take my L and move on. So yeah, out of that trade fully. And the Amazon short that I was nursing from before, as we were getting all these super chats coming through, I'm like, okay, forget this trade. I'm taking the L on the rest of the position. That's fine because I'm having a great time, and I want to be distracted and watch this thing go to like 103. So it's unfortunate that I sort of punched out of the highs, but I kind of feel like as long as we don't rip through 102.65, it is kind of slow and chopping, and I am glad that I did get the 50 period fill. So again, there's times in trades when it breaks the 50 period, goes to VWAP, and then goes to like the next level down. And it looks silly because I cover when I should have just been, maybe covering towards the lows. But then there's the scenarios where it actually goes down and then goes back up. So when this happens, I'm like, oh, thank you for giving me these fills, because then I would have had to take a bigger loser there. So yeah, it always is good to scale in and out of your trades. You don't always have the correct price, the best price there. So yeah, use areas and manage accordingly. What's the running tally on the super chats? If anybody in the chat can see them, can they see them?
No,
they
because
can see them, right?
look, they time out. So look, see how they're darker?
They time out.
So they stay there for a bit.
I was like trying to I'm like trying to write them down, and then they're just flying, and I'm doing so many things, and I'm like,
Dan McIsaac, $4.20 super chat. Love that number.
I like that.
What a fun day, no matter what happens. Absolutely, let's go.
Exactly. Chin up. Choose to smile, baby. Choose to smile.
Akash also $2
pizza
Canadian
delivery.
Super chat. You know that there's no pizza delivery.
We'll tip the guy.
For sure. There you go.
Yeah,
so
that goes into tip.
That goes into the tip. All right, here comes Netflix again, testing that $0.75 level. We're seeing 73, 74 show up here on the ask. We need to push into 90 to get filled. We're finding, I'm seeing some more green candles brewing on this one. There we go. We're getting 82s now. Could we see 90 soon? Because that's going to be a big boy out for me. I'm looking to take some big profits there, but we're over $1 in the money on this one, so let's just wait and see how this one ends up panning out. Rejecting off that 80 for the moment, coming back into 60. I'm gonna have to be patient, but I just don't want to. I don't want to make a mistake on this trade, to be honest with you. All right, back now to FTX. 201's at the door. 297 showing up here on the ask. So 201 is going to get taken. It looks like maybe not right now, but. It's pretty close, guys. What else is going on? What do we got here? Meta retracing a little bit, though. It created a newer high, which is good. We continue the uptrend here and a higher low, but not at the most recent highs. Looks like we got up into 149.60 here. We're back into 15s. So 149.50s. There we go. Big move up, back on Meta to test those highs. Hopefully that will trigger soon. Okay, here we go. We're getting 90s now on Netflix. Do we get the fill? We passed 90s. We're seeing 84. Come on, man. I'm seeing 91s on the ask here. Fill me. Oh, geez. Wow. Okay, I don't get the fill. It looks like there's some lack of liquidity at the moment. Let's see what would happen. We're getting 85s, 90. There we go. We get the fill. We test 358. We're going to the high side. This is an absolutely huge trade for me on Netflix. This was going to actually be a bad one. Ends up being very good. I'm out of this one. That's all she wrote on Netflix. I'm done, Zeno.
I just want to say quickly, thank you, Beef Fanatic, coming in with the super chat, $5. I have 2 kids and 0 chickens, so here's my $5 to Neil's Pizza without pineapple.
Ooh.
Oh, Neil's not here.
Okay,
I got to screenshot this and I got to screenshot this and send it to him. That's pretty funny. Yeah, without pineapple. Congrats, y'all. Very well deserved. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I don't have chickens either. I know my nonna had a chicken one time, but I mean, I don't have chickens. I mean, maybe I would save a lot of money if that was the case. But yeah, thanks again for that super chat. I'm just making sure that Neil sees that, so I will send him that message to make sure that he gets that read. That's kind of funny there. And thank you all for watching, and thank you for sending all these super chats. This is what makes it worth it.
Absolutely, dude.
I sit back here and I trade, and I have a good time, and I crack jokes, and I enjoy being here, but you know, obviously doing this for the viewers. So again, thank you guys so much for sending all these things through. This is a party, man. This is a party.
Absolutely.
Dan was saying,
I don't know what this thing is saying that I'm down on Netflix. This thing is retarded. I mean, or sorry. Yeah, sorry. It was stupid. I didn't mean to say that. I take that
from
back.
From time
obviously.
to time, we,
right?
you know, we're real, hey guys. We're
real.
I
apologize for that, but this thing is wrong. Obviously, I have a very good result today on Netflix. I don't know why that thing is saying that I'm down.
I want to say very quickly,
Sorry, guys.
yeah, it's like hot mic, but like we're on the mic here, so it's like an extra hot, spicy mic. Dan McIsaac said, Luca, bring the delivery guy on the show for a shout out.
Yeah, we could
the
do
pizza
that.
delivery guy, yeah, man, that's so funny. I think, yeah, like I gotta write all this stuff, and I hope it doesn't. I hope there's a way that we can go back and like write all this stuff down. Cannolis, pizza with pineapples, beer.
A lot of
eggs,
stuff. Eggs. Tipping the driver. Yeah, what else is there? There was something velvet.
The black velvet. I have it here.
Black velvet, yeah.
Wait,
black velvet.
Did I have a black velvet here somewhere?
I wonder if we can go back
Yeah, share
and
my
look
screen
at
very
all of
quickly.
these.
It's Guys, for anybody that doesn't know, so there's two things. There's Black Velvet whiskey, I think, which I'll get to in a sec. But the drink or the cocktail is essentially a 50% Guinness and a 50% white sparkling wine. So I actually made this, and I posted on my Instagram when I drank this, and I tested it. It was like good. I had one. I was like, this is good, but I need to have another one. Had another one. I was like, it's getting worse. Then I had a third one, and then my stomach was really hurting. So yeah, guys, if you have one of these, maybe have just one of them. Don't have too many of them because it will maybe hurt your stomach. But yeah, it's not too bad. And then this is the whiskey. So Canadian whiskey, Black Velvet. So maybe, yeah, somebody sent something saying Black Velvet, and I don't know which one you're referring to, but we'll get both, baby.
We'll get absolutely
We'll get
everything.
it all.
Whatever you guys demand, we're gonna get.
Yeah,
man.
we do this for the people, so we do this for the people, so of course. And for anybody wondering from before, costumes are rolling in when they do.
Oh,
and,
yeah, but we're already on that. We had that
yeah,
meeting yesterday, and there was a discussion about
Yep.
what is going to happen. We're just waiting for Justin, the Trader TV Live guy, to organize that, and we're definitely going to let you know. It's going to be on a Friday, though. Typically, we do all these fun things on a Friday, so we can kind of leave it when, you know, the market's usually a little slower around then, but sometimes it's not. You know, we have Free Fall Fridays as well. Either way, all these things are going to get done, whether it's pizza, beer, the costumes. We're all going to do it on a Friday, so it's going to be awesome. All right, guys, the market finding a bit of a bounce here as we are now less than half an hour away from the Fed interest rate decision. Widely expected to be a 25 basis point hike, but you know, we're going to be listening to what Fed Chair Powell has to say during his 2:30 meeting. He usually has a speech prepared, and then he takes questions from reporters, all of which is typically market moving. So you want to make sure your ear is, either your eyes are on the charts or your ears are with the conference. Again, it's worth mentioning that some of these online streams of the Fed meeting, or the Fed, not the Fed meeting, the question period and the press conference essentially is kind of delayed. So you may see the market move, and then you'll hear exactly why it moved. I think we have a couple of super chats to get to here. Birdzini with another 2 quid super chat for Real Talk. No, it was a mistake. I shouldn't be saying that. You know what I mean? But it just slipped out, and that's all she wrote. But I thank you for the super chat, though. Phil McCracken, another super chat. Price check. Mad Dog, only $2.99. Enough for 3 bottles now. At Neil, Robert, Sean, and Prad. Each pick a flat flavor. Okay, so there you guys have it. They're looking to see that one, so they'll get on that. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. Really appreciate it. What a day it's been. We're pumping high here on some of these big cappers. Amazon's moving to the high side. Meta near that 149.75. Microsoft just got off the schneid and is looking to test day's high. Tesla flying to the high side, reclaiming VWAP now, looking to test that 175.84 high. And so is Apple. Apple's been absolutely weak today, but it is forming a bit of a double bottom here. But I'd say the best looking one is that Amazon chart, at least for the moment, Luca.
Yeah, it's. I'm kind of glad that I sort of got out of Amazon here because it's. I sort of punched out. I'm like, it's not going to go back down, and it is now sort of. And this was my worry, right? And I randomly picked 102.65. But the reason I do this is because if it's at like 102.30, then it's still far away from a 103 like magnet effect, right? And I'm like loosely saying 103 magnet effect. I don't know if that actually happens, but I tend to see that the closer that we get to an even dollar level, the more likely that we actually get closer to that and then print the level. And so I don't want to, I'm like, let me just take the L at the 50s, because if we do get to 65s, then we probably get to 85s. And if I'm in at like a 35 average and we're at 85s, I'm going to take a bigger loss. So this is, even if we do come back down, at some point you have to take the L's when you think that you're wrong. So I was actually really, really correct and made the money. And then I tried it again and I got out of some, and then I'm just basically taking the L. So I am up on Amazon. I did net the win on that one, and I'm pretty happy with it. Very, very good kind of win rate on this too. It's like long, long, long. So that was a win. Everything here was a win. This was a loss, and then this was a win, and then this was a loss. So I had 2 losses on it, but lots of wins, kind of scalping the wins out. And it is my own mistake for not shorting here, shorting here, shorting here. It's like, you know, money is calling. Are you going to pick up the phone? Yeah, sometimes I don't, and it's my own fault for that. So yeah, just a note there. I know Michelle was mentioning Ape, saying with the merger coming into fruition and the potential reverse split. I don't know the details. I didn't personally look into them, but yeah, with the amalgamation of the AMC shares with the Ape shares, and then whether there's going to be reverse split after the fact or before, not too sure. Saying easy long there to be had. So yeah, Ape is going to the upside. There is a little bit of a volume spike on that. I don't necessarily I mean, it is like intraday. It's pretty tight range. So I'm not really, it's not really a swing. I would have to intraday swing trade this, and I don't see anything right now for myself. But it is kind of curling to the upside here, and I do wonder where that goes next. So I guess we'll see. I mean, if they merge and then they're doing volume and going crazy, we'll be trading it, and I'll just be remembering, man, you're in at the bottom, aren't you? Which is kind of funny there. But yeah, just a note for anybody else looking at that.
Whoa,
not sure the dates on that, but we will come in hot when that information comes through. Heads up on CVNA as well. It is giving a little bit of a volume spike there through the 1110 and popping to 1127. It had the initial volume spike at around the 1060s into the 1080 level, and I think a good look on this was it was reserving on the offer at 1085. So there was a hidden seller that was like selling, and it just could not break. That's what you're seeing there. And then when it finally broke through, you're getting this like spike through the 1085, and then finally coming back, but holding trend, right? Holding trend. And I just think like if you do take a long like this, I was looking at it, I said, you know what, let me stay away, just because I don't love it, and I just want to kind of sometimes I just don't take trades, but the fact that it bounced right here off 1070-ish area and then came back down, held trend, and didn't break the 1070, I almost feel like for myself, I should be taking a long, risking off 1070, scalping it out, holding the rest, risking the rest off 1070. If it doesn't break, I hold, and then I go for the 11 test or even higher, right? And then you basically hold it until it stops working for you. It is up 9% today. So even though this name obviously came down from the other day, it is up again today, and anything is possible. Do we continue to squeeze to the north side on some of these names? I have no idea. I am staying away from the long for the rest of the day. We only have about 5-10 minutes left before we pass it to Neil and Sean. They're going to come in 15 minutes earlier than usual because obviously FOMC coming out at 2 o'clock sharp. And so they are going to come in, talk ideas, run you guys through their ideas and plays, giving us an opportunity to get off 15 minutes earlier, get a nice espresso and a glass of water maybe, and get ready for the moves, man. It's definitely going to be exciting. I wonder what happens. Maybe get some chop action right off the start, and then trend for the rest of the day. It'll be exciting to watch, and I'm super excited to see what happens next.
All right, guys. I'm in one long left. You see Luca's position board. He's basically almost out of everything. I'm still holding Meta here because, well, it hasn't really given me a reason to get out. Where are we here? I'm going to talk about Netflix in a second because it just tanked, but we're long 148.77s on Meta, and now we're like hanging around 149.5. We made it all the way up to, I want to say, where did we get up to there? 70s, yeah, 70s. Then rejected off that, but we made a newer high, so that's cool. I'm waiting for 150. So essentially, I'll probably take it in the low 90s because I won't give it all the way up there. But 149.98 is where we rejected earlier in the day. That was done, I want to say, like an hour after the bell, around that 10:30, 10:40 time slot. But we haven't really been up there since. But it's been stronger than the rest. In case you're just joining us or you don't know, Meta is reporting earnings today after the bell. And, there is a difference of opinion as to how it'll do. We saw Snap reporting yesterday with mixed results, saying that one part of its advertising business did well, the one that Google and Meta mostly follow, while the other one that Google and Meta don't really have a play in didn't do as well. Their subscribers were up, their daily active users were up a little bit, and their subscription service was decent, but there was a lot of headwinds because, well, Snap is just not as, it's not as proliferated as some of these other bigger names like Meta, like Facebook and Instagram and some of these other names. Obviously, TikTok having a lot to do with taking some of their advertising dollars away. Amazon as well with putting its hat into the advertising ring. So there's only a certain amount of dollars chasing these advertising. There's only a certain amount of advertising dollars. That's what I kind of want to say. And depends on who gets the best market share. Meta, obviously, was the second biggest player after Google in digital advertising. So it's slated to do well. It looks good, though, from a PE. It's 14, while all its competitors are like all in the 20s or 30s. So as my buddy likes to say, it's 14 or 13, whatever, 14. Let's just see quickly what it is here. I don't want to keep saying the wrong thing. Meta's PE, where my PE is. PE 14.21 share based on the current value at the moment. 14.21, while the others are higher. Industry standard in its class is 24.96. So we'll see. We'll see, guys. But it's making a decent move today. I want to talk about Netflix here. Thank God I got out of here through that 58 break because it just flushed back down. This probably was not a good trade for my part, and it required me sizing in more than I'm comfortable doing, but we ended up doing quite well on it as a result of the size that we took and get ourselves out of some trouble. The only stock that I've got left again is this meta trade, and I've not got much to say about that. I'm even out of Baidu. Back to FTX though, this one still very much near day's high, 201.07, so it was able to break that 201 level. Nice little move off what was the bottom on this? Let's zoom out, 192.56, so almost a $10 day here on FTX. Doesn't seem like a lot for a $200 stock, but when you know how this stock moves, it doesn't move typically $10 a day unless it's some earnings or something like that. So nice trade. It was quite frustrating at times because there were large pockets of illiquidity and I wasn't able to get filled even though we were crossing, but that ends up playing well to my part, and we get out through that 200 break. Don't hold for the 201. What's the chat up to here? I see you, FTX. Someone saying, yeah, okay, that's basically the trade here. And yeah, the market kind of, I don't want to say mean reverting because 63 lows, we're at 74 right now, is with 89 highs. So we're kind of, again, in the middle. We're looking to mean revert a little bit on the daily range for the ES March contract. And that's kind of how I expect it to be, especially going in now. We got 17 minutes and 2 minutes left on this show, Luca, before we send it over to the big dogs to my right over here, Sean and Neil.
Yeah, guys, I had a great time, man. I had a great time, and thank you so much for all the super chats that come through. We do this for you, so if you are wondering who the real MVP is, look in the mirror. It is yourself. Thank you so much.
You guys killed it.
And yeah, man, absolutely crazy. Somebody in the chat was saying, Crown Royal Maple, and I was like, this is a classic because we're Canadians. Crown Royal is a whiskey. For anybody that doesn't know, obviously, Crown Royal is a Canadian whiskey. And they have a maple flavor, and it tastes exactly how you imagine, like maple syrup. So if you're an alcoholic and you're having morning pancakes and you don't want to use syrup, you can use a little bit of this or make some sort of mix there. Yeah, no, try it before you knock it, I guess.
Love
but it's
Crown, man.
Yeah, man, it's great, and they have apple, they got maple,
too.
they got it is worldwide, exactly. I'm sure everybody knows. Yeah. But again, thank you so much for everything, for the super chats. I had a great time. Last thing I'll say, market related, before we do pass it off. Somebody saying, Meta, what are your thoughts? The only thing I can say here is make sure you check the implied volatility of what the move could potentially be. For the most part, a lot of the moves so far throughout earnings season have been within that expected range of the move. What do I think Meta is going to do? I think up, down, and then open in and around the general vicinity that it is already in. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a move up to 155, 160, and then potentially back down, and then just like around the 152, 150 area tomorrow. But I mean, your guess is as good as mine, man. I have no idea. I just like to react to trades. I've had a pleasure coming on here.
This has been a record-making day.
Yeah, man. This has been
We've had a couple of record-making days. Likes,
yeah,
I don't know.
Likes.
Was this a record?
Guys, 2.9K. If you haven't already, hit the like button. We can get that to 3K.
No, we didn't get a record for super chats, but we did pretty good today. I'm very happy.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean,
you guys did good today.
In some way or another, we are breaking records. But thanks again so much. 2.9K likes. I mean, hit the like button. Let's see 3K.
100 more, guys.
Like 100
Let's go.
more. There we go.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
Guys, it's been a hell of a show.
Guys.
And now I think Brendo is at the big desk ready to take you into that close.
Good luck rest of the day, guys. Ciao.
Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome in. 15 minutes ago, before we get this latest rate hike from the Federal Reserve coming up at 2 o'clock, going to be a quarter point. We know that already. The more important information that we're going to get is going to come a little bit later on. 2:30 is when Fed